Part 3 1680 to 82 Chapter 19 Putala has been informed that the Sarnobat will be visiting her to pay condolences. She too is eager since Shambhu Raja's future depends on what Soira's brother Mohite does in the near future. When he visits her in the evening, twilight is about to fade. A few earthen lamps burn in Putala's quarters, and he notices her sitting on a divan wearing a white cotton sari. She looks at him as if she is searching for something. But Mohite's face is expressionless. He bows to her and she indicates that he sit on a chair kept near the entrance. In this position, his face is clearly visible in the yellow light of the lamps. "When did you come to know?" Putala asks, her voice quivering. "Only when I arrived at Raigad Fort," Mohite says earnestly, his eyes shining with tears that have sneaked out despite his efforts to suppress them. Putala thinks hard. Every word is important. Any mistake on her part can be risky for Shambhu Raja. She lets the silence grow between them on purpose. "Does Yuvaraj know?" she asks cautiously. He shakes his head. "Why?" Mohite shrugs. He cannot tell her that Soira is planning to imprison Shambhu Raja. "Do you know, they did not perform Mantragni. They performed the Chhatrapati's last rites as Bhadagni, without mantras, without priests. His pyre was torched by a distant relative, Sambhaji Bose, and not by his sons." Putala says, her voice breaking. Mohite lowers his gaze. He knows. "I shall explain why they did so." Putala has now controlled herself and talks calmly. There are many types of coronations as per Hindu customs. Since it is inauspicious for the nation to keep the throne empty without a king, the first son is immediately crowned after the king's death, even before the funeral pyre has been lit, before the new king and his family enters the mourning period. But that did not happen in our case. If Manchakarohan is performed after the pyre is lit, the family has to observe a few protocols. The son who is selected for Manchakarohan is not supposed to light the pyre of his father because he immediately enters Sutak, the inauspicious mourning period, and the ceremony cannot be performed until the mourning period is over. That is why Sambhaji Bose lit the pyre and not Ram Raja. Mohite remained silent. They did not inform Shambhu Raja, since they were planning Manchakarohan for Ram Raja even before the pyre was lit. But they must have got scared of you, the Sarnobat, who controls the Maratha army. They thought your approval is vital for declaring Ram Raja the next Chhatrapati, and hence they postponed the Manchakarohan. They did not give my husband a Mantragni, because if they did, the entire family would have entered the mourning period. They are in a hurry to make Ram Raja the next Chhatrapati, so they performed Bhadagni and burnt my husband's body as if he were a destitute." Silence stretches between the two. "Did Maharaj say anything before he passed away?" Mohite's question hits Putala like a cannonball. It is highly probable that he has been told lies. Lies that the Chhatrapati had said demeaning things about Shambhu Raja. "I was with him every hour of his illness. He did not utter a word," she says. He stares at her and then smiles. " It seems to Putala that his smile has a hint of sadness. We have lost him. I feel as if the sun has set, never to rise again, Mohite says, getting up to leave. You cannot speak these words, Dada Sahib. You control our armed forces, and our subjects need your protection. Putala says decisively. Mohite nods. Putala Bai Sahib is known for her truthfulness and kindness. It is in your hands. Putala's words come down on him like a newly sharpened blade. Will it be life or death of Swaraj? He stares at her in disbelief. The fragile-looking Putala is looking at him with steely eyes. I speak my husband's words. You have the power, and with power comes the freedom to do what is right, and to refuse what is wrong. Putala speaks like a woman possessed. Mohite feels a shiver go down his spine. Will you be here? Mohite knows she is asking if he will be part of the celebrations that the people are planning. The Manchakarohan of Ram Raja. I am leaving tomorrow. He answers and bows to her. Where will you go? She wants to find out if he is part of the conspiracy to throw Shambhu Raja into the dungeons. I will go to Satara, where the majority of our cavalry is camping. He answers truthfully. She heaves a sigh of relief. As he walks towards the chamber door, he hears her words. Maharaj perhaps had no idea that he will die so soon. He said no word about who the next Chhatrapati will be. He turns and looks at her with sad eyes and nods. He has no clue when he will be back at Raigad, the capital of the Maratha nation. Putala has decided to find out what the ministers and Soira Rani Sahib are up to. Her Khabri, a young guard, roams around the mountain table of Raigad fort, near the man-made lakes, around the two towers, near the temples, and at the edges of the table, including the Takmaktok cliff. He is alert, watching, keeping Putala's maid informed about what he sees and hears. Putala's face has remained swollen and eyes expressionless. People think she has gone insane with grief. But she is sure now, after her husband has departed for another world, that something diabolical has been awakened in the people of this fort. There is a sequence, and things are being done with precision. Not many people can plan something of this magnitude. Days dissolve into nights. Putala loses count of how many. She is not sure if Shambhu Raja has got her message. Since her husband was given Bhadagni, a funeral without mantras, there are no post-funeral pujas. There is no sutak, the official mourning period. So, the family is free to celebrate as if no one has died and no one is in mourning. Putala has seen merchants visiting the fort with bolts of silk cloth tied to their bags. One had even visited Soirabai in the minister's offices adjacent to the court. They are planning a function, indeed. The courtyard is getting a makeover. Curtains and carpets are being changed. The wooden pillars and the beams are getting polished. The throne shines bright as it did during the Chhatrapati's coronation. Goldsmiths have appeared from nowhere to clean the specks of dirt lodged into the etchings of the awning. Even the tall brass lamps have been taken away to be cleaned and scrubbed with tamarind to bring back their shine. Soira has been grieving like any other widow, but her grief has a silver lining. She has got the power to take decisions without anyone objecting to them. They do not have the right to do so, since she is now the final authority. She, the coronated queen of the Maratha nation. So when Surnees Datto officially puts forth his proposal to make Ram Raja the next Chhatrapati, she first acts grief-stricken and then agrees reluctantly. On the 17th day of Shivarai's death, Ram Raja is made to sit on the gilded throne of Shivarai after an elaborate Manchakarohan ceremony. Putala is not invited. Sarnobat Mohite has not been told. Within days, the only entry to Raigad fort, the Mahadarwaza, guarded by two monstrous bastions, is closed shut. Its massive doors, fortified with iron spikes, have been locked from the inside, with heavy wooden bars. The ramparts over the stone wall rising over the plunging slopes are milling with vigilant archers. Several loaded cannons are placed on the cliffs overlooking the lower slopes, with artillerymen ready to light the fuse and send explosives hurtling down to destroy anything in their path. The moonlight falling over the foothills covered with forest entangled with trees, shrubs and woody vines is creating mysterious shadows on the ground, helping thousands of footmen hide in their gloom. After several discussions and meetings, an action plan is readied. But these are theoretical debates. The real game has now begun, and that is what scares Soira. Her son is now the Chhatrapati of the nation, but unless her stepson is either imprisoned or killed, she is not sure how things will plan out. The security arrangements are tight, but she is suspicious of everyone. What if there is treachery? Sitting in her privy quarters of the Queen's palace, tucked inside the citadel, guarded by hundreds of sentinels, she still feels vulnerable and lonely. Everything is planned to the last detail. First, Peshwa Pinglai and Surnees Datto will leave the fort. Once they exit, the Mahadarwaza will be closed behind them. Datto will ride towards Panhala with 10,000 horsemen, while the Peshwa will go to Satara to bring the Sarnobat. More than 100 kos southeast of Raigad Fort, the Panhala hill rises above the surrounding valley, with half of its height protected by steep escarpments. The mountain table is vast, dotted with massive stone structures enclosed within the meandering wall, strengthened with ramparts and bastions. The citadel of the fort looks like a military encampment with thousands of tents pitched for the soldiers of the fort garrison. Hiroji Farzad has returned to Panhala fort. Sambhaji roams the ramparts looking in the northwest direction towards Raigad to see if he can spot any messenger riding in the direction of Panhala. Even today, he has come to his usual place, taking a long dirt track from the citadel to the Pisat Burj built on the mountain shelf that juts out in the western direction. Kalash always follows him to this watchtower, where the wind blows like it has gone insane. Pisat, in the local tongue. These winds can push us off the cliff, Sambhaji says, looking at Kalash, who is struggling to stay still against the strong winds.
It is worth it though, coming here. I like the solitude.
Kalash yells so he can be heard over the mighty gusts. Sambhaji shakes his head, thinking that a few archers should be deployed to this spot. Sambhaji points in the direction of Raigad Fort and says, I have a feeling something has happened in the capital.
Something good or bad?
Kalash asks.
Something bad. Very bad. Something sinister. There has been no message from Abba Sahib.
Sambhaji sounds serious and earnest. Kalash looks at the young man whom he loves like a son. Sambhaji stands tall, his long tresses flying in the wind. His eyes are distant, as if he is seeing Raigad Fort in his mind's eye. Sambhaji throws his hands in the air and shouts,
Dear God, please let me know what is happening with my father. Yuvraj!
Someone yells from behind a thicket at the edge of the dirt track Sambhaji and Kalash had taken to come to the Pisat watchtower. Sambhaji is instantly alert. He yanks out his sword. A wiry man emerges from the thicket where he was hiding, holding both his hands above his head. Who are you? Kalash asks, standing between the man and Sambhaji.
Mahadev,
the man says. His aging face has a white stubble. Sambhaji recognizes him. Mahadev is a master spy, Bahirji Nayak's right-hand man. How did you get here? Kalash asks.
I climbed the cliff at night.
Kalash nods. He is aware that all the Maratha spies are trained mountain climbers.
Why?
Sambhaji asks, puzzled.
Because there was no other way to reach you, Yuvraj. If they had spotted me,
They would have killed me. Mahadev, why are you here? Sambhaji asks suspiciously. Mahadev pulls out an epistle tucked inside a cloth, tied to his waist. I was asked to come. It is from Putala Rani Sahib, he says, half sobbing. He cleans his face with the corner of the frayed cloth he has used as his belt. Kalash takes the note and holds it tight so it does not fly away in the wind. He straightens it carefully and hands it over to Sambhaji. Yuvraj Shambhu Raja, the sun has set forever, and a never-ending night has descended on Raigad. Maharaj, the Chhatrapati, your father and my husband, has passed away. The world has drowned in never-ending gloom. The cremation is over. They have given the Chhatrapati Bhadagni. They want Ram Raja as the next Chhatrapati. I have lost everything. My life has left me. I am only breathing so I can meet you. You call me Ma Sahib, and I am sending you this letter in the same rite. I need to talk to you urgently. Something sinister is taking place at Raigad Fort. They have shut the Mahadarwaza. No one can enter or exit the fort. I do not know how to say this, but your life is in danger. Do not trust anyone. I cannot mention names. Watch out for messengers from Raigad Fort. Check them. They may be carrying multiple messages. Live long, son. Be victorious. The letter has the palm impression of Putala Rani Sahib. She has very few lines on her palm and Sambhaji recognizes it instantly. He starts trembling in shock and disbelief. It is soon replaced with sorrow and anger. Looking at him, Kalash understands in a flash. Something terrible has happened, and perhaps Sambhaji is in grave danger. The wind roars around them. He is gone. Sambhaji's words are barely audible. Abba Sahib is no more. Yuvraj, let us go back to our barracks. Kalash must act quickly. Soira hopes that her stepson will be captured without any trouble, but for some unknown reason she is not sure things will go smoothly. Tatto has already left for Panhala Fort with a contingent of 10,000 horsemen, while Pingale has gone to Satara to convince her brother, the nation's Sarnobad, to join them and arrest Yuvraj. The only solace is that the Sarnobad is her brother. But one never knows. Something else is nagging at her. Her right eye has started twitching, and that is not a good sign. More than 50 kos southeast of Raigad Fort, spread out between Satara town and the valley of Javali, the Maratha military encampment looks like a township. Under the noon sky, the camp looks neat and tidy despite its size, with straight dust tracks cutting through small tents made of thin fabric. Each Panch Hazari and his 5 Hazaris, the regiment heads have been grouped together along with their Jumledars, Havaldars and troopers. There are no elephants or camels like the Mughal army. Small markets of grains and other provisions are seen where local farmers have brought their produce to sell. But the usual yelling and bargaining is missing. At the hedges of the encampment, there are rows of makeshift tables where thousands of war horses are tethered. The stables are stocked with large quantities of fresh grass and straw. Some sheds are seen crowded with oxen, mules and donkeys. Neighing, mooing and braying, along with the words of the minders coaxing the animals to obey, are the only sounds in the camp. The troopers going about their morning chores are in a somber mood. Most are silent. Sarnobat Mohite rides slowly through the camp to oversee things, as he does every day when he is at the encampment. But today, his heart is somewhere else. Shivrai's memories flood his heart, and his words spiral in his mind. In the mountainous terrain, being correctly armed is better than being heavily armored. Tears sting Mohite's eyes, but he pretends that it's just the dust. His guards, who ride along with him, know, but pretend they have not noticed. As they cross the infantrymen's tents, Shivarai's words come back to him again and again. What is the most important virtue in a soldier? Shivarai had asked him once. His loyalty. Mohite had answered confidently. Wrong. Loyalty is fickle. It can be bought with perks and cash. Fear forces powerless men to be loyal to those in power. It's like bondage. The most important virtue in a trooper is his love for his country. That bond cannot be bought or sold, traded or yanked away, and fear cannot change its dynamics. Seek the bond, not the bondage. Mohite's recall of the past is short-lived. Someone informs him that Peshwa Pinglai has arrived at the camp. A scout has also arrived from the Konkan Ghats. Bring the scout to me here, Mohite orders. He does not want Pinglai to see the scout. The man from the Ghats has ridden for many hours. His clothes have layers of dirt on them and his face is sullen. His horse looks thirsty. The animal is restless, pawing at the ground. Speak, Mohite says. The scout dismounts. Is it true? He trails off, unable to say the words. Mohite nods. The scout kneels and starts sobbing, hiding his face in both hands. What is your news? Mohite asks, getting down from his horse and holding the scout's shoulders. The scout looks up with red eyes and says, Everyone knows. People are going towards the fort. It is like an exodus from the Konkan and other areas. They must be going towards Raigad Fort. Mohite murmurs. No, the scout says. They are moving towards Panhala. They want to see their beloved Yuvaraj. Sambhaji has not slept a wink at night, and he has no clue how to console Yesu, who has been lying on the bed in a fetal position and sobbing continuously. He knows now that some people around him, who are part of the Raigad conspiracy, must know about the tragedy. Those people must know that he, the Yuvaraj, also knows. The hard part is to behave normally. Sambhaji paces up and down near the bed, as sorrow, guilt, rage and helplessness overwhelm him. He is trying to guess what or who killed Abba Sahib so swiftly. His father had lost weight and had started looking weak, but not so sick that he would die within days. There is another question that torments him. Why was he not informed about his father's death? Why was his right to light the funeral pyre denied to him? Kalash and Sambhaji grilled Mahadev for many hours, but he only seemed to know what was written in the letter and nothing more. There is one more question. Vittal Mahadkar, the Panhala fort commander, Malhoji Ghorpade, the Sarnobat of the fort garrison, Hiroji Farzad, Sambhaji's close relative, and Janardhan Hanmante, posted in Kohlapur, are the 4 men appointed by Abba Sahib to help Sambhaji. Who among them are part of the Raigad conspiracy? There is only one way to find out, but first he must change into his formal clothes. It takes only a few moments for Sambhaji to emerge from his private quarters. He asks one of his guards to summon Kalash and Hiroji Farzad to the Sadar. As he walks through the courtyard, taking long strides through the garrison encampment, his eyes search for the fort Sarnobat Ghorpade. At the edge of the camp, Sambhaji can see that men have formed a circle and are clapping, perhaps watching a sword fight drill. The men break into loud chants. Someone must have won. Sambhaji stops and watches as Ghorpade pushes his way out through the circle, holding the winner's hand. The fort Sarnobat's face has broken into a big smile. Sambhaji searches his face, thinking whether Ghorpade has any inkling that Abba Sahib is dead. If he does, would he still have the willpower to smile? That means he may not know about the tragedy and he may not be part of the Raigad conspiracy either. It is just a possibility. When Sambhaji arrives, Kalash is already at the sadar. He looks worried. He had warned Yuvaraj about not stepping out of his quarters. Hiding behind the four walls of my quarters will not protect me, Sambhaji says, his words barely reaching Kalash's ears. Before he can say anything further, Hiroji appears. His face has a gamut of emotions, of which fear is the strongest. Sambhaji quickly sits down on the divan with his right elbow on a bolster. Years of sword-fighting drills, Malakham gymnastics and daily sessions of horse riding have built up his biceps. He wears a saffron headgear similar to what his father always wore. With his jacket over his long tunic and sword and dagger hanging from his belt, he looks like a young warrior. Uncle, you always reminded me so much of Abba Sahib. You both have such similar features. You impersonated him to save his life. Sambhaji says with a straight face. Hiroji smiles awkwardly and bows. We were worried about you when we did not see you a few days ago. My condolences. Who has passed away in your family? Anybody I know? Sambhaji asks, narrowing his eyes. Hiroji's expressions change rapidly, from uncertainty to fear to suspicion. I understand you had to leave in a hurry, but thanks for informing the gatekeepers, otherwise we would not have known where you had disappeared. Kalash is quick to take the matter further. You may not know the man who died. Hiroji looks at Sambhaji and says defensively. You can tell us the name and the address. Even if we don't know him, we can send a condolence letter. Kalash insists. Hiroji's eyes go blank. We may not know him, but Abba Sahib must surely be knowing him. Sambhaji says, stressing on Abba Sahib. Hiroji trembles. Yuvaraj? Sambhaji hears the fourth Sarnobat's voice. He has just entered the sadar. He has never barged in like this without prior permission. He looks confused. Something is afoot. Sambhaji gets up quickly and faces Ghorpade asking, what is the matter? A contingent of cavalrymen is approaching the fort from the northwest. How many do you think? Kalash asks. 10,000 at least. Ghorpade answers. Sambhaji orders everyone to go away, including Hiroji. Only Kalash and he remain. What do you make of this? Sambhaji asks Kalash. Some people want to herd you towards darkness. This looks like a political conspiracy. Kalash is earnest. Get our garrison ready. Deploy the archers and the gunmen to guard the ramparts. Let the explosive experts fill the cannons with gunpowder. Sambhaji relays his orders. Pingale waits for Sarnobat Mohite in a tent with panels made of threadbare cloth. There is just one divan, which Mohite uses to meet people and also to sleep. Pingale paces up and down in that cramped place, thinking of 1,000 things. One thought brings solace, that the Sarnobat is Soira Rani Sarkar's brother, her own flesh and blood. Ram Raja is his nephew. He will surely stand by his sister. But immediately another thought flashes through his mind. If that happens, Pingale's years of loyal work for the Maratha nation will be washed away in a political deluge. He can already feel the flood, the collapsing of the walls of his dreams, the mud dissolving in the gushing waters of failure. What if Peshwa Pingale? Sarnobat Mohite's tall frame fills the tent. Sarnobat! Pingale cries in relief and stops pacing. The two most important men in Shivarai's Council of Ministers bow to each other. Maharaj is no more. We need to move forward. Pingale whispers, his eyes judging Mohite's reaction. A slight grin plays on Mohite's face, but it is difficult to make out if he is grimacing or smiling. Pinglai waits for a response, but Mohite just stares at the Peshwa, whose face looks shrunk and worried under the turban. "We need to move forward," Pinglai repeats. His words sound awkward. "And how do you propose we do that?" Mohite asks, raising his eyebrows. Raigad Fort is well defended. Surnees Datto has taken a contingent of 10,000 horsemen to Panhala Fort. Raigad Fort is well defended against whom? What will Surnees Datto do with the contingent of cavalrymen at Panhala? Mohite asks. Pinglai falters. Soira Rani Sarkar and all of us request you to come to Panhala Fort with as many cavalrymen as possible. Why deploy such a large force around Panhala? Are you expecting Diler Khan's invasion? Pinglai looks at Mohite in disbelief and mutters, Soira Rani Sarkar and the others at Raigad Fort think Ram Raja, the good-natured prince, is the right choice to rule the Maratha nation as the next Chhatrapati. Peshwa says it all in one breath. Mohite guffaws and says, let us sit and talk. Pinglai sits on the edge of the only divan. He looks nervous and uncertain as Mohite relaxes on a bolster and asks, You mean a 10-year-old will defend the nation against Aurangzeb, who might descend upon the Deccan with full force? You are there to help. Pinglai is quick to respond. Have you forgotten what Maharaj told us? A general must know how to fight battles, but his king, who is the statesman, should know when and against whom the battles and wars must be fought. At times, the king takes on a general's mantle, but it is difficult for a general to be a statesman, since he is focused on the battle. Do you think Ram Raja is mature enough to guide the military? We are all here to help, Pinglai mutters. Who are we? Pinglai keeps quiet. Please tell me. Mohite says softly as he plays with his moustache. Pinglai does not budge. What about Yuvaraj, the first son? Mohite asks. Pinglai shifts uneasily. He grips his knees as if they are troubling him. Have you considered what the nation's people want? Pinglai looks aghast, but does not answer. Nobody at Raigad Fort had raised this question. What do you expect from me? Mohite asks as he gets up. We need to arrest Yuvaraj. Pinglai snaps. That is treason! Mohite's voice rises. It is Soira Rani Sarkar's orders. She says Yuvaraj is a traitor. Pinglai defends himself. Mohite stares down at the Peshwa and says, You already have 10,000 cavalrymen deployed at the Panhala foothills. How many more do you need to arrest one young man? Maloji Ghorpade, the Fort Sarnobat of Panhala has a few thousand men who will defend Yuvaraj, and the fort will turn bloody. We do not want bloodshed. Pinglai has a point. What about Hiroji Farsat, Vittal Mahatkar and Janardhan Hanmate? Mohite wants to know, who else is part of this? They are all with us, Pinglai says excitedly. When do you want us to leave for Panhala? Mohite asks. Right away. Pinglai gets up and faces the Sarnobat. Give me a few hours. I need to organize 30,000 cavalrymen. Together we will head to arrest Shivarai's first son, Mohite says, and walks out of the tent. Pinglai heaves a sigh of relief. Panhala is just 40 kos south. They will soon be with Datto. Chapter 20. Surnees Datto is excited. He has been told that Pinglai has arrived near Panhala with Sarnobat Mohite and a large number of cavalrymen. It is all falling into place. He gets out of his tent as guards bow to him. He feels proud. He has got so used to this reverence from people as the Minister of Revenue that without it, his life does not seem worth it anymore. The attention, the money, the respect, the reverence, a big house at Raigad Fort, and a special palanquin with gilded bars. He has everything. Where would he be without Shivarai's swaraj? Perhaps he would have been performing Hindu rituals by reciting Sanskrit mantras for a small fee, or dakshina. Tatto has been practical. He has been successful in managing the finances of the Maratha nation, paying the salaries of thousands of troopers, military officers such as Havaldars, Jumledars, Hazaris, Panch Hazaris, fort garrisons, Fort Sarnobats, and the nation's top military man, the Sarnobat, on time. Same is the case with non-military officials. Tatto has been making a bit of extra money on the side by collecting more than what he should. But that he deserves, given the uncertainties of the times. Everything can turn to dust with one stroke of Aurangzeb's sword, when and if it comes sweeping down on them. Sambhaji had suspected him and pursued investigations. But Tatto is older and wiser. Shivarai had been too busy with the southern expedition, and hence Tatto could save himself. If Sambhaji becomes the next Chhatrapati, the first man to be thrown out of the Council of Ministers will be Tatto. Everything Tatto has worked for, his wealth and position, will evaporate in moments. He cannot afford that. Standing on the fort ramparts facing the northeastern direction, Sambhaji peers down to see a mass of cavalrymen moving towards the south. His scouts have informed him that a contingent of a large number of horsemen under Surni's Tatto has settled at the foothills on the western side. Now, a mass of cavalrymen is descending from Satara, led by Sarnobat Mohite and Peshwa Pingle. The sun shimmers in the sky, and the stones of the ramparts have started reflecting its heat. But Sambhaji smolders with another fire. His father's sudden death, the people of Raigad not informing him, the first son of the Chhatrapati, about it, Putala Ma's devastating letter, Hiroji Farzad's strange behavior, and now the cavalry contingents at the foothills of Panhala. The events point towards a conspiracy. Sambhaji suspects that his father's council of ministers have planned to raise their swords against him. What bothers him is the thought that Haba Sahib might have wished this to happen. Had he ordered them to do this before he died? Our entire cavalry seems to have gathered around Panhala fort. He comments, looking at Ghorpade, the fort Sarnobat, who stands beside him. Ghorpade shakes his head in dismay. We will fight them until the end, he says, squinting under the bright sun. Sambhaji smiles sadly and murmurs, They are our people. If they win, we will be killed. If we win, my soul will die. Ghorpade fails to grasp what the Yuvaraj says. Where are the others? Our fort commander Mahatkar and my uncle Hiroji Farzad? Sambhaji asks. They are in their quarters, Ghorpade says and shrugs. Sambhaji has asked him to deploy a few men under Kalash to keep a watch on Hiroji and Mahatkar. Where they go, whom they talk to, whether people from outside come to meet them, which gatekeepers are friendly with them, and more. Sambhaji thinks of his stepmother, Soirama Sahib, wondering what is happening at Raigad Fort at this very moment. Life in Raigad Fort seems normal. A bit too much, though. Soira has not slept for several nights. She has unleashed something that she cannot contain anymore, but every time she looks at her Ram Raja, she feels she has done the right thing. And yet, sometimes, when she looks into her past, she cannot help but question her own deeds. Shivaraj has always tried to be a good son to her. The dynamics of their relationship changed when Ram Raja was born. When she looked at her own son, she always wondered what his future held. Would he always just be known as the Chhatrapati's son or brother? Would he ever have the chance to become the Chhatrapati himself? Considering he is second in line to the throne. Now everything hinges on her brother, Sarnobat Mohite. Ram Raja becomes the Chhatrapati or a prisoner, whether her stepson is the victor or the vanquished. Yes, everything depends on Sarnobat Mohite. Putala sits in front of Lord Ganesha's idol and thinks. She has received confirmation that her message has reached Shambhu Raja. She hopes that he will take appropriate action. She prays that her child comes to Raigad Fort as a victorious Chhatrapati to be and wonders what is happening at and around Panhala. Sarnobat Mohite's horse canters through the narrow forest trails on the eastern side of Panhala Fort as the sun rolls over a pale blue sky. He looks at the hill ahead that looms over the landscape. He can see the massive wall fortified with ramparts. Tiny human figures are seen scurrying about. Is Sambhaji among them? They have been riding for 2 days to cover the distance between Satara and Panhala with just a few hours' halt at night. It is not the summer heat or the continuous riding that makes him tired. What is draining him is his mind, which has been flogged by unsavory thoughts. What is happening is the most dangerous conflict he has ever imagined. Internal conflicts ruin nations and cause irreversible damage. The patriotism of troopers, on which nations thrive, is crushed in such times. People do not know where to place their loyalty. Mohite must think about all the angles. What will happen if Aurangzeb decides to descend on the Deccan with full force? Who will save the nation then? Mohite remembers Shivarai's words. Loyalty is fickle. Mohite understands now. He is unsure whom he must be loyal to, the queen consort or the crown prince. Behind which son of Shivarai should the military stand? Sambhaji or Ram Raja? Both are Shivarai's flesh and blood. Mohite recalls Shivarai's words. Go for the bond, not the bondage. The people of this nation have decided to come to Panhala Fort, where the crown prince resides, and not Raigad Fort, where the queen consort lives. Soon, Mohite, who has arrived with Peshwa Pinglai from the Maratha military camp at Satara, meets the Surnis of the Swaraj in his tent at the foothills of Panhala. They decide that they will climb the fort together, followed by a large number of troopers on foot, leaving their horses at the foothills of Panhala Fort. Mohite is prepared for an attack by the fort soldiers of Panhala. A day after the contingents of cavalrymen arrive from Satara, a scout comes running to Sambhaji. Peshwa Pinglai, Surnis Tatto, Sarnobat Mohite and Janardhan Ji have started climbing the hill. They will soon reach the triple gate. 1,000 armed troopers are following them. Another scout volunteers. We have shut the gates. Only a messenger from Raigad Fort has been let in. He was begging to come in for a few days, but not budging from the gate. Ghorpade says, Bring him to me. Sambhaji orders. We must alert our artillerymen and archers to rain explosive and arrows on them. Hiroji, who has come to the office in disturbing haste, announces. Mahatkar, who has followed Hiroji like an obedient pupil, nods vigorously to support Hiroji. How can you be so sure that they have come to battle with us? Sambhaji asks, looking at the evening sky with its red and orange hues. He looks at Hiroji and throws him another question. Do you think Haba Sahib would do this to me, uncle? Hiroji's face turns ashen. He wants to say something but stammers. Where do you think Haba Sahib is? At Raigad Fort? Sambhaji is now looking at Mahatkar, whose body starts to tremble. He lowers his gaze. He has been entrusted with the secret job of talking to Ghorpade and turning him against Yuvaraj, but could not do so because Kalash and his men seem to have been following him all the time. The plan has not succeeded. Worse still, he has not been able to inform Dattu and Pinglai of his failure in bringing Ghorpade to their side. Has Yuvaraj asked Kalash to keep an eye on him. It could just be his imagination, but the thought is scary. Ghorpade has arrived with the messenger from Raigad Fort. The young man looks disheveled, with his clothes dirty and torn in places. "What message do you bring?" Sambhaji asks, his eyes fixed on the messenger, who falls to his knees, keeping his eyes downcast. The messenger takes out an epistle from under the cloth tied to his waist and gives it to Ghorpade without looking up. Ghorpade hands it to Sambhaji, who unfolds the paper, scans it, and reads it out loud. It is addressed to him, the crowned Maratha prince, Shivarai Putra, Sambhaji Raja. All is well at Raigad Fort. The Chhatrapati's health is fine. He wishes that you not leave Panhala Fort until further orders. I thought so. Anything of this magnitude cannot happen without his orders. The message has come 2 days ago. Ghorpade comments earnestly, referring to the military forces gathering at the foothills. The handwriting is of Balaji for sure. This message is from Raigad Fort. What do you think, uncle? Sambhaji innocently asks Hiroji, whose eyes are fixed on the messenger. Hiroji refuses to look at the Yuvaraj. Do you have any other message? Sambhaji asks, looking at the kneeling man. The messenger does not open his mouth or shake his head to confirm. Remove his clothes and check him, Sambhaji orders. The fort Sarnobat does as he is bid. The messenger removes his cloth belt and raises his hands in compliance with his prince's order. Ghorpade removes the angrekha by yanking it out forcefully. The messenger's body wobbles like a rag doll. There is a bandage on his chest. What is that? Sambhaji asks. He must have got hurt. Hiroji volunteers. Really? Sambhaji says sardonically. He looks at Ghorpade and says, Let us see how serious the wound is of our brave messenger. Ghorpade pulls out the bandage stuck to the messenger's chest, exposing whitish red skin. There is no wound, but a paper falls out from the removed bandage. This time, Sambhaji picks it up, unfolds it, and reads it out aloud. It is not addressed to anyone. Do not allow Sambhaji Raja to leave Panhala. Arrest him if need be. You can tell Malhoji Ghorpade that he will be made the Sarnobat of our newly acquired southern territory if he joins us. Sambhaji walks slowly towards Hiroji. Hand stops right in front of him. Since the Yuvaraj is much taller than Hiroji, he looks down at the man who had once saved his father's life by acting as Shivarai, as the real one had escaped. Sambhaji asks softly, Is my father alive or dead? Hiroji gapes at Sambhaji and sees raging embers in his eyes. He instantly knows that Sambhaji knows. He falls to his knees, lowers his eyes and says in a quivering voice, Forgive me! Forgive me! Sambhaji guffaws, but the laugh sounds more like a cry. He looks down at Hiroji and backs off as if Hiroji is a grenade about to explode. What must be done, Yuvaraj? Ghorpade asks with urgency. Disarm the traitors and keep our trusted guards around them. Once Mohite reaches the triple gate, open it and let them all in. Ghorpade opens his mouth to object, but Sambhaji waves his hands in the air, silencing him. Obey me. No more questions. Ghorpade leaps into action, barking orders to his men. A few of them, armed to the hilt, make a circle around the prince. Anything can happen now. No one will raise his sword unless I order it. It is the Yuvaraj's command. 4,000 infantrymen from the Panhala fort garrison run around, to take their strategic places, on the ramparts and the bastions, behind the triple gate which is about to open, in the vast courtyard and around the doors of the granary and the treasury. The twilight is fading fast and darkness is slowly engulfing the hill. The fort soldiers are ready for blood. Mohite, along with the others, has climbed the narrow trails through the forest grown wild on the slopes to reach the outer main gate. Its massive doors, fixed on an imposing stone structure, are closed shut. Even the wicket gate is locked. Mohite is aware that beyond this entrance lie 2 more gates and then the tricky courtyard, with a zigzagging pathway. The fort soldiers have places to wait in ambush and kill the enemy entering the fort. Hiroji, Mahatkar and Ghorpade will open the gates, Tatto whispers, his voice full of hope. Mohite refrains from saying anything. How can they take it for granted? Mohite had expected Sambhaji's men waiting in ambush in the woods to attack them when they were climbing. That has not happened. The archers and the artillerymen on the ramparts have done nothing other than peer down at them. That must have given hope to Dattu. Mohite thinks and looks back at his troopers. There is no expression on their faces, but Mohite can tell they are confused. It is a tricky situation. Mohite has extracted a lot of information from Peshwa Pinglai when they were travelling together from Satara to Panhala Fort. Datto and Pinglai do not have any concrete plans. They have been sending messages to Hiroji and Mahatkar through Janardhan Hanmante, as well as their scouts. The message would first go to certain gatekeepers, who would then pass it on to the intended person. The last message was a written note, a hidden one. Hiroji and Mahatkar were supposed to bring Ghorpade to their side. Together, the 3 of them, Hiroji, Mahatkar and Ghorpade, were expected to coax the gatekeeper into opening the gate. Datto and Pingalai have been on battlefields all their lives, but have not taken into consideration that the Yuvaraj is no fool. He may have made mistakes, but he has learnt from them. Mohite has seen him taking the right decisions during the Burhanpur attack. After all, he is Shivarai's first son. What if Ghorpade is with Sambhaji? Panhala has massive granaries that can hold enough grains to last months, Mohite says. If they decide to fight, it will be a long, drawn-out affair then. That will be terrible, Pinglai admits. Have you not considered the possibility? Mohite asks. Datto is panting. He has been doing a desk job for a while now, and physical exertion does not suit him anymore. It is a remote possibility. Let us not even think about it, Janardhan whispers. Mohite wants to laugh. The first step of any military plan is to think about the possibilities. It is at this point that the men hear a creaking sound as the gate slowly opens. We have won! Hiroji, Mahatkar and Ghorpade have done their job, Datto exclaims. Mohite is surprised. Datto is an extremely intelligent man. He has fought wars, his math skills are legendary, he has also fought complex battles. But today he is talking like an amateur. Vinashakale viparita buddhi. Mohite remembers Shivarai telling him many times. When the end is near, the brain stops working. The 4 men walk in, crossing 3 enormous gates built at different levels to enter the tricky courtyard. But there is no attack. The gatekeepers standing on the side balconies carved out of stone bow to them as they pass, as a sea of cavalrymen follows them on foot. As they enter the courtyard, what Datto sees stops his heart. Soldiers of the fort garrison have made a circle around Sambhaji, who looks strikingly similar to his father, in his tapering saffron turban embellished with a single pearl plume. In a white chintz tunic with motifs of tiny stars and a golden sash across his chest, the Yuvaraj is royalty personified. Behind him, a shackled Hiroji and Mahatkar stand, with their eyes downcast. Ghorpade appears from nowhere, wielding his sword.
If you so much as look at Yuvaraj with bad intentions, let alone touch him, we will perform the Rudrabhishek by bathing this fort in your blood as if it were a Shivalinga.
He shouts. It is almost dark. The torches held by the people around Sambhaji burn bright, their flames dancing violently. Sarnobat Mohite looks at his companions, Datto and Pingalai, who stare at him as if they want him to take the lead to do something. Mohite looks at Sambhaji, who is looking at him with sad eyes.
Sarnobat,
Sambhaji exclaims, you never informed me that my Abba Sahib has passed away. Mohite lowers his gaze.
He has gone on his last expedition, his last campaign, and he will not return this time. You denied me my right to light a fire.
Sambhaji's voice breaks.
Our Chhatrapati was not even given a mantragni. His mortal remains were merely burnt as if they were logs of wood.
Sambhaji continues, rage evident in his voice now. Mohite turns to look at the soldiers following him. Those who have heard Sambhaji's words seem flushed with anger.
You have come to arrest me and throw me into the dungeons of this very fort, haven't you? Please tell me, Sarnobat, if this is what Abba Sahib wanted, if it is so, please arrest me. I am willing to surrender. Maharaj said so. It was his wish.
Datto almost shouts.
I witnessed it.
Pingalai says, as if he is giving a statement in court. Mohite's heart pounds in his chest in anger. There is silence, save for the whistling of the wind. Mohite must decide on the future of the Maratha nation now. He must think about Shivarai's dream. He looks at the inky blue sky as if godly spirits have gathered in the firmament to decipher the complex question thrown at him by destiny. He looks at the Yuvaraj, raises his voice and says, Maharaj had lost consciousness even before he knew he was dying.
How do you know? You weren't there.
Datto points out, his lips trembling. His face looks pale even in the glow of the torchlight. I was not there, Mohite admits, and says, but I too have a witness who was there all the time, day and night.
Who?
Sambhaji asks, his eyes lighting up with hope. Putala Rani Sahib. There is total silence. Talking against Putala is not easy. She has proved she is a woman of truth and kindness.
So this is your idea, Sarnis Datto?
Sambhaji screams, his eyes burning with rage.
Yes, it is his stratagem. With Ramraja, a young boy, on the throne, he can rule the nation.
Behind him, murmurs of condemnation ripple through the soldiers. The two ministers look as if they have been struck by lightning. What is happening is not right. On whose side is Sarnobat Mohite?
We are supporting one of the sons of Maharaj, his flesh and blood,
Pingalai says in a defeated voice.
Does that mean you do not inform me about my father's death?
Sambhaji's voice rises dangerously.
Shivaraj had joined the Mughals. He is a traitor.
Datto says loudly, glaring at Sarnobat Mohite. He has pulled out his last weapon, a lethal one.
Even if I'm a traitor, what you did is not right. You did not inform me about my father's death. Even the prisoners on death row are taken out for a day from the dungeons to light the funeral pyre of their fathers.
Sambhaji shouts. Mohite looks unperturbed. His eyes dart towards Datto and he asks him, how do you know if Yuvaraj really defected to the Mughals or was merely following his father's orders? Do not forget history. Yuvaraj was 7 when he was made a Mughal Mansabdar by Shivarai. Everyone, including Sambhaji, gapes at Mohite.
Arrest them! The traitors!
Mohite shouts, pointing at the ministers. More than 100 soldiers move forward like lightning and form a circle around Datto and Pinglai, Shivarai's most trusted men. The Peshwa and the Surnis tremble as if their bones have started melting. Mohite swiftly breaks the circle of soldiers and stands behind the ministers. In a slow but deliberate motion, he removes Datto's turban and starts unfolding it. Mohite struggles with the several gauze-long cloth while Datto's face flushes red with humiliation. The soldiers have drawn their swords. Any wrong move from the ministers, and they will surely be hacked to pieces. Mohite yanks Datto's hands behind him and ties them up with the unfolded turban. He signals one of the soldiers to do the same with Pinglai. We have 10,000 cavalrymen waiting for our orders. Datto is now desperate.
They are also under my direct command.
Mohite barks. The ministers look like prisoners, their tonsured heads gleaming in the torchlight, their hands tied behind their backs. Mohite is done with them. He approaches Sambhaji as the soldiers watch with interest. Even the howling wind seems to go silent as it witnesses history being made. Mohite bows low and says, "These are your prisoners, Yuvaraj. I am waiting for your orders." Sambhaji raises his eyebrows. Taken by surprise, he says, "You seem to have changed your mind." "For the last time." Mohite murmurs. It has been a week since Aurangzeb has returned to Delhi from the battlefields of Rajasthan. It is hot and humid. The red stones of Qila-e-Mubarak have been radiating heat. But Aurangzeb's imperial pavilion, built on a raised platform, is cool. The royal quarters on the eastern side of the fort overlooking the Yamuna River are connected by the Nehr-e-Behisht, the ornamental stream that runs through each pavilion and brings down the temperature. It contains water from the Yamuna, drawn from the Shahi Burj, the royal watchtower, through aqueducts constructed to carry water from the source. Despite all these luxuries, Aurangzeb is not a happy man. It is not easy to completely take over Marwar and Mewar. Sitting on an embellished mahogany chair in his private office near his bedchamber, Aurangzeb cuts a lonely figure. His scribe has work, and his desk is full of papers, all letters written to powerful Rajput satraps to join the Mughal army. Aurangzeb is willing to make them high-ranking mansabdars and bribe them with large funds. The problem is the Jagir land. Every inch of the 80% of the land in the empire's 22 provinces has been given away as Jagirs to thousands of mansabdars. Aurangzeb does not mind using even the 20% land left in reserve for the Badshah. But that is not possible. The revenue from this land is used for keeping his personal army, the Ahadis, which in Arabic means stand alone. They do not report to any mansabdar and are highly paid soldiers who know how to dress well, sit on caparisoned horses, and parade through the city streets. He would not mind even doing away with the personal military force. But the problem is that this force is good only for parades and not for battlefields. The scribe is waiting for the Badshah's palm impression on the papers. But the Badshah seems to be lost in thought. He sits brooding all the time and has alienated himself from everyone. He does not share his thoughts, decisions, plans, and strategies with anyone, even with Asad Khan, the Wazir-e-Azam of the empire. Aurangzeb holds a letter from Akbar in his hands, and his mind shifts to his 23-year-old son born to his beautiful Persian wife, Dilraz, whom he loved dearly. She passed away when Akbar was newborn. Aurangzeb has brought up the motherless son with tenderness and love and given him the best education and military training. When Akbar was barely 15, he was given the Subedari of several provinces and the command of massive armies in the battlefield. Akbar has been made the general in the empire's war against Marwar and Mewar, but seems to be failing. The letter says everything. I am just learning the alphabets in the school of real-world wisdom. I have made grievous mistakes and let the Kafirs win. I beg the Badshah's pardon for heavy faults on my part. I will be more alert, more vigilant, and try to win this war. Akbar's letter arrived a week ago, but today's news is disheartening. The Rajputs have plundered a massive caravan of camels carrying grains, and the Mughal army could not rescue them, since they did not go near the mountains out of fear. Aurangzeb is lost in thought about the failing war. Moments pass in silence. Finally, the melancholy of the office is broken by Mutamad, who has rushed in with news. He bows to his master and waits for permission to speak. What is it? Aurangzeb asks. Mutamad clears his throat and says, The news from the Deccan is true. Shiva has passed away after a brief illness. Aurangzeb's listless eyes shine with interest, like a starving tiger's eyes spotting a lone calf. Have you reconfirmed it? Aurangzeb is eager to know. Yes, it is true. For a moment, Aurangzeb forgets about Akbar's failure, as memories of a distant past flood his mind. Shiva's death will bring opportunities in the Deccan to take back the lost regions and win new ones. The Marathas have taken over the Mughal regions around Nashik. They have plundered the rich market town of Jalna near Aurangabad, the Deccan capital of the Mughals, and recently have looted the rich suburbs of Burhanpur, the jewel in the Mughal crown in the Deccan, where Aurangzeb's Ammi had died when he was 14. Where is his son, Sambha? Aurangzeb asks casually. We are not sure, but we have heard he is at Panhala Fort. The Deccan can be the answer to the extra land Aurangzeb needs to expand his military power. It may be easier after Shiva is dead and gone. You have anything to say? Aurangzeb asks. Mutamad looks hesitant to speak. He has lowered his gaze. Say what you want to say. Aurangzeb sounds stern, as if he is ready to hear anything. Shehzada Akbar had another meeting with Durgadas Rathod in Ajmer. Is that all? Aurangzeb asks softly. Mutamad nods. Aurangzeb asks him to leave. Was Akbar letting the war against the Rajputs languish on purpose? The fear of the Rajputs waiting in ambush in the mountains could just be a ploy. The question does not allow Aurangzeb to sleep peacefully that night. Chapter 21. Sambhaji climbs down Panhala Fort, followed by Mohite, Kalash, and a contingent of footmen from the fort garrison. The Varanna valley adjacent to the hills is swarming with people. They have all come from far and near to see him and to show their support. Emotion bubbles up inside Sambhaji. He had once betrayed his people's trust, and even then they love him. He walks through the crowd to reach the cavalry camp. The soldiers bow silently to their Yuvaraj, their eyes shining with tears and sorrow. Looking at them, Mohite knows he has made the right decision and wonders what his sister Soira might feel about it. Raigad Fort is filled with silence for the past 2 days, like stillness filling the firmament just before lightning strikes. Soira is restless all through the day and feels like a trapped animal in her privy quarters, inside the Queen's palace. She has been pacing her bedchamber, her middle chamber, and her bethak. She has been harassing the staff with needless little things, such as pointing out the dust gathered on her windowsills and doors, berating them for food not as per her taste, and ordering them to wipe her cupboards and walls that contain her jewelry. She had kept herself busy since morning because she does not want to sit idle, which will certainly lead to an explosion of negative thoughts. She had called Prahlad Neeraji and asked him if there has been any news, but he seemed as confused as her. She had also sent a message to Balaji Avaji, but he had been acting strange and sent back a message saying he was not well. She had met Rahuji Somnath, the Raigad fort commander, and made sure the foot soldiers and scouts guarding the slopes and the foothills were in place. The gatekeepers of the Mahadarwaza have all come and gone without any significant news. Ram Raja has been on the ramparts of the fort. Today, he is training under the artillerymen, but she has been worrying about him too. Putala knows what is happening in Soira's quarters through her sources, which carry unwritten messages to her. She can hear it too, since her own quarters are adjacent to Soira's. The whispering, the orders being relayed by the queen, the running feet, and the windows being slammed shut or flung open. The erstwhile queen consort is restless and worried. She is desperately trying to find some semblance of security, to convince herself that things are happening as per her plan, and she knows very well that she will either be the queen mother or a prisoner on death row. Putala is nervous too. She has no idea what is happening with Shambhu Raja. But the entire chain of events after her husband's demise has made her sick of the world. People around her have been thinking of nothing but ploys. She has already seen the world hit rock bottom and has charted out her future path. It is just a matter of time now. The day drags on with a few pre-monsoon clouds gathered above the fort. The breeze has suddenly picked up pace and started blowing in full force. The torches lit in the Queen's palace flicker with uncertainty. The chandeliers in Soira's privy quarters sway, creating shadows that dance like vengeful spirits. Soira has seen that Ram Raja has had a hot meal of khichdi and washed it down with a glass of warm milk, thickened with ground almonds. Late at night, a messenger arrives at Raigad fort. The wicket window of the Mahadarwaza opens with a creaking sound. The gatekeepers raise their lanterns to take a look at the face. As per Soira Rani Sarkar's orders, this messenger must be taken to the entrance of the Queen's palace without delay, at any time, day or night. Soira is awake, not knowing what to do. She is sitting beside Ram Raja's bed and staring at his face. Her son, who is asleep, looks like an angel. Her love for him is so strong it threatens to choke her. The things she has done for him. But she has no regrets. Rani Sarkar, a messenger has come from Panhala. One of her maids comes to inform her. She almost jumps up, covers her head with her pallu and follows the maid through the long corridor lit by a lone torch, its flame almost dying. The man stands at the entrance with his face covered with a scarf. He bows when he sees her. What is happening there? Her voice breaks as she asks. The man falters. Truth. Soira's voice is firm. Sarnobat Mohite has shifted sides at the last moment. Peshwa Pingle and Surnis Tatto have been imprisoned and thrown into the dungeons of Panhala fort. Soira feels the earth quaking under her feet. She swoons. The maid helps steady her. Putala, standing in the shadows of the corridor, heaves a sigh of relief. Since Raigad fort is closed, the salaries of the soldiers are being paid from Panhala fort's treasury, which is filled with the agricultural revenue from the villages spread across the nation's eastern borders, along with the plunder brought in from Burhanpur. Panhala has become the working capital of the Maratha nation. But access to Raigad's treasury and account books is vital. It has been a month since the arrest of the ministers. Sambhaji has performed the last rites of Shivrai, as per Hindu rituals. The monsoon has arrived, and it has been raining insistently. At the foothills, The peasants have started sowing seeds of kharif crops such as bajra, groundnut, onion, and grams into their ploughed fields. Sambhaji has asked his father-in-law, Pilaji Shirke, to take a large cavalry contingent to Raigad and either talk to Rahoji Somnath, who is the chief of security at Raigad, to reach an amicable solution or forcefully enter the fort, even if it means fighting a battle. When Pilaji Shirke and his cavalrymen reach the foothills of Raigad Hill, it is already blindingly dark. The forest at the foothills is slushy from the rains. Their horses walk with difficulty, using the canopies of massive trees as cover to hide from the archers of Raigad watching for intruders. Shirke and his men have no option but to spend the night under the trees even as lightning and thunder shake the earth until dawn. When the sun comes out, the first thing Shirke sees is a white flag waving on the slopes of Raigad. Somnath, guarding Raigad fort, has been informed that a contingent has arrived from the direction of Banhala and has reached the foothills. After Shivarai's death, he has been supporting Soira Rani Sahib and obeying her orders. That is the right thing to do. She is the queen consort of his late Maharaj, and she still is the dowager queen. But now, after Sarnobat Mohite has backed Yuvaraj and arrested the ministers, she has locked her son and herself in her privy quarters, opening the door only for her maids to bring in food and water. Somnath has decided to open the doors of the fort to Pilaji Shirke. Raigad Fort's Mahadarwaza has been thrown open. Sarnobat Mohite informs Sambhaji when he meets the prince in the Sadar of Banhala Fort. Kalash, sitting near Sambhaji, has decided to talk less. The events are turning serious, and the dynamics of power are shifting. He does not want to get involved. Kalashji, we are leaving for Raigad in 2 days. What do you think we must do with our ministers? Sambhaji asks, looking at Kalash. Kalash does not know the answer. He says, Give me time to think, Yuvaraj. Any significant news from the north? The question is addressed to Mohite. The whole of Rajasthan has woken up to Aurangzeb's invasions. The Mughals are finding it tough to annex the kingdoms of Mewar and Marwar. Sambhaji looks out of the window. It is afternoon, but with the rain clouds darkening the sky, it looks as if it is late evening. Even Sambhaji's mind starts filling with some unfathomable gloom, but he makes an effort to keep negative thoughts away. The people's love and military backing have made Sambhaji tense with the weight of responsibility. If the Mughal Badshah fails in Rajasthan, he will target the Deccan. Sambhaji comments. We are prepared to face him. Our southern conquests will provide us with many frontiers, dividing the imperial army into smaller units. Mohite says. Akbar has failed as a Mughal general in Rajasthan. I wonder who the next Mughal general will be. Mohite wonders out loud. The top military men of the Mughals have either fallen from grace in Aurangzeb's eyes, are dead, or are busy at other frontiers. Shaista Khan has been transferred to Bengal after he lost his fingers in Pune. A defeated Mirza Raja Jai Singh died while he was at Burhanpur on his way to Agra. Muhammad Sultan, Aurangzeb's eldest son, died due to depression. Diler Khan, who is not getting funds, is slowly going crazy. Aurangzeb's second son, Muazzam, now titled Shah Alam, is not general material and is busy with wine and women. One Mahabat Khan was sent to the Deccan to fight the Marathas, but he proved to be a womanizer. Bahadur Kokaltash has done nothing but sign peace treaties with us and also with the Adil Shahi, just to show the Badshah that he is doing something. Sambhaji shakes his head in dismay and says, This time, Aurangzeb will be the general of the imperial army when they descend on the Deccan. Sambhaji's forthright military predictions remind Mohite of Shivaji. He says, "We will have to keep our defense in top form. For that," Sambhaji quips, "we need to pay our troopers on time and keep them sharp with regular drills." The men around Sambhaji nod. "In that case, we need the experience and the knowledge of our ministers." Kalash interrupts and Sambhaji nods. The men stare at Sambhaji in disbelief. Everyone knows Aurangzeb's modus operandi. First, he and his Mansabdars will try to buy off the men in power. For us, this stratagem is more troublesome since they will first catch hold of the resentful Watandars, the hereditary revenue collectors who were made redundant by us. Sambhaji says. Mohite understands in a moment and again feels proud of his decision to back Sambhaji. If the troopers are not paid in time, they will back the Watandars, who will again start demanding revenue from the villages that were under them for generations. This will break the independent system painstakingly built by Shivaji. The state-paid revenue collectors will be driven away by the Watandars, who will again build their fortresses and maintain their private armies, and the terrorizing of the peasants will begin again. They will be the first to join the Mughals as their Mansabdars, while their land will be under the Mughal rule as Khalisa. We need the brains of our ministers. We must give them a chance to make amends. Sambhaji says with finality, but his eyes are distant. A fourth servant brings him a sword kept on a huge brass salver. It is a dhope, more than 1.5 gaz long. The blade gleams and is double-edged all through its length. The upper edge, the pipala, is jagged. The hilt is embellished with precious stones and is lined with a silk cushion and has bigger knuckle guards for a better grip. The bottom of the hilt has tang rods tapering to make its lower end pointed enough to kill. The killing machine is a piece of art. Sambhaji gets up, picks up the sword and holds it in front of Mohite. Sarnobat, this is in your honor. Mohite jumps, his eyes fixed on the sword. A sword like this is the highest military award. He takes the blade in his hand as if it is the most precious thing in the world, and bows to his prince. Another servant comes in with a smaller salver with a katiyar dagger. It has a specially designed hilt to make the grip stronger, and the thrust more forceful. Its blade is triangular and double-edged. Sambhaji picks the dagger up and holds it in front of Malhoji Ghorpade. This is in your honor. You will guard Panhala as its commander from now on, he says. That night, in their bedchamber, Sambhaji and Yesu try to figure out how to handle the situation. Yesu understands Sambhaji. As a mother, she knows the plight of a motherless child whose father has always been away. After Jijaubai Sahib's demise, Sambhaji had suddenly been exposed to the manipulations of Soirama Sahib. Yesu knows his issues with anger control and rashness when dealing with things that don't please him. He can also be impulsive and end up doing dangerous things. Sambhaji's lingering regrets brings negative thoughts, making him brood for hours, even days. She knows that the real Sambhaji is lost somewhere under all this. She is determined to help her husband. She wants to use the weapon she will become to fight for him. What do you think we must do with those who are in the dungeons of this very fort? Sambhaji asks his wife. Yesu has been thinking about it. After Jijaubai Sahib's passing away, Abba Sahib had been busy with the expansion of the navy. Soirama Sahib would provoke Sambhaji with taunts and with jabs at his character. Sambhaji would smolder with anger and react with rage. The ministers, who had already been manipulated by Soira Rani Sarkar, never took it kindly. Yesu knows that women can be far more cruel than men. Their passive aggressiveness far more damaging than men's active aggression. When it is a question of power, everyone tries to manipulate everyone and everything. Now it may be the time to manipulate the ministers for the greater good. The ministers were chosen by Abba Sahib, so they must have capabilities others do not. Hiroji had once saved Abba Sahib's life. I feel they must get one chance to prove themselves. Yesu says earnestly. And what about Soirama Sahib? Sambhaji asks, his eyes boring into his wife's. She does not lower her gaze. After he has come back from the Mughal camp, she hardly does that. She looks straight into his eyes and says, Soirama Sahib has turned unreasonable due to her love for Ram Raja. She also has the powers of a queen consort and the intelligence to deploy the powers of the fort. She first created a rift between you and the ministers, logically concluding that this would break the bond between Abba Sahib and you. She partially succeeded. If she had given you a mother's love and made you feel secure, you would never have gone over to the Mughals and committed such a grave mistake. In your mistake, the ministers saw the opportunity to become the de facto rulers of the Maratha nation by putting Ram Raja on the throne. All of them are crawling in each other's webs. If you eliminate them, they will become martyrs. If I were you, I would just let them be, allowing them to continue what they are doing. Watch them. They may prove to be your assets. If not, they will prove themselves criminals, and then you can punish them without them turning into martyrs. Sambhaji gapes at his beautiful wife in amazement. He takes her hand in his and says softly, Sakhi Ragnyai Jayati. My friend, my queen, Jai Ho. Yesu smiles faintly and says without mincing words, It is difficult to walk Abba Sahib's path. It is like walking barefoot on smouldering embers with a torch in hand to light up the world. Like hanging on to the light while getting burnt. Sambhaji adds. Sambhaji, Mohite, and their military cavalcade set out in the direction of Raigad, 80 course northwest. It is about a 5-day journey by horse. This time, they will have to cross the valley of Javali and camp at the foothills of Pratapgarh. Sambhaji wants to visit the temple of Goddess Bhavani, built by Abba Sahib on that fort. They avoid treacherous trails. Some paths are submerged in water. They camp on the banks of the Koyna River, now swollen with rainwater. Sambhaji, along with a few men, climb the steep hill of Pratapgarh, as memories of Abba Sahib flood his mind. Chapter 22. The Mahadarwaza of Raigad Fort is wide open. Yesu and his daughter Bhavani follow Sambhaji in a Meena palanquin, carried by bhoyas. They enter the gate after 3 long years. From the edge of every cliff, from behind every natural trench, from the ramparts and the bastions, memories leap out at Sambhaji. It is difficult for him to imagine Abba Sahib is no more. He has been visiting the fort since its restoration started, when he was 14 or 15. Why will our capital be here, on this desolate hill? He had asked Abba Sahib, remembering the magnificent Agra fort. Hill forts are the spine of our military. This one is not only invincible, but is also not attached to any other hill, making it impossible for the enemy to sneak in. It has a massive table to build more structures, and is at the edge of the valley of Javali, where horsemen cannot enter in large numbers. The Raigad hill looms over the Arabian Sea. From here, we can easily go down to the Konkan to protect our naval bases. Our capital will not be like Agra, Bijapur or Hyderabad, cities that are vulnerable to enemy attacks. Aba Sahib had looked at him to see if Sambhaji was comprehending, and then he continued. Climbing the mountain trails and crossing the plunging cliffs to reach home keeps us in contingency mode, and our bodies fighting fit for the battlefield. That is so true, Sambhaji thinks to himself as he looks around. Memories of the coronation ceremony bring grief instead of joy. How happy and handsome his father had looked, how confident and healthy. Was it all a dream? Sambhaji wonders. Yesterday's reality seems like today's dream, and what we want today's dream to be, tomorrow's reality. Lost in the past, he hardly notices the gatekeepers bowing to him. What brings him out of his sorrowful memories are the cannons on the cliff looming over the Mahadarwaza. They start firing to welcome him. The sound echoes in the valley below, and the bugles start blowing to announce the arrival of the nation's Yuvaraj. The sound travels through the courtyards, temples, and palaces. Sambhaji climbs the last few hundred steps after the Mahadarwaza to enter the vast mountain table above, where the capital of the Maratha nation is built. Several women, wives of fort residents, dressed in their best silk saris, with flowers in their hair, have gathered to greet him with silver salvers on which oil lamps flicker. A few bold women have come forward and put vermilion tilaks on his forehead with their thumbs. He is in a hurry to see the cremation site, and people guess where he is headed. They guide him as he takes long strides, passing by the several-story stone minarets, and finally coming to the spot where his Aba Sahib had been cremated. There is nothing but a thin layer of ash on the ground marked with stones. Someone has taken the bones away for immersion, and the wind and the recent rain have cleared most of what remained. Sambhaji feels numb with grief. He wants to let out an animalistic cry that will shake the very mountain the fort is built on, but controls himself. He kneels at the edge and starts weeping. With every sob, his body shakes violently. Kalash, who stands behind Sambhaji, does not know what to do. He has not seen Sambhaji in such despair before. Yesu is also there. She has emerged from the palanquin and now stands with her mouth covered with the pallu of her sari to hide her sobs. It was at Panhala that she had met Aba Sahib for the first time. He had said to her before leaving, "The weapon you become must not get stuck in petty politics. It will then become blunt and rendered useless." "Aba Sahib," she says in her mind, "I am trying to become a weapon to protect your sons. Not just Yuvaraj, but also Ram Raja. Bless me. Give me strength." Sambhaji feels strained as he walks towards the Queen's palace, followed by Yesu and Kalash. It has started raining again. A few guards try to hold umbrellas over their heads, but the wind is so fierce that the umbrella holders have to struggle to hold on to them. The small procession crosses the stone minarets and turns left to go behind the palace by walking through a narrow path between manicured shrubs. The afternoon is dark, wet, windy, and cold. There is just one guard at the entrance of the Queen's palace. The corridor is lit by a few torches. Kalash walks towards the private quarters given to him a little distance from the main palace, while Sambhaji and Yesu go towards Putala Ma Sahib's privy quarters. A few maids standing in the corridor greet them with bows. They enter the Baitak and see Putala Ma Sahib sitting on a divan wearing a white sari, her forehead without the usual kumkum bindi. She stares at them with blank eyes as if life has been snuffed out of them. Sambhaji stares at his favourite Ma Sahib. He is seeing her as a widow for the first time. "Ma Sahib," he says and bows to her. "Sit," she says without any expression. She does not sob. Her eyes are dry. Sambhaji does not go to another divan kept a little distance away. Instead, he walks towards Putala Ma Sahib and sits at her feet. Yesu does the same. "You saved my life, Ma Sahib," Sambhaji says, removing his turban and resting his head on his mother's knees. "Your father wanted to tell me something, but he fell so ill that he could not utter a word," Putala says softly, as if she is talking to herself. "I want to know what he so desperately wanted to say." "Did he ask for me?" Sambhaji asks with eyes full of hope. "That is what I said. He wanted to say something to me but collapsed, never to get up and speak again," Putala says softly. "I have made such a blunder, a mistake." Sambhaji's voice breaks. "The past is gone," Putala says with conviction in her voice. She keeps her hand on Sambhaji's head and says, "Your father kept you with Mirza Raja Jai Singh in the Mughal camp as surety. He made you a Mughal Mansabdar when you were barely 7. He took you to Agra as their Mansabdar. He sent you to their court in Aurangabad as their Mansabdar. You are a special child who was exposed to things other little boys were never exposed to. Even then, I will never be like my father. I am a dark blotch on his character." Sambhaji laments. "No one can be like him. A man like him takes birth only once in several centuries. But there are a few things you must do now." Putala's words are steely. "What are those, Ma Sahib?" "You must throw your guilt from the Takmaktok cliff, as if your guilt is a criminal. If you do not kill your guilt, it will kill you. The time has come for you to rule the nation with your head held high." "Is that what Abba Sahib wished?" Sambhaji asks, his words just a whisper. "We will never know what Abba Sahib desired, what his last wish was," Yesu says. "I will soon know." Putala sounds mysterious. "How?" Sambhaji is suddenly alert. "Son," Putala speaks as softly as possible, as if she wants to soften the blow. "I am alive only to see that you come to Raigad Fort, not as a prisoner of those ministers, but as our Yuvraj. That wish has been fulfilled. Now there is just one desire." "Say it, Ma. I will do anything to make it happen," Sambhaji says, looking up at her. "I want to perform sati on the pyre of Maharaj. I want to go with him. Together we could have travelled to the afterlife, but I had to first see that you are safe. Now I am free to go to my husband." Putala drops a cannonball. "No!" Sambhaji shouts.
That is suicide, Ma Sahib.
It is my last prayer for my departed husband. Thousands have gone that way, choosing not to live after their husbands. Countless Rajput women have jumped into the fire and performed jihad.
Most of them did so because otherwise they would have been abducted by Islamic warriors and used as sex slaves, forced to bear their children. Children who would have later become slaves, or even eunuch slaves.
Sambhaji does not mince words.
You are here with me, Ma Sahib, protected and safe.
Sambhaji persists, still sitting at Putala's feet.
My sorrow torments my soul after witnessing the darkest politics in the home of the greatest man. If one's mind is broken, there is a possibility of mending it. But nobody can protect anybody from a shattered soul. My healing will begin only when I meet your father in the afterlife.
Putala replies coldly.
We will feel like orphans if you leave us.
Yesu says, with tears rolling down her face. The time has come for you two to become the Mai-Bap, the parents of our people. Putala's voice softens.
Ma Sahib, I will not allow you to do this.
Sambhaji says firmly. Not allowing me to climb into the pyre is as impossible as bringing your father back from the ashes. Putala comments. Sambhaji and Yesu gape at their Putala Ma Sahib, who looks down at Sambhaji with dry eyes. You will light my funeral pyre. She whispers to Sambhaji. I am not asking you. I am telling you. Putala is resolute, unyielding. Sambhaji and Yesu have discussed, pleaded, begged, argued, even fought with Putala, but she wants to burn herself alive on a funeral pyre. She wants the wooden logs of the pyre at the same place her husband was cremated, and has been selecting her finest silk, a sari, blouse and shawl, and her most precious jewelry to wear for the occasion. She has suddenly morphed into a woman who will soon be meeting her beloved at the altar after a long separation. Sambhaji cannot handle it, for he knows she is his only anchor at Raigad Fort. Soira has not opened the door of her privy quarters for her stepson or his wife. It unbolts only for the maids. After she had got the news of Sambhaji's return to the fort, she had been enveloped in gloom. Her dream of seeing Ram Raja on the gilded throne in the king's court has been shattered. She, the erstwhile queen consort of the Chhatrapati, is a mere widow. She also dreads the fate of her son, who wants to burst out of the closed door to meet his older brother, Dada Sahib. The day finally arrives. Sambhaji feels helpless as he sees the funeral priests chant mantras as they arrange the sandalwood logs on the pyre. The news has spread far and wide, and people have been gathering from nearby villages. Watching a widow perform sati is regarded as auspicious, and women stand at a distance for darshan of the widow dressed as a bride. Even the rain has stopped for the rituals. Putala emerges from the queen's palace, followed by Yesu, Sambhaji's sisters, and the palace maids. Soira too has come out of her quarters after many days. Women are sobbing and some are even wailing, but Putala strides with the impatience of a woman who wants to meet her beloved without delay. It is a long walk from the queen's palace to the pyre, and as she walks, she removes her jewelry one by one and hands it over to the women around her as parting gifts. Sambhaji waits near the pyre, watching his Putala Ma Sahib approach. He searches her face, but she does not notice him. Her eyes are staring at something beyond this world. She climbs onto the logs all by herself and sits on the pyre, holding Shivarai's sandals close to her chest. The priests chant mantras about karmic debts and the smooth transition of the Atman, the soul into the Paramatman, the cosmic energy. Someone hands Sambhaji a burning log of wood. He wants to throw it away and pull his Ma Sahib away from the pyre. But now it is too late. Putala Ma Sahib's mind is already closed, and her soul is in another world. His hands tremble as the flames of the burning log in his hand light the other logs of the pyre. Putala Ma Sahib sits with her eyes closed, her forehead smeared with kumkum. Within moments, the flames rise high. The smoke reduces the human figure on the pyre to a blur. Thousands watch as Shivarai's Putala Rani disappears, melts away into the fire, mute, without a single scream of pain or agony. Sambhaji feels someone touched his hand. It is Ram Raja, looking up at him with large eyes filled with fear. He asks, "Dada Sahib, are you going to kill us too?" Sambhaji picks up his brother with one hand and kisses his forehead, saying, "No, little one, I will not kill you, and I will not allow anyone to kill you." Something makes Sambhaji look back. He sees Soira Ma Sahib for the first time as a widow, and almost fails to recognize her. He walks away from the pyre towards her. She has lost a lot of weight. Her once beautiful face is now wretchedly thin. Her head is covered with the pallu of her sari, but a few strands of white hair have stubbornly pulled free, tugged at by the wind. Her forehead without the usual kumkum looks empty and lifeless. She is looking at the brothers with eyes filled with dread. When she comes close to Soira Ma Sahib, Sambhaji gently lowers Ram Raja to the ground. Stepson and stepmother come face to face. Soira takes a few steps back, as if Sambhaji is about to yank his sword out and behead her then and there. This is typical of Soira Ma Sahib. She can pretend to be a victim even when she really is the perpetrator. She also manages to look like one, the wronged one. "Ram Raja, come to me," she yells as if fearing the same fate for her son. Ram Raja cannot decide what to do. He is caught between the two adults he loves the most. "You did not even inform me about Aba Sahib's death," Sambhaji says bitterly, bending to touch her feet. Soira quickly turns her back to Sambhaji, saying, "Are you trying to build your case so you can kill us more easily?" She is the wronged one again. Sambhaji shakes his head and looks sadly at his stepmother, who has pulled Ram Raja towards her. Before Sambhaji can open his mouth to say anything, Soira starts walking towards the Queen Palace, dragging her son behind her. "You know," Sambhaji says, knowing well he is reacting to her behavior and her words, "controlling a few ministers does not mean anything when one has to manage and protect a nation." Soira turns around and says, "We do not need to learn the basics of nation building from someone who committed treason." The vitriol in her words burns through Sambhaji's heart. "You sent me a letter that my father was fine when he was actually gone, dead." Sambhaji hits back. Soira ignores the pain in his voice and disappears around a corner with Ram Raja. Outside the citadel, beyond the minister's office at Raigad Fort, is a stark stone structure with small windows secured with iron bars. 5 shackled prisoners, Peshwa Pingle, Surnis Datto, Janardhan Hanmante, Hiroji Farsad, and the erstwhile fort commander of Panhala, Vittal Mahatkar, have been lodged in Raigarh's prison. They were brought to Raigarh from Panhala for the trial. They have nothing to do but stare at each other or look out of the window to see the gloomy sky. Pinglai looks shrunk. He has lost a lot of weight in the past few days. Even his eyes have sunk in, like trenches dug between his forehead and cheekbones. He has been sitting in a corner of the room, with his chained hands in his lap. If Maharaj had seen us like this, he says listlessly for the 100th time. Datto looks at Pinglai and smiles scornfully. For the past few days they have been in this room, huddled together, taken out only to relieve themselves. My life is ruined. I have lost everything. Hiroji laments, perhaps remembering the glorious past, when he was felicitated for saving Shivarai's life. He was given a sword, a dagger, and a seir of gold. We must stay together. Datto barks. We have not committed any treason. We have done what we did for Shivarai's son. As per protocol, the older son has the first right to the throne. Not like the Islamic sultanates, where there is no such rule. Whoever has the strongest military might kills the rest of the brothers and cousins to get the throne. Salim, later known as Jahangir, had even blinded his first son Khusro and thrown him into the dungeons, and he spent the rest of his life rotting there, only to be slaughtered by his half-brother Shah Jahan. They call it the War of Succession, says Janardhan, who stands near the bars of the cell. I disagree with our protocol. What if the first one is not fit to rule? Datto whispers. He is squatting near a wall and looking at the ceiling. If they hear us, they will kill us. Pinglai's voice breaks in fright. His breathing sounds labored. Yuvraj will do so in any case. Datto scoffs. There is the sound of metal. Someone is unlocking the main door of the small prison. A few guards come in. One of them opens the cell door and says dryly, Let's go. Yuvraj has summoned you to the minister's office. The prisoners walk out silently. The people who used palanquins embellished with silvers and precious stones to move even the smallest distance now stagger towards the office building adjacent to the king's court, barefoot, dishevelled, with their eyes fixed to the ground. Pinglai feels fatigued and drags his feet. As they enter the main gate of the citadel, he feels a tightness in his chest. Here, at this very courtroom, he had led the council of 8 ministers, including the Sarnobat of the nation, in performing the coronation rituals. Even the Europeans had bowed to him, calling him the Honorable Prime Minister. People observed strict protocol when they visited him for official work. They were polite, soft-spoken, and always carried a tribute for him. His most cherished memory haunts him the most. After he had completed building Pratapgarh Fort, Shivarai had honoured him by giving him a bali, a single gold earring embellished with pearls and rubies, worn only by scholars and pandits. He wonders what his wife and son are doing in that instant. He looks in the direction of his quarters and feels a pain in his chest. The nagging breathlessness is back again. He raises his head to inhale as much air as possible and sees menacing clouds hovering above. The minister's office is crowded with people. Prahlad Neeraji, Rahuji Somnath, Balaji Avaji, his son Khando Balal, Sarnobat Mohite, Kalash, Pinglai's son Neelkant, Kalyan's Subedar Abaji Sondev, and a few high-ranking military men are standing near the chair on which Shivarai used to sit when he came to see the ministers and their paperwork. Outside, lightning strikes. By the time Sambhaji enters the room, it has started raining heavily. Everyone bows, except Dattu. He has nothing to gain or lose anymore. Sambhaji sits on Shivarai's chair in the minister's office. A dagger of envy pierces Dattu's heart. He wonders what kind of punishment awaits them. Sambhaji's eyes travel across the room, from one face to the next. Many in the room have conspired against him. They have wanted him shackled, and perhaps dead. But they have the mind and the experience to run the nation, and they are all he will have when bigger calamities befall. The Mughals have been losing the war of expansion in Rajasthan. They may soon descend on the Deccan. Sambhaji announces. The shackled prisoners, who have been standing with downcast eyes, look up in astonishment. This is not what they expected to hear. Sarnobat, say what you want to. Sambhaji says, looking at Mohite. In the interest of Swaraj, we must rise above petty issues. Mohite declares. Our frontiers are volatile. We cannot neglect them. What would you say, Kalashji? Sambhaji asks, turning to face Kalash. The nation and their people first. Security is at stake. Kalash says in Kannauji. Unshackle them all. Sambhaji orders. The guards, minding the office, scurry about. Metal clinks and chains are taken away. Prahlad Niraji. Sambhaji says loudly. Your father, Pandit Niraji, served my father as Minister of Justice. He is now bedridden. You have shown wisdom in diplomacy while dealing with the Qutub Shahi Sultanate. You will look after the judicial matters of the nation. Prahlad heaves a sigh of relief. He was expecting to be punished for sedition since he has been obeying the orders of Soira Rani Sarkar. Sambhaji gets up from the chair and walks towards Dattu, who stands straight, without flinching. Isn't that what brave men do when listening to their own death sentence? We want you to work as Muzumdar, the Minister of Treasury. You have mathematics skills, and we are sure you will do very well as a treasurer. Sambhaji says, looking down at Dattu. The newly appointed treasurer looks up at the tall prince in disbelief. Sambhaji looks at Abaji Sondev and says, the erstwhile Subedar of Kalyan will be our Surnis. Sambhaji glances at beaming Abaji and then looks at Dattu. I am ready to forget the past. Are you? Dattu has no option but to nod. As a Muzumdar, he will have no power over cultivators. He will have no chance to make any money on the side. But he has been saved from imprisonment or death sentence. He tries to smile. Show me not what you feel, Muzumdar. I'm not here to foster emotional bonds between us. Sambhaji says bitterly and walks towards Balaji Avaji, saying, You will remain our scribe even though you have made 3 treacherous mistakes. You did not write those letters with false news to us. You made your son, Khandobalal, write them for you, because his handwriting resembles yours. Second, since you did not write them yourself, you thought you could not be blamed. Wrong. It is like paying assassins to kill someone, and then think that your hands are clean. And third, and the most damaging, was your last letter. You assured us that Abba Sahib was well, when in reality, he had passed away. Balaji's cheeks burn in humiliation. He lowers his gaze further. I am ready to pardon you. Are you ready to begin your work? Sambhaji asks softly. Balaji nods. Sambhaji moves towards Hiroji Farsad. Uncle, you are my grandfather's foster son. To respect that bond, I want you to remain on the Mughal borders. You will work with our master spy, Bahirji Naik. Hiroji has started sobbing. Sambhaji ignores it and moves towards Janardhan Hanmante. Janardhanji, your brother Raghunath Hanmante helped Aba Sahib win the southern regions of the Adil Shahi. I want you to be our Dabir, our ambassador when we need to negotiate with the diplomats from the empire and the sultanates. Janardhan does not look up. Sambhaji is enjoying seeing the fear in the men around him. He approaches Vittal Mahadkar, standing next to Rahuji Somnath. His eyes scan their faces for guilt. Both of you will guard the foothills of Raigad Fort until further orders. Sambhaji turns around and strides towards Pingalai. The former Peshwa of the nation has aged several years in the past 7 days. His face is flushed, and his clothes limply hang on his body. His turban is missing, and there is uneven grey stubble on his face. You will still be our Peshwa, Sambhaji declares. Pingalai raises his eyes to look into the princess, but the pain in his heart has intensified. He clutches his chest with both hands, opens his mouth to say something and collapses in a heap. People rush to him. Pingalai is gasping for air. His son Nilkant kneels and puts his father's head on his lap. Shivaji is the last word Pingalai utters before he goes limp. Datto lowers his head to hide the malicious smile on his face. Mohite notices it and feels uneasy, thinking, did the Yuvaraj pardon them too soon? Chapter 23. Nilkant Pingalai is the new Peshwa. The Marathas are keeping a watch on Aurangzeb's movements. Sambhaji is overlooking massive military preparations. Within months, 70,000 cavalrymen have gathered at the foothills of Raigad Fort. The camp is packed with troopers, military officials and war horses. Weaponsmiths and bladesmiths, surrounded by forgers, hammers and anvils, are busy with their iron and steel nuggets, with high carbon alloy to make the edges of the blades unbreakable. Blacksmiths are busy making iron horseshoes in their smaller forges. Shikaldars are sharpening swords and daggers by rubbing them on special stones. New wraparound saddles for horses, with rigid cantles and stirrups, and bows, arrows, shields, and javelins are being distributed among the troopers. Worn-out war equipment is being collected to be sent for recycling. Traders have arrived from Gujarat with Kathiawadi horses. The Marathas skilled in buying horses are busy checking the animals to see if they panic or stay put when loud noises are made close to their ears. Even Sambhaji has come down once to ride them and check if the animals buckled, if the riders used heavy swords. He also tried sword fights, sitting on the horses to see if they could take the weight of the rider as he maneuvered his sword. Sarnobat Mohite and other Maratha warriors such as the infantry chief Yesaji Kang, his son Krishnaji, and other Panch Hazaris and Hazaris who control the contingents of Maratha cavalry and infantry such as Manaji Muri, Keso Trimal, Nemaji Gaikwad, Santaji Ghorpade, Rupaji Bhosle, Dadaji Narsa Prabhu, Yesaji Malhar, Naro Trimbak, Malhoji Ghorpade, Nago Ballal, and others have come to Raigad. Sambhaji's brother-in-law, his sister's husbands, Harji Mahadik and Yesu's brother who is married to Sambhaji's sister, Ganoji Shirke, have arrived too. The chief of the Maratha spy network, Bahirji Naik, has come all the way from the south, where he is currently stationed. Several meetings have taken place and many strategies have been planned. Today will be the last meeting before the military officials take their respective contingents to their assigned frontiers. The minister's office is full, Sambhaji has his Sarnobat by his side. They want to talk to the military controlling the cavalry and infantry contingents. The young Peshwa Nilkant, Surni Sondev, Muzumdar Datto, Justice Neeraji and Kalash stand around Sambhaji and Mohite. The military men face their Yuvaraj, who reminds them of his father, Shivarai. Sambhaji too is thinking about Aba Sahib and his advice about the Mughal borders. They could turn into frontiers any time. Aba Sahib had insisted that the northwest region of Maharashtra always remain sensitive and that Maratha cavalry forces be deployed there permanently. Sambhaji, who was an adolescent then, had nodded. Aba Sahib had shown him a map of middle Hindustan stuck on a wall in this very Sadr. The map is still there. Aba Sahib had said, "You have learnt the geography from the Pandits, but the time has come for the military geography to flow in your veins like blood. The Mughals have been like a hanging sword on the Deccan since the time of Badshah Akbar. The mountainous Baglan region and its hill forts are our shields against that sword. The northwestern region of Maharashtra shares its borders with rich Mughal provinces such as Khandesh, Gujarat, and Varhad. Gujarat's northern borders touch Rajasthan. Surat in Gujarat and Burhanpur in Khandesh are the cities where Mughal businesses thrive and where their merchants live and hide their wealth. Salher Fort in Baglan is very strategic. From this fort our garrisons can watch the trade routes from everywhere and those going towards Aurangzeb, the Mughal capital of the Deccan." Sambhaji had paid the utmost attention. Aba Sahib had a habit of asking questions to check if he had understood. "Son, you must visit all the forts in that region," Aba Sahib had commanded. The Baglan region was under the Mughals. We took over the hill forts, but the plains are still part of the empire. Cities and towns such as Nashik and Junnar are with them. Sambhaji knew about this. Salher Fort is perched on a high mountain that is more than half a course above sea level. If you look at it from a distance, the other hills will seem like dwarfs in comparison. The steep trails skirting the rock face can give one optical illusions of dead ends, making them confused and scared. The winds get so fierce as you near the mountain table that you have to hold on to the rock shelves jutting out to stop yourself from being blown away and down into the valley's abyss. Aba Sahib had said. The Mughals had tried to snatch back the fort. Aba Sahib had said and explained in detail. That happened before my coronation. The Mughals had deployed more than 50,000 troopers. The siege was tight and our garrisons in the fort would have eventually starved to death. I asked the then Sarnobat, Prataprao Gujjar, and our Peshwa, Moroji Pinglai, to attack the siege with 40,000 cavalrymen and infantrymen. They had a plan. Pinglai came from the direction of the Konkan with his infantry, while Prataprao marched in with his cavalry from the Deccan plateau. A face-to-face battle ensued. The Mughals used their gun carriages as pickets. The fight was fierce. There was a dust cloud that spread across 50 square kos. 10,000 lives were lost. But we won the battle. The Mughals ran away, leaving behind thousands of horses and camels and hundreds of war elephants, along with valuables. Sambhaji was awestruck. I had felicitated Moroji Pinglai and Prataprao for their work. Aba Sahib had concluded, and then asked, "What military lesson do we learn from this?" This was a thought-provoking question, not the kind which Sambhaji had to repeat what he had just heard or read and then memorized. Sambhaji had thought hard. The Mughals are our biggest enemies, and the Baglan hill forts are our first line of defense, he had said cautiously. Aba Sahib had exclaimed and said, "Son, a lot of things in life, especially the threats, are like a tree. We only see the obvious. The trunk, the bark, the branches, the leaves, the flowers, and the fruits. But there are also the partly hidden elements such as bird nests, invisible elements such as the roots, which hold on to the earth, and the intangible byproducts such as the shade under the tree. There are elements that decide the future, such as its seeds hidden inside the fruits, which, when released, will grow into new trees, and the fallen leaves that will enrich the soil. Always think of the entire ecosystem of your threats and how you will handle them.
Ecosystem of threats?
Sambhaji had repeated his father's words.
That means thinking about a threat from every possible angle, considering the obvious and the hidden, the tangible and the intangible, taking past, present and future into account.
That is correct, Abba Sahib had said, with his eyes fixed on his son's face. Today, Sambhaji decides to use his father's military wisdom and start the meeting. The Adil Shahi and the Qutub Shahi sultanates are not militarily strong anymore. Sambhaji starts. And even the mighty kingdoms of Rajasthan are struggling for their independence. This means we have just one enemy from whom we must protect our swaraj, our Maratha nation. If and when Aurangzeb decides to descend on the Deccan, our region will certainly be destroyed. Our temples and homes will either be broken or burnt, our barns will be looted, and our people, especially women and children, will be enslaved and used as sex slaves. Will the Badshah himself come, leaving his empire of more than 20 provinces unattended? Keso Trimal says. Sambhaji looks at Trimal as his eyes shine with interest. The young Brahmin, with his serious expression, is special. It was his close relatives who had risked their lives to bring him back from Mathura to the Deccan when he was still a child. When the nation is under threat, we must consider the worst-case scenario. Consider that Aurangzeb will come to the Deccan as a Mughal war general. In that case, we will have to secure all the forts that are in the Baglan mountains. When they descend from the north, either from Gujarat or Khandesh, they will go for the 14 forts that fall on their route, such as Chandwad, Anjai, Rajdehar, Koler, Kanchana, Manchana, Kanher, Chavla, Ravla, Markanda, Ahivand, Achalgarh, Salher, and Ramsej. Sambhaji lists out the names from memory. There is an interesting history connected with these. Mohite Commons. Yes, Sambhaji confirms. It was 45 years ago, when Shah Jahan was the Mughal Badshah. These forts were mismanaged by the Shah of Nizam Shahi and were later annexed by the allied forces of the Mughals and the Adil Shahi. Abba Sahib conquered all of them by defeating the Mughal garrisons 10 to 12 years ago. Which will be the first fort the Mughals will attack? Nilkant, the young Peshwa, asks. Sambhaji smiles. He likes the question. He looks at his Sarnobat, raises his hands and says, "Tell them." They will go for Ramsej. It is easy to access, since it is on a flat, grassy plains unlike the other forts surrounded by hills and dense forests. Ramsej is also lonely. The closest fort, Trimbak, is 8 kos away. The hill it stands on is also not too high. Mohite obliges. Once they capture Ramsej, they will make it their military base and try to capture other forts in the Baglan mountains. Sambhaji adds, his eyes darting from one face to another. Surya Ji is the fort commander of Ramsej. Keso Trimal, you will leave for Trimbak fort as a subnis and look after the supplies of Ramsej. Mohite orders. Trimal beams. Every fort in the Maratha nation has a commandant, assisted by 2 officers. One is a subnis, who keeps the accounts, and a karkhanis, who looks after the supplies and the stores. The commandant also has a fort Sarnobat to look after the fort garrisons. There are other officials who are responsible for gate passes, manning the watchtowers and patrols. But this assignment is special. Very few know about a secret underground tunnel that joins Trimbak Fort to Ramsej Fort. I will visit as many forts as possible to see if there is a medic, a wound dresser, and enough medicines everywhere. The war may start any time now. Mohite announces, his tone serious. Mohite concludes the meeting saying, I will also manage the flying columns, cavalry contingents with high mobility ready for any operation during military emergencies. Any doubts, any questions? He looks at the military men present in the chamber. They nod. They don't have any questions. They are clear that they will lead columns of cavalrymen and infantrymen to wait in ambush. They will carry out military tactics such as hitting the Mughal supply chains, cutting their lines of communication, attacking their cavalcades at the edges, making an abrupt sortie on their besiegement, and stopping reinforcements from reaching the Mughal besiegers around the Maratha forts. Discussions go on about sending military chiefs and their contingents to the regions the Marathas have taken over from the Mughals. A large number of horsemen will be deployed at the Mughal borders. Mohite, other than visiting forts, has been asked to go to Varhad, to deploy horsemen near the towns on the northern borders of the Maratha nation, to create a first line of defense. In the end, Mohite asks Sambhaji about the coronation. The nation needs a Chhatrapati. Tatto lowers his gaze instantly and Mohite again notices it. It is like any other day at Ajmer. Among the huddled mud houses rising over the maze of lanes, the Dargah Sharif, Chishti's tomb in the middle of the town, is crowded with wandering pilgrims. The path that approaches the Dargah is lined with fakirs begging for alms. One has to pass through 3 gates and 3 courtyards, all paved with black and white marble, to arrive at a massive gate with enormous silver doors inlaid with mother of pearl. Most of the pilgrims have arrived after trudging through the dunes in their caravans, in the hopes of being blessed with male progeny or wealth. More than a century ago, Sufi saint Muin al-Din Chishti of Persia had predicted the birth of a son for the then childless Badshah Akbar, and thus Prince Salim, later known as Jahangir, was born. The last courtyard houses the tomb of Chishti, carved out of marble and covered with layers of fresh flowers. Another Akbar, born generations later, is now part of the crowd that mills around the tomb. When the Khadims, the Muslim clergy attached to the Dargah, start reciting Fatiha from the Quran, Akbar sneaks out of the massive gate with its silver doors and steps out into the middle courtyard. His heart pounds with excitement as he waits patiently near a huge brass pot cooking khichdi over a massive chulha. The aroma of freshly cooked food and the fragrance of burning incense sticks is a heady combination. Men with colorful turbans, women with long skirts and their faces covered with dupattas have gathered around the cauldron with mud bowls in their hands for their share of the food. A mix of Urdu, Farsi, Arabic and Marwari float in the air. A group of urchins wearing tattered clothes add to the din. Akbar moves away from the raucous crowd as his eyes search for someone. A turbaned man with his face covered with a cloth approaches him with 2 bowls of khichdi. "We will sit in that corner and eat," the man with the covered face says. Akbar recognizes the voice of Durgadas Rathod, who has made his dream about the unimaginable, dreams of becoming the most powerful man in the world. The 2 men settle down in a corner. Durgadas removes the cloth covering his face, and the men start eating, sometimes licking their fingers as if they are hungry, and their main concern is the food. Now that the Badshah is convinced that the Mughal contingents are mortally scared of the Rajputs waiting in ambush in and about the mountains, "You must do as we have advised." Akbar nods. He has to cleverly slow down Mughal aggression without making his father suspicious. After repeatedly meeting with Durgadas in disguise at places such as this Dargah, he is convinced that his father's bigoted behavior against the Rajputs will one day destroy the empire. Durgadas has convinced him that the 2 strongest warrior clans, the Rathods and the Sisodias, will help Akbar seize the Mughal throne. Once that happens, Akbar can rule the empire wisely, without the blinkers of fanaticism, and restore the past glory of his forefathers. This will be our last meeting until we march against the Badshah. We need one trusted man to keep our communication going. Durgadas is licking the last remains of the food off his fingers. The Havur Khan will do the needful. Akbar confirms. He is confident. He has a large army under his command. Durgadas seems pleased. The Havur is the second in command of the Mughal army in Marwar after Akbar. Meanwhile, all of us feel that you can crown yourself the Badshah. Durgadas drops a grenade. Akbar gapes at him and says, "That is against our religious law. When the father, who is the current Badshah, is still alive, a son cannot declare himself the Badshah. Your father grabbed the throne by defying the very law you are mentioning. If you do the same, it will be God's retribution." Durgadas says, chewing the last mouthful of the khichdi. "We must think over our plan again and again," Akbar says earnestly. Durgadas looks at the Mughal Shehzada with his Persian features and nods. A few months go by after the last meeting between Akbar and Durgadas at the Ajmer Dargah. Sitting in the sandy encampments near Jodhpur, Akbar has been meeting the rulers of the Sisodia and Rathod clans, who have descended from the mountains to meet the rebel Mughal Shehzada. Meanwhile, Aurangzeb has shifted to Ajmer in the kingdom of Mewar. Shahabuddin Khan is riding towards a lone and dangerous Mughal post near the Aravali hills. When he reaches his destination, he sees two men waiting for him. As the sand whips around them, visibility goes down and Shahabuddin's suspicious cavalrymen surround the two strangers. They are Mughal spies, and what they tell Shahabuddin makes him desperate. He and his cavalrymen must head for Ajmer and meet the Badshah as soon as possible. At dusk, Aurangzeb gets the news of Shahabuddin's arrival on the outskirts of Ajmer. He is intrigued. Why has a Mansabdar, who was sent to man an important outpost, come to Ajmer with his contingent? Aurangzeb relays orders for Shahabuddin Khan to be brought to the Diwan-e-Khas in the fort built by Badshah Akbar, Aurangzeb's great-grandfather, in the heart of the town. The courtyard guards, who see the Badshah, his Wazir-e-Azam Asad Khan, and the eunuch Mutamad head to the Diwan-e-Khas, followed by a few military men, know a high-level meeting is about to take place. Aurangzeb sits on the throne placed at the center of a marble platform. Asad Khan waits near the platform while Mutamad busies himself with instructing the palace servants to light the main chandelier with wax candles. Within hours, Shahabuddin is at the gate of Ajmer fort with two of his trusted men. The visitors are let in and guided towards the Diwan-e-Khas by armed Tatar women. The majestic sandstone building is lit with hundreds of torches. Its high arches shimmer in their golden light. Shahabuddin climbs the steps of the courtroom and walks unsteadily. Fatigue from the non-stop journey and the nervousness of having to face the Badshah and tell him the bitter truth is making him feel pushed. Aurangzeb looks at Shahabuddin, who has stood by him 20 years ago during the War of Succession. Then, Shahabuddin was a young man. Today he has aged, but his loyalty has not wavered. For Aurangzeb, loyalty is the most important virtue. Shahabuddin does kurnish to show that his mind and body belong to the Badshah. It is almost like bondage. Aurangzeb nods in acknowledgement, then raises his hand, indicating that Shahabuddin should speak. Shahabuddin lowers his gaze and lets silence prevail. "Go on, talk," Asad Khan says. Shehzada Akbar has crowned himself the next Mughal Badshah. Shahabuddin comes straight to the point. "Where has this happened?" Asad Khan asks, shocked. "I'm not sure, but somewhere near Jodhpur in Marwar. Durga Das was with him, and so were several important men from the Rathod and Sisodia clans. Aurangzeb's face is flushed with rage. The Mughal wars of succession are indeed expected to be bloody and brutal affairs. Every male member of the royal family who aspires for the Mughal throne must die. The sole survivor is the one who wins the war of succession and becomes the next Badshah. Tahawwur Khan has been made the premier noble, who will later become the Wazir-e-Azam of the empire. Shahabuddin rattles off. He is the main link between the Rajput clans and Shehzada Akbar. I have also been informed by our spies that Shahabuddin falters but continues. That Akbar and his massive Rajput army are planning to attack Ajmer and imprison you. Aurangzeb takes a deep breath and tries to think. He has hardly any army left in Ajmer. Two of his strong cavalry contingents are camping near Chittor and Udaipur. All he has in Ajmer are his personal attendants, eunuchs, and a few contingents of cavalrymen, not enough to face the huge army of the Rajputs Akbar may bring to attack Ajmer. The only solace is that Shahabuddin and his contingent of 10,000 horses have arrived. How many troopers does Shehzada Akbar have? Aurangzeb asks. The rumoured figure is 70,000, which includes Rajput contingents mounted on great Marwar war horses. Each of Shahabuddin's words fall on Aurangzeb like cannonballs. He feels a faint cry of terror in his heart, but Aurangzeb is made of sterner stuff. He remembers the letters of warning from his son Muazzam, born to Nawab Bai, his Hindu wife, who was later converted to Islam. She, the convert, hated Dilraz, Akbar's mother from Persia, who was a born Shia. Even though Aurangzeb had shown contempt for Shia sect all his life, he had loved Dilraz, which made his other wives jealous. The good news is that Muazzam has arrived just a few kos east of Ajmer with a large cavalry force, and can be called in case of an emergency. If Akbar and his newfound Rajput friends attack Ajmer with the intention of imprisoning or killing Aurangzeb, the bad news is that Akbar can march to Ajmer much before Muazzam. That night, Aurangzeb makes his scribe write a letter to his son Akbar. The letter has Aurangzeb's palm impression. He calls Mutamad and gives him the epistle. Make sure it reaches Durga Das Rathod. Aurangzeb orders. He is sure that when this letter falls in Durga Das's hands, Akbar will have no troopers left to back him. Late that night, he meets a high-ranking Mansabdar, Inayat Khan, who is in Ajmer. His daughters are married to Tahawwur. Aurangzeb asks Inayat Khan to call Tahawwur to Ajmer and warn him of the dire consequences of his actions. Let him come running to us like a rabbit chased by a pack of wild dogs, Aurangzeb says with venom in his voice. Chapter 24. They have been marching for a few days. The imperial cavalrymen under the banner of Akbar and the Rajput cavalrymen led by Durga Das are only a few kos from Ajmer. This will be their last camp before they attack the city. No one, including Durga Das, knows whether Akbar wants to kill his father or just imprison him. Now that Akbar has crowned himself the Mughal Badshah, his palace-like tent is made of violet red panels, which are a symbol of emperorship. The poles are painted golden, and the mast that rises near the royal pavilion supports an Akash Deep. The sky lantern is an imperial beacon to announce that the pavilion is the self-proclaimed Badshah's. Inside, Akbar sleeps peacefully on his gilded king-size bed, with a mattress and cushions stuffed with soft feathers. Never in his life has he felt so secure, so safe as over the past few days. The Rajput warriors that had struck terror in the hearts of the Mughals have come down from the mountains in his support. Not one, not two, but 50,000 of them. He is surrounded by them, as well as his troopers. A few glasses of wine before going to bed has kept him insulated from the cold winds. The Aravali hills cast monstrous shadows under the starlit sky. 2 men have slipped into the camp from the surrounding desert. The men, who carry firewood, look like hangers-on doing odd jobs in the encampment. One walks towards Tahawwur Khan's tent. He has been informed that Tahawwur is the new Badshah's premier noble, his Amir-ul-Umara, and his tent is close to Akbar's pavilion. The sky lantern shining high on the pole gives away the exact location. The man walks confidently, as if he belongs to the camp and is on some urgent duty. To his surprise, he finds just one eunuch minding the entrance. The man walks up to him and says, "Inayat Khan Sahib has sent me to talk to Tahawwur Khan Sahib. It is a family matter." Inayat Khan Sahib is a high-ranking mansabdar in Aurangzeb's court, and 2 of his daughters are married to Tahawwur Khan. The eunuch rushes inside. A sleepy Tahawwur comes out, rubbing his eyes. The man hands over an epistle. Tahawwur's sleepiness disappears. He opens it with trembling hands as the eunuch holds up a torch for his master to read. Each word of the letter hits Tahawwur like a sledgehammer hitting an anvil. "I write this as your father-in-law. I treat you like a son, and am terribly worried about you and your family, which is also my family. If you come to Ajmer right away, you will be pardoned. If you do not arrive by midnight, your wives, who are my daughters, will be publicly outraged, and your children, who are my grandchildren, will be slaughtered or thrown away into the dungeons. They are in Badshah's custody. I am a worried old man, and if you do not arrive, I will surely die too." The handwriting is of Inayat Khan, and the letter has his palm impression. The second man has reached the Rajput side of the camp. He has been told the location of Durga Das's tent by the spies carrying unwritten messages from Akbar's camp to Aurangzeb's. The man approaches the guards outside Durga Das's tent and only says, "Shehzada Akbar." The guards are clueless. They do not know what to do, so they start arguing. Hearing the commotion, an alert Durga Das comes out, adjusting his turban on his head. The man falls to his knees and stammers, saying something incomprehensible. An epistle falls from his hand and he pretends to try and hide it by shoving it under his tunic. One of the guards yanks it from him. The man scrambles to take the epistle back from the guard, and there is a minor tussle. The guard manages to hand it over to Durga Das as the man repeats the 2 words again and again. "Shehzada Akbar." The man is eventually forced to kneel, and one of the guards brings a torch to Durga Das. The letter is in Farsi, and the Rajput reads it with difficulty. "Shehzada Akbar, son, you are my heart. What you have done is truly praiseworthy, for it is not an easy task to act like a rebel. Now you have to accomplish the mission with the same obedience you have shown in the past. Do not forget to keep a large number of Rajput warriors in your vanguard when you march towards Ajmer, so you can kill them from behind and we can slaughter them from the front. The best thing you have done is that you have crowned yourself the Mughal Badshah. This act has made them blindly trust you. If we can annihilate them all, it will be easy for us to annex Marwar and Mewar both, making these kingdoms our empire's subhas." Durga Das's hands start shaking. How much he had trusted Akbar. Now the prince has proved beyond doubt that the Mughals are not trustworthy. He remembers that during the discussions it had been agreed that the Rajput contingents would form the vanguard of the battle formation, and Akbar had seemed very pleased with the idea. For a moment, panic grips Durga Das and his vision is blurred. He narrows his eyes to see the details of the letter. There is the round stamp of the Badshah above the note and many other stamps of other officials. There is also the Badshah's palm impression in red ink at the end. It looks like it is Aurangzeb's. Usually, farmans are carried on a decorated camel, accompanied by musicians, and while receiving the farman, One has to behave as if one is standing in front of the Badshah. But this looks like a quasi-official letter from a father to his son, who is pretending to be a rebel. Durga Das has seen such notes several times when Aurangzeb's semi-official letters used to arrive from Agra and Delhi for Maharaja Jaswant Singh Rathod. Durga Das starts trembling. If what is written in this letter is true, he has put the lives of thousands of Rajput cavalrymen in jeopardy. He must confirm and be sure before he takes drastic steps. There is only one man who can give him an explanation. He rushes towards his horse tethered near his tent, mounts it without a saddle or reins, and presses down on the horse with legs. The loyal animal understands immediately and makes its way through the sleepy camp. Nobody stops Durga Das, as if he is free to go anywhere in the encampment. The horse stops in front of Tahavur's tent. Durga Das jumps out and searches for the personal eunuch of the new Amir-ul-Umara. But there is no one around. Durga Das has no time for military protocols. He tears into a gap between the panels and leaps into Tahavur's tent. It is empty. He rushes to Akbar's pavilion, but the eunuchs guarding his tent are adamant and arrogant. They have strict orders from their master that he not be disturbed. Going against the new Badshah's orders is a crime punishable by death. Durga Das must make a swift decision since thousands of lives are at stake. He wonders whether Akbar is really sleeping. Is it political pretense? Is Akbar feigning sleep? It is time to take action. The bastions and ramparts of Raigad Fort are veiled with low-hanging clouds, as if in mourning. The stone minarets near the citadel stand mute, as if bearing witness to what has happened in recent times is a crime. The gilded throne laden with jewels in the Chhatrapati's court looks forlorn without its Maharaj. The queen's palace is quiet. The doors to Soira's privy quarters are closed. Putala's quarters, the Baitak, the middle chamber and bedchamber are all empty. The windows are closed and it is dark inside. Yuvaraj's room is behind Shivarai's chamber and is connected to the queen's palace by a small corridor. It is airy and comfortable, but Sambhaji has not been sleeping well. Since recent events have thrown his mind into contingency mode, forever alert, forever lost in thought. There have been letters and messages from near and far, from cultivators, military officials, marines, merchants and relatives, that they will be arriving at the fort for the coronation ceremony, that they are waiting for the nation to get a new Chhatrapati. The thought of his coronation does not bring any joy to Sambhaji. Memories of Abba Sahib's coronation are still fresh in his mind, which had taken place just 5 years ago. He misses his grandmother and, at times, dreams of her. There are people for whom history is just a story. Then there are people like your father, your Abba Sahib, who create history. Do not forget that his blood runs through your veins. She used to remind him again and again, even after he had grown taller than Abba Sahib. On the 11th day of Abba Sahib's coronation, she had struggled to breathe for a few moments and then stopped breathing. Her asthma had claimed her. Sambhaji could never forget when Abba Sahib had lit her pyre. As the flames soared, his mind had tumbled deeper into the gloom of losing someone who loved him so unconditionally. Sambhaji misses them all. His mother, whose funeral pyre was lit when he was just a toddler. His father, whose pyre he could not light. And Putala Ma Sahib, whose pyre he was forced to light while she was still alive. For whom must he become the Chhatrapati? Where are the people who would have been proud of him, who would give him their blessings? If you want to rule, whatever you do, whatever you become, must be in the interest of your people. Their happiness is your only blessing. Abba Sahib used to say. If this is true, Abba Sahib must have been loaded with blessings. But even then his life ended so early, before he could do the things he had planned for his people. Sambhaji had wondered many times in the past few days. Think of the blessings at the national level, and not of the tragedies at the personal level. Aba Sahib might have said if Sambhaji had asked him now. Just to divert his mind from these disturbing thoughts, Sambhaji thinks of Rajasthan and what must be happening on the desert battlefield. It is midnight. The eunuchs posted outside Akbar's pavilion are confused. They can hear the distant sound of horses cantering away from the camp. Faint neighing is heard, the kind when saddles are wrapped around war horses or when troopers bridle them in haste. The news of the Hafur Khan's disappearance has spread through the Mughal camp. The Mughal troopers are confused. They have noticed the exodus of the Rajput cavalrymen in the direction of Jodhpur, the capital of Marwar, and suspect that something is seriously wrong. The Mughal troopers under Akbar know that without Rajput backup, their Shehzada can never win the war of succession against his father. Most are being forced to march against Badshah Aurangzeb under Akbar's banner. Those who resisted Akbar are languishing in Jodhpur's prisons. Seeing the Rajputs' desert camp, the Mughal cavalrymen see their chance. The time has come to decide their own destiny, either to fight for the self-proclaimed Badshah Akbar or escape from his camp and join the real Badshah, Aurangzeb. Soon, the slopes of the distant hills darken as a cloud of imperial cavalrymen take the mountain trails to gallop towards Ajmer. When Akbar opens his eyes, the light of dawn is filtering into his tent through the thin gaps between the panels. He is feeling a new energy around him, the energy one feels when one is the Badshah of one of the biggest empires of the world, the Mughal Empire of Hindustan. Akbar was just a toddler when his father became the Badshah. He has heard stories of his father's lavish and grand coronation from his sisters. Soon, he will be at the center of such a procession in Delhi or Agra. Soon, people will accept him as the Badshah, a liberal ruler who is not an extremist and a bigot, who is not thirsty for the blood of Kafirs. Isn't that what people want? Badshah Akbar. He wonders how that sounds. Akbar is still sleepy, reluctant to get out of the bed. He remembers his wife, the granddaughter of his uncle Dara Shikoh and daughter of Suleiman Shikoh. Both men have been slain by his father. He has 2 sons and 3 daughters. The youngest, Nikosir, is the apple of Akbar's eye. His family is safe in Jodhpur. Something about thoughts of his family fully awakens Akbar. If he fails, they will surely be killed. When Akbar comes out of his tent, he senses something is wrong. It is too quiet in the camp. The usual sounds of men and animals are missing. He looks at his personal eunuchs guarding his tent. They are kneeling before him, their faces sullen. Something sinister has happened in the night. Akbar runs barefoot in his night robe towards the Hafur Khan's tent. There is no one there. The panels of the tent are rippling in the wind as if announcing the departure of the tent's occupant. There is a slight elevation in the land from where he can see the camp better. He hastily climbs it and cannot believe what he sees, because he does not see anything. The entire camp has vanished, evaporated like a dewdrop from a blade of grass under the noon sun. Just yesterday evening, this place was alive with 50,000 Rajput troopers, 20,000 of his own cavalrymen, and their war horses and camels, and now there is nothing but sand. Akbar feels weak, as if his bones are melting away inside his body. The sun is rising on the eastern horizon, but there is darkness in Akbar's world. He walks back to his tent. All he seems to have left are a few infantrymen, a small contingent of cavalrymen, some eunuchs, and 50 camels. He is gripped by terror. He is just a few hours away from his father's forces. It is just a matter of time before they come hunting him. A loyal infantryman approaches and kneels before Akbar.
What happened?
Akbar asks, his voice breaking.
2 men entered the camp with 2 letters. One was for Amirul Umara, the Havur Khan, and the other was for your highness. But the letter meant for you fell into Durgadas Rathor's hands.
The cavalryman tells him what he knows.
Akbar is still not clear, but he is sure that Durgadas Rathor and his Rajput cavalrymen do not support him anymore. There has been some serious misunderstanding. That leads to the lethal question. Where does he go now? If he goes towards Ajmer or Amber, his father's forces will kill him. He has to decide, and decide quickly.
Within 5 years, Raigad Fort is witnessing its second coronation. The Rajyabhishek, the royal custom where a new king ascends the throne, and, in the presence of priests, promises to bring protection, nurture, and progress to his people. 5 years ago, during Shivarai's coronation, the air was filled with the happy sounds of banter, laughter, and music. Even instruments are playing, but there is both happiness in welcoming the new Chhatrapati and sorrow for the departed one. Thousands of people have gathered at the fort. The Mahadarwaza has been thrown open to guests. The stone minarets are decorated with buntings. The gate of the citadel looks pretty with floral arches. The court has screens of colourful silk covering the walls. The recently polished golden throne looks more like a shrine, its jewels sparkling, its gilded awning covered with marigolds. The throne's gold pillars, canopies and parapet are decked out with pearl strings. The seat of the Chhatrapati has a silk mattress, cushions and bolsters. The throne sits on a platform. Its stone floor scrubbed so well that it almost glows. The wooden pillars of the court, reaching up to the cross beams of the ceiling, are also covered with strings of jasmine. Several hundred kos away, in the desert of Rajasthan, Akbar's horse is galloping in the direction of Jodhpur. He is hoping to find out what the letter that Durgadas received contained. As his horse struggles to cross the sandy patches, he turns back to see if his followers are still there. He is now reduced to 50 from 50,000 of them who had pledged their support to him. That was just a day before. Has this ever happened in history? He wonders, self-pity engulfing him. Yesterday he was the newly crowned Badshah of the Mughal Empire, and today he is a hunted man. At Raigad Fort, the ministers bathe Sambhaji in the waters of the holy rivers collected for the ceremony. The priests chant the same mantras that had marked Shivarai's coronation. In the desert of Rajasthan, Akbar, followed by a few eunuchs and his 50 cavalrymen, changes direction. Instead of heading towards Jodhpur, he rides towards Gujarat, little knowing that the Mughal forces in Gujarat have already been alerted. Akbar again thinks about the procession for his coronation in Delhi or Agra, with men carrying emblems of the sun, an upraised hand, the scales of justice, a fish, a tiger's head, and a horse's head. Behind them would be horsemen riding smartly, carrying silver maces, followed by dense columns of uniformed footmen, musketeers, rocketeers, and scouts. Noblemen dressed in silk robes and colourful headgear would walk solemnly behind the footmen, followed by others carrying an hourglass gong and hammer to tell the time. At the end would trundle a huge caparisoned elephant with a gilded throne mounted on its back. There, instead of his father Aurangzeb, would be Akbar, glancing at his subjects, who would be shoving each other to get a glimpse of their new Badshah. But what Akbar sees all around are only sand dunes. Sambhaji, now Chhatrapati Sambhaji, sits on his throne watching men carrying the emblems of his nation. He sees the small gilded fish representing the weak subjects, whom the king is supposed to protect. But Sambhaji knows his father always believed in empowerment. The gilded big fish with fearsome jaws of silver are the invaders from whom the weak must be protected. But Sambhaji knows that his father always believed in making his people strong enough to counter such foes. The large balance suggests justice. The swastik stands for the blueprint of a fort. The pointed spikes indicate that aggression will be met with aggression. The symbol of Om signifies the infinite, the universe. Soira has refused to open her doors and come out. She has been crying the whole day as if she is in mourning. Ram Raja has come out. He watches his Dada Sahib sit on the very throne he was made to sit on just a few months ago during Manchakarohan. But strangely, the 10-year-old feels relieved. He had never really liked what was happening after his father passed away. He never really wanted to sit on the throne. All he wanted was to sit on his big brother's lap. Yesu, dressed in fine silk and jewels, is the queen consort. While walking towards the court, followed by several maids, she notices Ram Raja, who looks lost. She walks up to him, her arms outstretched. "Son, come with me," she says. Ram Raja runs into her arms. In the deserts of Rajasthan, Akbar's universe is collapsing. It is reduced to a speck of sand. He can hear the shrill whistle of the desert wind and feel scared and lonely. When he looks back, he can see no one. At Ajmer, Muazzam, Akbar's half-brother who hates him, is gathering contingents along with his father to lay traps for Akbar. It is vital that Akbar is caught, imprisoned, tied and sent to the gallows. Muazzam's own brother, Muhammad Sultan, is dead. With Akbar gone, it will only be Akbar's brother Azam and their half-brother Kambaksh, born to Udaipuri, an erstwhile concubine of Dara Shikoh, left to fight for the throne. At Raigad Fort, the bugles start blowing, followed by thunderous cannon blasts to announce the Rajyabhishek of the new Chhatrapati. His signet message is out as the priests chant, "Son of Shivarai." His signet is infinite as the sky. Anyone seeking refuge in it will be taken under its defending umbrella. Chapter 25. It has been a few months since Akbar's rebellion has been broken, like the spine of a man under the feet of a rogue elephant in must. Durga Das glances at his beloved Jodhpur from the terrace of his home. The hill of Mihirgarh looms over his house where he is hiding. The fort has a Mughal Kiledar. As per the rumors, the fort commander has sent Akbar's wife and children to Delhi as captives. The city has been captured by the Mughals, its streets crowded with their kotwals and fauzdars. The mosques have Aurangzeb's muezzin, and the Mughal Ameens are busy collecting jizya from the local population. Durgadas realizes that he had underestimated Aurangzeb's intelligence. There was one chance that had come his way to defeat the Badshah, but he was fooled by a letter. He had worked on the plan for over a year to show Akbar the dream of becoming the Badshah and then bring Rathod and Sisodia warriors to the battlefield to back Akbar in his march against the bigoted Aurangzeb. There was just one night that separated him and his dream being achieved, but before he could defeat Aurangzeb in the battlefield, he was routed by the Badshah's treachery. Durgadas wants to find Akbar. He has heard the Shehzada is languishing somewhere near the Rajasthan-Gujarat border, never spending more than a few hours in one place. Durgadas has decided to search for Akbar before Aurangzeb's men can capture him. Shahabuddin Khan's cavalry contingents have been roaming the desert in search of rebels siding with Akbar and slaughtering them without mercy. Shehzada Muazzam's forces have been sent to Marwar to hunt down Akbar, alive, so that he can be tortured to death. The Badshah's farmans, orders and letters have gone to all Mughal outposts in Rajasthan. Even the Subedars of Gujarat and other provinces around Rajasthan have been alerted to watch all roads coming from the desert. Aurangzeb has ordered that Akbar's name in all official records be written as Akbar the Rebel. Akbar's family, his wife and children have been sent back to Delhi as prisoners. Zebu-Nisa has been arrested on charges that she encouraged her brother's rebellion and thrown into the dungeons of Salimgarh Fort near Delhi's Qila-e-Mubarak. Jahanara Begum is on her deathbed in her mansion. From the window of her bedchamber, she can see Salimgarh Fort, where her favorite niece is living in a dungeon. Several kos away to the south of Rajasthan, Akbar is riding through the bleak desert landscape. The ever-shifting dunes, the shimmering heat, and lack of water have made him, the few troopers and eunuchs left, not more than 30, and their horses disoriented. Only the camels carrying supplies have life left in them. When they had approached the Gujarat border, a contingent of camel riders had started chasing them. When they turned back, they got lost in the desert. The wind too is now fierce and clouds of sand are whirling above the dunes. There is no shelter where they can take refuge. The whipping sand is slapping Akbar's face. He can tell that his horse is panicky. The animal rears up and whinnies. Akbar knows it is about to bolt. He jumps down and sees a huge dust cloud approaching. He crouches to soften the impact of the storm. His horse has disappeared and he can see no one. This is it. This is the end. He thinks, looking at a sand scorpion crawling near him and then vanishing into a hole. I know you are innocent. Let us begin again. Akbar hears Durgadas say. He looks up. And there he is, his Rajput friend. Akbar cannot believe what he is seeing. How did you find me? Akbar asks the blurry figure as the sand whips viciously around them. We are sand people. We know. Durgadas shouts as the wind screams around them. From where shall we begin? Akbar despairs. He knows it is impossible to get Rajput support again. They will not believe Durgadas. We must reach the Deccan and seek help from the new Chhatrapati of the Marathas. Durgadas says. Where are my people? Akbar asks hopelessly. We have gathered them. Let us go. Durgadas says, now with a sense of urgency. I have 400 Rajput cavalrymen with me. Akbar, his men, eunuchs and camels, and Durgadas with his cavalry contingent have been on the move for more than 2 months. The eunuchs are loyal. They have pouches of their master's jewels hidden under their robes. The odd group has barely touched the eastern suburbs of Ahmedabad. They are travelling in the guise of Rajasthani traders. They have sold some of their jewelry to buy food, fodder, and new horses and to pay the ferrymen for crossing the Narmada and other rivers. It was Durgadas's idea to go through the coastal regions of Gujarat from Surat to Valsad. Twice they were stopped by Mughal patrolmen, but Durgadas fooled them by speaking in chaste Rajasthani and acting as a textile merchant. After reaching the end of coastal Gujarat, they turned east, climbing the Sahyadri hills and crossing the Baglan region to reach the outskirts of Nashik, to camp on the banks of the Godavari river. It is monsoon, and the river is swollen, acting as a barricade for the camp on one side. Durgadas has sent his scouts in other directions to find out if any imperial contingent is marching towards them. The wind is still. The moon hangs low on the river, its silvery rays rippling in the waves. The roaring sound of water is pleasing to the ear, but it can also drown the sound of approaching enemies. The horses have had their fill of water and grass. and it looks like they can finally get some rest. A eunuch fills the only silver glass he has with water from the river and offers it to Akbar, saying, "Please drink, my Badshah. After my coronation near Jodhpur, they truly believe that I am the Badshah." Akbar says in dismay, "You are," Durgadas confirms. "And you must also believe in it. We are relying on you to take over the seat of power in Delhi." Durgadas does not want Akbar's confidence to wane. Just then, the scouts start arriving one by one. They have seen a few hundred horsemen riding in their direction. Durgadas relays orders, alerting everyone. They need to move on and travel through obscure mountain passes to reach the Maratha nation's borders. Before they start, Durgadas asks two of his trusted cavalrymen to proceed to Raigad. He does not forget to give them some Rajasthani darris with geometric patterns mainly used as underlay. These are to prove that the men are merchants looking for business with the new Maratha king. Sambhaji gets the message at Raigad fort that two Rajasthani merchants have reached the foothills. When he meets them in his darbar, the court, he has Prahlad Neeraji, the chief scribe Balaji Avaji, and Rahuji Somnath, the Raigad fort commander, with him, standing near the throne. The Rajput men are tall and slender, their faces darkened by the sun. Their clothes, though made of silk mixed with cotton, have not been washed for a while, and their turbans are soiled. It is evident that they have been on the road for a long time. The men have started unfurling the darris they have been carrying on their heads. "Who are you? And where have you come from?" Sambhaji asks. He does not even look at their goods. He can tell by the way they carry themselves that they are warriors, not merchants. The men who have climbed the hill of Raigad are yet to come to terms with the invincibility of the fort, especially the massive Mahadarwaza rising above the slopes that are now lush green from the recent rains. They are amazed by the vast mountain table, the minarets, the lakes, the citadel, the pillared court, and the gilded throne. The man sitting on the shrine-like throne is strikingly handsome. The huge stone canopies behind the throne are intimidating. One of the men kneels, bringing out a dagger and holding it up in both hands. He shows it to Sambhaji and says, "We are not merchants. We are Rathod warriors. Durgadas Rathod has sent us to you with this gift." "You mean the Durgadas Rathod? The right-hand man of the late Jaswant Singh Rathod?" Sambhaji asks incredulously, his eyes shining with interest. "Yes, the same Durgadas Rathod," the kneeling man confirms. A court guard steps forward and takes the dagger from him, handing it to Sambhaji, who first turns it over in his hands to guess its weight and then stares at it. The hilt is gilded, perhaps made of heavy gold over an iron core. The intricately engraved surfaces are set with gems and colored glass. The sheath looks as if it is made of solid gold embellished with more gems. Sambhaji pulls out the dagger from its sheath. It slides out with a hissing sound. He firmly grasps the hilt and looks at it. It is a double-edged, slightly bent and viciously pointed blade. It is evident from the shine that it is made from high-quality Damascus steel. It is the most opulent dagger Sambhaji has ever seen. Whoever has sent him this is not an ordinary person. The dagger looks like it belongs to a Mughal royal, Sambhaji comments. Once upon a time, it belonged to Badshah Jahangir. He loved the cut-glass floral patterns on the hilt of his daggers. The man admits, with a straight face. Sambhaji gets up from his throne and searches the faces of the two men for any hint of deceit. How did it come to Durgadas Rathod? The two men stare at each other. The other man, who has not spoken so far, says, "That is a long story. Badshah Jahangir gifted this dagger to his son Khurram, who later became Badshah Shah Jahan. Then Aurangzeb won the War of Succession and plundered his father's weapon collection, along with jewelry and artifacts from Agra fort, and brought the treasure to Delhi's Qila-e-Mubarak. The loot was carried on the back of thousands of mules. Aurangzeb gifted this dagger to his favorite son, Shehzada Akbar, on his 15th birthday." "You have not answered my question," Sambhaji says quietly, looking straight at the two men. "Shehzada Akbar wants to gift it to you." The same man replies. Sambhaji is confused. History repeats itself. The Shehzada, who has been crowned as the new Mughal Badshah near Jodhpur, is being chased by his father's forces. Hence, the new Badshah seeks refuge in your land, the man explains. He is waiting with Durga Das Rathod, near your borders, for a message from you. He hands over Akbar's letter to one of the guards, who hands it to Sambhaji. "You may consider yourself worthy of our mercy. All humans are equal in God's eyes. Alamgir, the conqueror of the world, who is my father, wants to annihilate the Rajputs, whom he considers kafirs. If the Rajputs are destroyed, even the Mughal Empire will not survive. Since the Rajputs have and continue to make remarkable military contribution to the imperial army. Therefore, we, the Rathod and Sisodia clansmen, and I, had planned to attack Alamgir and Ajmer, but that did not happen. Durga Das Rathod was successful in bringing 50,000 Rathod and Sisodia warriors to the field, but because of a small misunderstanding, they deserted us. After seeing them flee, even my cavalrymen vanished. We, Durga Das and I, then decided to come to the Deccan. We have successfully crossed the Narmada and are heading towards Baglan and thereafter to your borders. If we together can gather enough forces, we can achieve what I have in mind. I have heard about your bravery, your military orientation, and your straightforward nature. A wise man understands everything within the space of a few words." After finishing reading the letter, Sambhaji stares at the two and says, "How many cavalrymen does the Badshah have?" 500. The men answer together. Sambhaji wants to help Akbar, but he is unaware that by doing so he will be awakening something so sinister that it will shake the very foundation of the Deccan. The same day, Sambhaji receives a message from Sajjangarh written by Swami Samarth Ramdas. "Be relentlessly alert without wavering. First contemplate in seclusion without sharing. Leave some rage. Keep some gentleness while caring for others. Remember Shivarai, his daring and his sincerity, how he walked, how he talked, how he walked the talk. Do something even better and be a man among men." Delhi and Agra are turning into ghost towns. There are no more royal processions, no more darbars in the Diwan-e-Aam or the Diwan-e-Khas. There is no Jharokha-e-Darshan, the ritual of the reigning Badshah appearing in the balcony to take salute from a march past, to show himself to his subjects and see them perform Kurnish with his own eyes. There are only screaming and shouting Ameens sitting in every corner, with a queue of crestfallen Hindus waiting to pay jizya. Sitting on the throne in the Diwan-e-Khas of Ajmer Palace with Asad and Shahabuddin Khan standing in front of him, Aurangzeb seems lost in thought. He has just come to know that his sister Jahanara is dead. He is not disturbed by the news. What bothers him is that Akbar has escaped and reached the Deccan and has asked Sambha, the Kafir Shiva's son, to give him shelter. Aurangzeb suspects that his patrolmen have taken a bribe and allowed Akbar to run away. Once Akbar finds political asylum in the Maratha kingdom, it will be difficult to imprison and drag a shackled Akbar to Aurangzeb's favorite political prison, in the dungeons of Gwalior Fort. But if left to live, Akbar will have lofty dreams. That is what bothers Aurangzeb the most. His son's thinking about sitting on the Mughal throne. The time has come to take the most drastic military decision. Aurangzeb has already decided that he must descend on the Deccan with full force, and he will be the chief general this time. Shahabuddin, Aurangzeb says, counting the beads of the tasbih he is holding in his right hand. I can see a far bigger war coming our way than what we have fought on this land. Shahabuddin stares at his 65-year-old Badshah, whose long beard is now completely white. Aurangzeb's face has become gaunter in a few weeks, but his pale eyes below his hanging brows are filled with cunning and insanity. His sharp nose has started resembling the blade of a dagger. He has also lost a lot of hair. His gleaming head is seen through his skull cap, which he has stitched himself. You will work directly under me. I will strategize. I will be the general of this war. Aurangzeb announces. We must annex the Deccan. Shahabuddin Khan, I want you to study the geography in detail. We had not done that homework in Rajasthan. Aurangzeb adds, now counting the beads more furiously. As you wish, Alamgir. Shahabuddin murmurs and bows deep. Aurangzeb suddenly misses Mirza Raja Jai Singh, who used to argue with him while discussing the stratagems of war. These people are just yes men. I ask you to study the mountainous region of Baglan beyond our southern borders. The Aravalis helped the Rajput warriors. Similarly, the Sahyadri and the Baglan hills will help the Marathas. The hill forts of the Baglan mountains are under their control. You will tell me which fort we must target first. Aurangzeb commands. Shahabuddin stares at Asad Khan, who nods, indicating that Shahabuddin need not worry. He will render help. Even then, Shahabuddin goes back to his encampment near Ajmer, a nervous man. He knows how to take orders and how to fight battles, but he has never decided where to fight and where to begin battles. Aurangzeb remains in the Diwan-e-Khas for the entire day. Mutamad brings him his afternoon meal, but Aurangzeb is still lost in thought. The picture is slowly becoming clearer in his mind. More than 7,000 Mansabdars will join Aurangzeb in his Deccan expedition, along with their cavalry contingents. His thoughts then take shape on paper. He dictates letters and farmans to his scribe to be sent to his sons, grandsons, heads of the Mughal provinces and the sultans of the Deccan sultanates. One of the letters is to Sikandar Adil Shah. If he helps the empire defeat the Marathas by attacking them from the south, the Badshah of the Mughals will waive off some of the tribute money in the future. One letter is to his son Azam, to head for the Adil Shahi Maratha borders until further orders, and watch if the Adil Shahi king joins the Marathas against the Mughals. Azam is also asked to take some of the loyal Rajput contingents with him. One of Aurangzeb's powerful Mansabdars, Khan-e-Jahan, is also asked to move to the Baglan region, while his lieutenants, Ranmast and Ruhullah Khan, are ordered to gather all their forces and be ready to depart any moment towards the Konkan. One of the letters is for Hussain Ali Khan, a Mansabdar who has proved himself as a great general in the war of Rajasthan. He is ordered to go towards Kalyan in the Konkan, capture the town and inflict as much damage as possible as he travels. There are many more people to whom Aurangzeb must send letters. He knows that the next few years will be the most volatile and violent. Everything that comes in his way will be destroyed. He will achieve this by lighting the fire of jihad in the minds of his soldiers. A few of the chosen Marathas come to welcome the new Mughal Badshah at the borders. Akbar has been given a house near Pali village in the Konkan. 25 kos northwest of Raigad Fort, 1 or 2 days' journey by horse. The Akbar Durgadas procession takes the hilly road skirting the Sahyadri hills to come down to the coastal Konkan near the foothills of Sudhagad Fort. The high hills remind Durgadas of his expedition to the Hindu Kush mountains, where he had met Maharaja Jaswant Singh Rathod. In that meeting, the Maharaja had breathed his last and collapsed dead in front of Durgadas. Akbar finds the terrain strange. The mountains are different here, with alternative strips of plunging rock and gentle slope giving them a distinct character. The pass skirting the mountains is too steep for the horses and camels. Akbar wishes he had a palanquin to travel in. The locals have been informed about the group in advance. They offer rice, lentil soup and vegetables on banana leaves. Sometimes, the men from the north get lucky and receive fried pomfret or kingfish marinated in lime, salt, and black pepper powder. But it is far too simple for the taste of a Shehzada. There is no wine or sharbat, and there is no fine crockery. He notices that the people of the Konkan are smaller in size when compared to those in the north. Their clothes are made of rough cotton, and their language is alien to him. Thankfully, the Marathas have given them a translator. Once they come down to the coastal area, the weather turns sultry and humid. They cross the hill of Sudhagad and head for the house assigned by Sambhaji to Akbar. It has been months that Akbar has been on the road, and life has been hard on the young Shehzada who is used to a luxurious life, whether at home, on enemy terrain, or in encampments. He has had no woman for weeks. Finally, the self-proclaimed Badshah arrives at his destination at the foothills of Sudhagad. The house given to Akbar by the Marathas is a far cry from the places he is used to. It is made of straw and has a thatched roof. Its walls covered with white calico cloth. The floor is made of mud, covered with coarse darris made of sheep's wool. Hiroji Farzad and 100 Maratha infantrymen stand around the house to welcome the Badshah. Akbar is aghast and gingerly enters his new palace of straw. He is shocked by the coarseness of the darris on the floor. A mattress covered with a cotton sheet is laid out in a corner of the medium-sized hall. Akbar is made to sit on it. It is hard, stuffed with cotton and not feathers. The faint smell of dung hangs in the air. Here the floor is first smeared with cow dung and then dried before covering it with darris made of sheep's wool. He is informed. Hiroji claps his hands as 4 men come forward with 4 metal salvers. One is filled with Maratha coins, the gold horns. The second has pearl strings joined together with a diamond pendant. The third has a gold agate embellished with diamonds. And the fourth has silk robes. This is for the new Badshah, Hiroji says as he bows to Akbar. Where are we? Akbar asks, glancing at the hills through the lone window in this house. This is between Pali village and Sudhagad fort. Since your highness will stay here for a while, henceforth, we will call it Badshahpur, the abode of the Badshah. I will be at your service, Hiroji says, bowing again. Akbar is pleased. Here, people regard him as the Badshah. He has already decided that his routine will be that of a Badshah. He has seen his father holding public court. He shall do the same here, in the small courtyard of the straw house, even if the subjects are missing. He will appoint a divan, a royal scribe, and write letters in imperial style dated in the years of his reign, even if there is no revenue. He will also start collecting mercenaries with whatever money he has. 150 kos southeast from the straw palace of the new Badshah, at Panhala Fort, the new Treasury Minister Datto has arrived with his retinue. He misses his days as Revenue Minister and his meetings with the nation's cultivators, big and small. He misses how they used to queue up to discuss important matters with him and bow in front of him. He used to enjoy the attention, the fear that the cultivators felt, and the money on the side he could make. Now all that Datto has to do is keep an account of funds that are either coins or jewelry, estimate how much will be needed in the immediate future, especially to pay the salaries of the soldiers and to repair the forts. Datto is bored of keeping notes and records of the funds spent, the transactions that have happened, loss and liabilities that have been incurred, and other such mundane things. This information is later passed on to the revenue minister and the Chhatrapati. This is not what he had envisioned. He wanted to rule from behind the throne with Ram Raja as the Chhatrapati. After his work, as he takes a long walk in the evening from the treasury, which is close to the Ambar Khana at Panhala Fort, to his barracks, he thinks of Akbar, who has taken refuge in the Maratha nation. An idea starts forming in Datto's mind. When he reaches the barracks, it is almost dark. He looks at the sky and sees a shooting star. It is a good sign. He closes his eyes and makes his wish. 60 kos northwest of Panhala Fort, at Sajjangarh, Samarth Ramdas breathes his last. Another friend of the Bhosle family passes away. Chapter 26. At the foothills of Shivaneri Fort, Hussain Ali Khan has arrived with his large contingent of horsemen. The Mughal camp is spread between the fort and the market town of Chunnar. Hussain has not been anxious about the battles that lie ahead. He has grown up fighting. He has served as Fauzdar in Mathura and Aurangabad. He had liked his tenure in Mathura the best. The Jats of Mathura had killed their former Fauzdar because he had brought down the main Krishna temple and built a mosque over the ruins. Hussain was successful in capturing the leader and then hacking him to pieces on a stone platform built for public executions in front of the Agra Kotwali. In the recent war in Rajasthan, he has been fearless in crossing the mountains and defeating the Sisodia clansmen waiting in ambush. He and his contingent brought down 171 temples near Udaipur in Mewar. He has recently been promoted by the Badshah, who has gifted him robes of honor, a caparisoned war elephant, and horses for his personal use. He plans to do things at his pace. Near Akbar's new abode, at the foothills of Sudhagarh Fort, Hiroji waits for someone near a large banyan tree with countless aerial roots that have matured into woody trunks with age. The tree's thick, glossy green leaves form a canopy overhead. Hiroji has tethered his horse to one of the aerial roots. It is evening and the birds have come back to the tree. Their chirping does not lift Hiroji's spirit, whose eyes search the hilly eastern horizon. Then he spots a moving dot which gradually becomes bigger and takes the shape of a horse and its rider. Hiroji wipes the sweat from his brow and waits, his heart pounding in his chest. When the horseman comes closer, Hiroji recognizes him even though his face is covered with a cloth. He is Somaji Datto, Anna Datto's brother. Somaji waits at a distance, making sure it is Hiroji, then dismounts and walks with his horse towards the banyan tree. The men face each other and a few moments pass in silence. It is Somaji who breaks it. Annaji Datto is of the opinion that you must convince Badshah Akbar. Hiroji gapes at the man who has retained his arrogance, even when nothing could come out of his brother's big plans. He snaps. There is no must anymore. That is what the new treasurer says. Somaji shrugs, as if what Hiroji says or thinks is not his business. If you do not do what my brother says, all of us will live a spiritless existence under the new regime. and you will be in big trouble. My brother will see to it. Are you threatening me? I am just a messenger of my brother. If you do not convince Akbar, we will. And we will make sure the Chhatrapati suspects you. Hiroji lowers his gaze. Sambhaji knows that the fish is in his net. He leisurely removes his turban, pulls out an epistle hidden in its fold, and hands it to Hiroji. This is for Badshah Akbar. If we do not succeed, we will have to take orders from that idiot Kalash, the most trusted man of the Maharaj. Sambhaji spits out the last word. When Akbar receives the letter from Hiroji, he is already worried about another letter he has received from his father. A Maratha cavalryman working as a messenger across the Mughal Maratha borders had brought it to him. It read, "My dear son, you are part of my heart. Allah knows that of all my children, I love you the most. It is your bad luck that you became the victim of Shaitan, Durgadas Rathod. You are born to live in the palaces inside the Qila-e-Mubarak or Agra Fort, but you have to live in dire poverty. My heart breaks when they tell me about your new house. Sometimes I feel like killing myself. Your wife and children are with me. Have mercy on them and come back. My father's heart has already forgiven you. Even if a son is like a worthless mound of crime, empty but full of lies, parents wear his love like kajal in their eyes." Akbar knows that this is the first of many letters he will receive, and also knows how to reply to his father, the biggest liar in the world. His father has not mentioned a word about Aunt Jahanara's death or his sister Zebunisa Apa's imprisonment. But more than the letter, what has shocked Akbar is the proposal brought by Hiroji Farsad, the man appointed by Sambhaji to look after him. There is something odd about the proposal. He cannot take any decision without discussing it with Durgadas. Sambhaji has been a Mughal Mansabdar from the age of 7 and has seen the grandeur of the Mughal Darbar at Agra Fort. The wall of the fort was made of red sandstone and its turrets and bastions gleamed in the sun. He remembers the arched watchtowers with their intricate cupolas. He had attended the Badshah's court with Mirza Raja Jai Singh's son Ram Singh, whom Sambhaji addressed as Uncle. Aurangzeb would be sitting on the peacock throne with a pearl-fringed canopy on top, supported by gold columns glittering with diamonds and rubies. Sambhaji had witnessed protocols being observed as if it were a question of life and death. The Badshah's sons, grandsons, clergymen, courtiers, nobles and visiting ambassadors had to stand exactly where they were told to. It was a visual message. One's importance was measured by the distance between one and the throne. The message was as much for others as for oneself. No one was allowed to talk to anyone, and people were prohibited from moving unless their name was called out. Everyone had to wear a turban and leave their footwear at the entrance. When called out, one had to walk forward barefoot, gently, sometimes even tiptoeing as if walking on glass shards. When in front of the throne, one needed to perform either Kurnish or Taslim, by placing one's right hand on the ground and then raising it gently until one stood straight. Sambhaji had observed that a few favorites of the Badshah were allowed to approach the throne and kiss Aurangzeb's feet. On special days, when the darbar was full, Aurangzeb would bestow titles, promotions, honors, and awards on Mansabdars. Even Sambhaji was given robes of honor made specially to fit his frame. There were so many protocols that people were appointed to orient first-time attendants, as well as those attending court after a long time. This was 15 or 16 years ago. Sambhaji had seen Aba Sahib break most of the protocols on that fateful day, when he screamed at Ram Singh, "You, your father and the Badshah know what kind of man I am. And yet you make me stand behind Maharaj Jaswant Singh Rathod, whom we have defeated in battles fought at the foothills of Kondana Fort. If you wanted me to attend your court, you should have arranged positions according to what I am, and my skills and achievements." Aba Sahib had then excited the hall in anger, showing his back to the Badshah and breaking one of the most important protocols. Sambhaji had followed suit. Father and son must be the only two people whose back the arrogant Badshah would have ever seen. Sambhaji can still feel the tension in the court so many years ago. Shock, dread, and awe, but strangely, some cheer from the side of the latticed marble wall behind which the royal women sat. That day was not an ordinary one. It was Badshah Aurangzeb's 50th birthday as per the lunar calendar. The hall was packed with distinguished Mughal military men from all provinces, and ambassadors from Mecca, Balkh, Bukhara, Abyssinia, Kashgar, Basra, Yemen, Mocha, and Hadramaut, among other places around the world. Much later he had asked Aba Sahib, "How did you not feel scared of doing what you did that day in Aurangzeb's court?" "I saw through Aurangzeb that day," Aba Sahib had replied. "A show of wealth to intimidate others, and then he wants to be known as Zinda Peer, a living saint. I wanted to yank that veil off his face." "But Maharaja Jaswant Singh Rathod must have felt humiliated." Sambhaji had objected. "He deserved it. He, Mirza Raja Jai Singh and many other Rajput warriors are and were emperor material. Together they could have destroyed the Mughal Empire, but instead they helped build it, barring a few exceptions." Aba Sahib had said angrily. "Not just the Rajputs, but our own people, the Marathas too, were serving the southern sultanates. Our ancestors were servile and never fought for their own freedom," Sambhaji had said. "You are right. This has been happening for generations. It has become a way of life for us, our tradition. Son, some traditions need to be broken to walk on the untrodden path." Aba Sahib had explained. "Even if that means fighting with the kingdoms of our forefathers helped build?" Sambhaji had asked. Yes. There was certainty in Aba Sahib's voice. Now as he rides towards the Sudhagarh foothills, Sambhaji wonders about Akbar. Sambhaji laughs at the irony. He and his cavalry contingent camp on the banks of a rivulet a course from Akbar's abode. As per custom, he bathes and wears a ceremonial tunic made of fine chintz. He attaches the dagger gifted by Akbar to his belt. His turban is similar to what his father used to wear. Saffron, tapering at the back to form a pinnacle with pearl strings swinging from one end. By the time Sambhaji rides towards Akbar's house with a few horsemen, the sun is hanging low on the western side of the sky. It is a soft descent and, as they draw closer, Sambhaji can see the straw house, surrounded by the tents of men who have come with Akbar. He can also see the tiny figures of men standing at attention. From the shape of their headgear, he knows they are Marathas. This is the safest place for Akbar, nestled in the middle of the hills, where it is difficult for the Mughals to march in large numbers. Sambhaji has asked the guards who have come with him to tether their horses and join the camp. When Sambhaji approaches the courtyard, the Maratha men appointed to watch over Akbar come forward to greet him. He stops them by waving at them, indicating that they take care of the men who have come with him. As he walks through the courtyard, a tall man wearing a white turban approaches him. From his salt and pepper beard and moustache, and forehead sporting a red tilak, Sambhaji guesses this is Durgadas Rathod. Durgadas stares at Sambhaji. The Rajputs, who had seen him in Agra as a young boy, had spoken about the Yuvaraj's good looks. But the man in real life is far more regal and charming than the letters mentioned. The men do not need to introduce themselves to each other. Durgadas bows deep To the Chhatrapati of the Maratha nation, Sambhaji holds the man firmly by the shoulders with both hands to stop him from bowing too deep. The men embrace each other as if they have known each other for a long time. We shall remain indebted to you for your help, Durgadas says humbly. Sambhaji smiles. The Badshah's court is in progress. Durgadas says earnestly, pointing at the veranda. Sambhaji nods and is ushered into the courtyard, where a few more men, Mughals as well as Rajputs, greet him with deep bows. Sambhaji has never met Akbar, who was born in the same year as him, 24 years ago. The young man is sitting on the veranda on a wooden plank in the same fashion Sambhaji has seen Aurangzeb sit on the peacock throne. There is a man standing next to him, and another sitting behind a low desk with a pot of ink, a feather nib, and a few papers in front. One must be his Wazir-e-Azam, and the other his scribe. Sambhaji thinks to himself, Akbar has seen Sambhaji, and does not know what to do next. As per Mughal court etiquette, he is not even supposed to look at the new entrant in his court and bestow his meher nazar, the grace of mercy the Badshah bestows on his visitors. But these are extraordinary times, and looking at Sambhaji, who is of the same age as him, brings unbelievable relief to Akbar.
The Chhatrapati,
he exclaims in greeting, his voice carrying far. For the first few hours, the two men exchange pleasantries and make polite conversation. They eat dinner prepared by the cooks arranged by the Marathas. It consists of prawn curry cooked in kokum and coconut milk, spiced with ginger and pepper, eaten with fragrant rice. Later that night, Sambhaji, Akbar and Durgadas sit on neatly cut tree trunks a little distance away from the small encampment to discuss their military plans. On either side of them, maintaining a respectable distance, Maratha men stand alert for any order from their Chhatrapati, scanning the surroundings for the slightest threat. A crescent moon hangs over the silhouettes of the hills, while a cool breeze rustles the leaves of the nearby trees. My father wants to bring the entire world under Islamic rule, make every inch of this earth a region of Darul Islam, and make every Hindu's life worthless. Akbar comes straight to the point. Durgadas takes a cue and goes on to explain the war in Marwar, the massacres and the temple destructions. Akbar tells him about the thousands of Hindus that were crushed in Delhi under the feet of elephants when they protested against jizya. Akbar narrates how they had planned to attack Ajmer, defeat his father in Rajasthan, and take over Delhi, and Durgadas completes the story with how Aurangzeb tricked them all with just one letter. How can we help you? Sambhaji asks, after they have finished telling their story. If we join hands and march to Delhi, together we can defeat my father. Once I take over the throne there, I will leave the Deccan alone, and you can rule without any fear. Akbar says, I need to think it over. Sambhaji says, he cannot believe the naivety of the two powerful people sitting in front of him. He does not understand on what grounds Akbar thinks he is the Badshah. Sambhaji knows that one needs military backup to defeat others and take over the throne. Aurangzeb has the military backup of 2 lakh well-mounted cavalrymen and 50,000 artillerymen. He has an equal number of infantrymen. With his strength, Aurangzeb can crush any resistance or rebellion. What does Akbar have? And how could the Marathas march to the north with Akbar and conquer Agra when Aurangzeb may descend on the Deccan with all his force? Do they not know that Hussain Ali Khan has already reached Shivneri with his massive contingents? I have heard that the Maratha military has more than 50,000 fast-moving cavalrymen. Durgadas notes. Sambhaji nods but does not comment. His interests do not match Akbar's. Why would he take his cavalry away from the safety of the Sahyadri and expose them to pitched battles on the northern plains? Why would he make his country defenseless and vulnerable to invaders and pursue Akbar's dreams? And if they are defeated, it will mean complete annihilation of the Maratha army. For what? For Akbar to be the Badshah? Also, Sambhaji does not wish to help the Mughals anymore, either in their wars of expansion or succession. He wants to fight his own wars of expansion and push the Mughal borders further into the north. He also needs to defend his nation against attacks. Sambhaji's only hope are the rugged, inaccessible hill forts built above the Sahyadri and the small and fast frigates of the Maratha naval force. Two things the Mughals do not have. If the Marathas can defeat the Mughals, it is here, in the mountains of the Deccan or in the Konkan, and not in the plains up north. A crocodile's strength is in the water. Sambhaji refrains from committing to the two men. As the night ages, everyone becomes somber. Far away in the forest, the wolves start howling. You have to trust us, Durgadas says to Sambhaji. Sambhaji looks at Durgadas in surprise. If he did not trust them, he would not have provided them shelter. He has allowed them entry into his territory. Why do you say this? His eyes bore into Durgadas's. Durgadas starts to say something, but stammers. He takes a few deep breaths, trying to steady himself. Akbar takes over. Hiroji Farzad has proposed that we join hands with your treasurer, a man named Annaji Datto. Sambhaji's eyes smart and he can feel himself trembling with anger. We thought you wanted to test us, Durgadas says. What else did Hiroji say? Sambhaji asks, trying to control the anger in his voice. He must deal with this situation calmly, taking the entire ecosystem of the conspiracy into consideration. He said that you, the Chhatrapati, will not know how to use this opportunity, that you do not know Badshah Akbar's worth. He said the ministers think you are too immature and have no control over your anger. Akbar is frank. Did he say how they will get military support? Because without the military backup, we are just names and titles without meaning. Sambhaji says sardonically as he narrows his eyes. Durgadas and Akbar are instantly alert. They know that Sambhaji is not testing their intentions. Their host is at the center of an internal conspiracy. Akbar wants to be completely open about it. He says, please tell us what is happening. Sambhaji raises his eyebrows and says, it is a conspiracy against me. That is all I can say. You have to be careful, Akbar says earnestly. Sambhaji's mind spins. What if these men are lying to him about Datto and Hiroji to destabilize the Maratha nation? Who knows if they are playing a political game along with Aurangzeb? Maybe Akbar really was involved in a conspiracy against the Rajputs and that is why they deserted him. If the Rajputs know that Aurangzeb has tricked them using his own son, why haven't the Rajputs come back to him in large numbers? Do you have a proof of what you say? Sambhaji asks, his eyes boring into Akbar's. Durgadas takes out an epistle hidden in his belt and hands it to Sambhaji. He reads, after the sad demise of our beloved Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, we have become orphans. Sambhaji Raja has forcefully taken over the Maratha nation, even though all of us wanted the mild-mannered Ram Raja to sit on the throne. Sambhaji Raja has already proved that he is a traitor by joining Diler Khan. You cannot trust him if you want to fight against your father. Sambhaji Raja may leave you in the lurch any time. If you join us, we can be of mutual help. We will help you in your fight against Badshah Aurangzeb, and you can help us eliminate the unwanted and make Ram Raja our Chhatrapati. The letter has Soira Ma Sahib's stamp, and the handwriting is unmistakably Balaji Avaji's. Sambhaji understands in a flash. Chapter 27. Annaji Datto, Somaji Datto, Janardhan Hanmante and Hiroji Farzad have been summoned to Raigad Fort. Sambhaji's court has all his important councils. Kalash, Neelkant Pinglai, Balaji Avaji, his son Khando Ballal, Rahuji Somnath and Prahlad Neeraji, who live in Raigad Fort, are also present. Mohite has been urgently called from the military camp to Raigad. Sambhaji has avoided sitting on the throne. He stands with Mohite and faces his men. Outside, about 100 of Sambhaji's personal guards have made a circle around the court. They are armed. The courtroom is filled with a pregnant silence as the cold mountain wind weaves its way around the pillars of the courtroom. I met Shehzada Akbar yesterday. Do you really think he is the real Badshah of the Mughals? Sambhaji throws the question open. There is no answer. Hiroji uncle, what is your opinion? Sambhaji walks to Hiroji and glowers at him. That is what he says. Hiroji answers cautiously. And you believe him? I am too small a man. It does not matter what I think. Hiroji replies, lowering his gaze, his hands trembling with anxiety. But you have lofty dreams, don't you? Hiroji does not look up. You have convinced him that you and your ministers can be of better use to Akbar in defeating Aurangzeb. Sambhaji has no patience left. Hiroji falls to his knees and says, It was Annaji Datto's brother Somaji who pushed me to do this. He threatened me with dire consequences. You could have come to me, Sambhaji says softly. No one can push anyone into doing something like this. The men in the room stand like statues in shock and fear. I wonder who else is part of this new conspiracy. Sambhaji wonders aloud and walks towards Datto. Even before Sambhaji comes face to face with Datto, the latter looks at his Chhatrapati and says unflinchingly, That is what we thought would be good for the Maratha nation. Who are we? Mohite shouts. Sambhaji raises his hand and asks Mohite to be silent. Names. Sambhaji just says one word, without taking his eyes off Datto. My brother Somaji, scribe Balaji Avaji, Rahuji Somnath, Janardhanji and... Datto trails off. Sambhaji is trembling with rage and sorrow. He signals to Kalash to hand over the epistle that he took from Durgadas. He walks towards Balaji Avaji and unfolds the piece of paper close to his face. Please deny that this is written by you. Balaji Avaji falls to his knees. Push me off the Takmaktok and end my misery, he begs. There are two powers in this fort, two rulers. If I do what one says, the other wants to kill me. He hits his forehead with his fist. Sambhaji is beside himself with rage. He has made many mistakes. He has fled the nation in a fit of anger against Soira Ma Sahib, the ministers and Abba Sahib. He has joined Diler Khan, the Mughal Mansabdar who wanted to destroy the Maratha nation. He knows he has lost credibility. The people whose names are involved in this conspiracy are the same people who had once helped Abba Sahib build this nation. If Sambhaji sends them to the gallows, the nation will lose its brain. But if he pardons them, the nation will be lost. They may help Akbar march against Aurangzeb, but they may even join Aurangzeb. Sambhaji had made a mistake, but Abba Sahib pardoned him. These people standing before him had also made mistakes, and he had pardoned them. But they want to finish him. To wash his sins away, Sambhaji had vowed to fight until his death for the nation. The threat of Aurangzeb descending upon the Deccan with full force may have once been a distant one, but now it is knocking, almost banging on the door. He is thankful for one thing, though. Datto had stopped before taking Soira Ma Sahib's name. A decision has to be made. He claps his hands. Armed guards rush in. Annaji Datto, Somaji Datto, Hiroji Farsad, Balaji Avaji, Rahuji Somnath and Janardhan Hanmante are taken into custody. Sambhaji raises his hand as the guards start leading them away. All of you demean me because I defected to the Mughals. I was just 20 then. Although I never expected you to be empathetic, you went on to poison people's minds against me. Sambhaji the traitor, Sambhaji the worthless. Now, most of you, pickled in politics, want to do away with your Chhatrapati and help Akbar win the war against his father. How do you propose to achieve this task? With Akbar's meager cavalry, which is less than 1,000 in number? Sambhaji wants to know. There is silence. Did you plan to do away with me? The barrier between you and our military? Sambhaji asks loudly, his voice booming through the corridors of the fort. More silence. Take them away! Sambhaji shouts. In her privy quarters, Soira watches the sky from the window as twilight fades into darkness. She knows that the people involved in the second conspiracy will be sent to the gallows or thrown from the Takmakto cliff into the abyss of the valley below. She has no option left. She has a small bottle hidden in her vault. One sip, and everything will be over. What do you suggest now? Sambhaji asks Kalash late that night. Kalash is now one of his two most trusted men. The other is Sarnobat Mohite. Those who will not stop pushing you towards darkness must vanish into the abyss. Kalash replies. A shackled Hiroji is being dragged towards the Takmakto cliff of Raigad fort. He feels disoriented. Everybody thinks that he is a distant relative of Sambhaji. The truth is that he is Sambhaji's grandfather's cousin's son. He is an uncle to Sambhaji and cousin to Shivarai. Shivarai's father called him Farsad, meaning son, and that became his surname. His uncanny resemblance to Shivarai helped him become a double for him in Agra. He slept in his bed as Shivarai, as the real Shivarai escaped. He has never been afraid of death and has fought battles against better armed cavalrymen of the Sultanate and the Mughal Empire. He is not afraid to die, but he is ashamed to be dying this way. A few hours before him, Annaji Datto and Balaji Avaji were thrown down from the same cliff. Their screams are still echoing in his ears. The guards push him to move faster as they cross the stone minarets and the lake, then turn left to reach the cliff. A narrow path leads to a large mountain shelf jutting out into the air, hanging over the valley. It is a clear morning and the slopes of the Raigad hill are lush green as if draped in velvet. But for Hiroji, everything is a blur. They make him lie down on a black blanket made of sheep's wool. They bundle him in it and tie it securely with a jute rope. Now they handle him like a piece of log. 4 muscular men lift him up and walk to the edge of the cliff shelf. With the help of ropes tied to the corner of the bundle where Hiroji's legs would be, they lower him from the cliff shelf. They let him hang there for a second so he can look straight into the abyss in which he will fall. Hiroji looks at the valley one last time and feels himself falling. The men have let the ropes go. There is green all around him, down and further, down as he falls. And then there is darkness. Soira has asked Ram Raja to go out and play. She has also dismissed all the maids, saying she has a headache and needs silence around her. She has bluffed. She holds the bottle in her hand. The dark liquid sloshes inside the bottle as she walks with it towards her bedchamber. She sits down and opens the bottle as tears trickle down her eyes. She is leaving Ram Raja all alone in this world. He has no father and no mother, only enemies. She opens the bottle and gulps down the contents until the last drop. A bitter taste fills her mouth as memories flood her mind. What do you think of people who kill themselves? She had once asked her husband. "I have not thought about them. My mind has been preoccupied by people who die on the battlefield." Shivarai had replied truthfully. "Some people may not have any option," she had said, almost to herself. "Options are not given as gifts, plundered like the spoils of war or inherited like estates. One has to create them," her husband had said. She understands the true meaning of his words now, but it is too late. Back then, she had tried to argue. Some options can be snatched from others. Then those cannot be called options. They become stolen chances, and even crimes. She has indeed committed a crime, a major one. She tries to visualize the face of Ram Raja, but all she can see is her stepson Sambhaji. His face lingers stubbornly before her closed eyes, until she can see no more. At the western border of the Deccan, rock faces stand like full-on sentinels watching over the coast. The white sands of the Konkan seem to have made a truce with the emerald waters of the Arabian Sea. Sambhaji rides towards the Murud village along with his cavalry contingent. He is to meet his naval Sarnobat, Daulat Khan. As their horses canter along the coast, leaving behind rice fields, coconut groves, and spice and fruit orchards, all Sambhaji can think of is the naval battle that lies ahead. His military procession is stopped by a group of people who look like locals in their frayed cotton clothes and worn-out turbans. Looking at the faces of the reed-thin men, Sambhaji knows they want to tell him something important. He jumps down from his horse, makes his way through the guards and comes face to face with the men. Around them, the palm trees sway gently in the breeze.
"Maharaj, we have heard that you are our Chhatrapati."
One of the men comes forward and says. He bows deep, but keeps his eyes on Sambhaji. Sambhaji nods. There is silence as everyone waits for the man to speak further. The man speaks in a broken voice.
"We feel death is better than living on this wretched land."
The afternoon sun is directly above the palms. Despite it being winter, the sea breeze is warm and humid. Somewhere, in the nearby bushes, a lark is repeatedly belting out melodious whistles. But the air here on the coast seems heavy with pain and sorrow.
"I am Shirpa. We are peasants from a village near Chaul. We till the land to grow rice, but the dark-skinned raiders come from the sea with swords, axes and bows."
Sambhaji knows what Shirpa means. These are the men from Janjira, cruel, slippery and strong, like amphibians, one foot on land and the other in water. They are untamed and armed, without scruples.
"They kill us for a sack of nagli or rice."
Another man behind Shirpa says in a quivering voice,
"If they do not kill us, they cut off our ears or noses for fun. They laugh as if it is a joke. We have been left to our fate. Many villagers kill themselves, throw their wives and children into wells. Better to die than fall in their hands."
Another man from the group says,
"I wish we could fight, hold swords instead of plows."
Someone else says,
"And the Firangs."
The man continues. Sambhaji knows he is talking about the Portuguese.
"Their soldiers march in with muskets, rods and spikes. They want us to pray at their churches, and if we refuse, they use those horrible tools to break our legs and jaws and tear out our tongues. They carry a kind of guillotine chair to cut off heads and—"
He hesitates, his face flushed. His palms are clenched into fists. "Speak," Sambhaji says. Shirpa hits his own forehead with his fist, takes a few deep breaths as if to subdue his shame and manages to say,
"Maharaj, The Siddhis and the Portuguese deal in the slave trade. They take our women and tear them apart. They take our girls and sell them to traders. They take our boys and castrate them, turning them into eunuchs.
Sambhaji knows the power equation in the Konkan. The Siddhis of Janjira and the English of Bombay have a love-hate relationship. The English allow the Janjira thugs to anchor their ships at Bombay dockyards during the monsoons. From there, the African men enter the Maratha territory to plunder and abduct young men and women to feed their slave trade. The English are diplomatic. They do not want any enemies, while the Portuguese of Goa and the Siddhis, who are sea pirates, have formed a nexus. The Siddhis attack merchant ships that don't belong to the Portuguese, and the Portuguese offer protection to the same merchant ships with their warships for a hefty fee. Sambhaji suspects that the Portuguese and the Siddhis share the money at the end. More than 100 Maratha warships, the frigates, form a circle around the Janjira sea fort. They bounce violently on the waves as seamen try to cut through the surf with their oars. Sambhaji is in one of them, along with Daulat Khan. He scans the skyline as he holds on to the hull of the frigate, its bow rising and falling with the waves. Sambhaji's eyes are fixed on Janjira fort. The sea between him and the fort looks violent. The tide is high and the waters choppy. He knows that the meandering coast-long wall of Janjira is made of granite stone and is 12 guz high and several guz wide. It is strengthened with 19 bastions, each with a long-range cannon to ward off warships that get too close. Those cannons can fire with precision. Explosives have been known to land straight on the decks of the warships, sinking them. Even the mere sound of the cannons is enough to repel battleships. Who would know this better than Sambhaji? Even Aba Sahib has not been able to conquer this sea fort. Sambhaji also knows the strength of the men inside the fort. Men with African blood in them, trained sailors and soldiers, fit as stallions, one equal to 10 natives. He can see tiny figures scurrying around on the ramparts. Those are either the archers or the artillerymen waiting for the Maratha frigates to come into firing range. But this time, Sambhaji has a battle plan that is slightly different. Sambhaji has spent months studying naval warfare. The Maratha frigates are small, lightweight, fast, and driven by sails as well as oars. They are agile and easy to maneuver in water. They carry a single principal battery of carriage-mounted guns and about 100 sailors on deck. Sambhaji has asked Daulat Khan to train the frigate captains to be able to maneuver the ships quickly and efficiently so as to avoid the explosive and cannonballs directed at them from Janjira fort. In the past few months, the Maratha sailors have undergone rigorous naval drills. The Siddhis have made Janjira their home. The Portuguese think Goa is their property, and the English in Bombay help the Siddhis. Sambhaji says to Daulat Khan, standing next to him. Daulat Khan nods. He had gone to Goa a few years ago and seen the wealth of the city. The Portuguese have become very wealthy as they control the sea with their powerful navy. If anyone else wants to sail their merchant ships on these waters, they have to buy passports called cartazes from the Portuguese for a hefty price. They have also monopolized the spice trade, exporting large quantities to Europe. They call themselves the masters of the ocean. Sambhaji knows how strong they are at sea. The Portuguese have come all the way from Europe. Sambhaji had visited their shipyard with Aba Sahib and Bahirji Nayak, disguised as labourers. The yard was to the south of Goa. It was enormous, built on the edge of the ocean. Thousands of native and European carpenters and coopers were swarming like ants around a half-built vessel sprawled across about 300 guz. Its wooden frame looked like the gigantic ribs of a beast, fitted on a wooden keel and planked with fitted wooden boats. Countless blacksmiths were hammering steel and iron into shape. The air was heavy with the smell of molten iron. "It's a galleon, propelled by sails alone," Aba Sahib had whispered. "It can carry 60 cannons and 400 sailors and seamen." A large wave shakes Sambhaji's frigate, and he is brought back to the battle ahead of him and Daulat Khan. The plan is that a few frigates will sail closer to the wall of Janjira and fire, but not in the direction of the wall, which will never break. They must adjust the small cannons on their frigates in such a way that the explosives land inside the fort. After that, they must turn back immediately, as swift as water snakes, and out of the enemy's firing range. Immediately, another batch of frigates will repeat the same strategy. As planned, the first batch of frigates moves ahead and fires, their explosives landing inside the fort. The Maratha Marines on the frigates have started using catapults to throw small rocks in the direction of the fort. The explosives and the small rocks raining on the fort start damaging palaces, houses, granaries, and storehouses. Some land on the men inside the fort, killing them. The cannons on Janjira's ramparts burst into life, firing back with a vengeance, but cannot hit the swiftly moving small Maratha frigates. This goes on for a few hours. The island quakes with the blasting of cannons. By the end of the day, the Siddhi chiefs, Kahirat and Qasim, have to hide behind the walls of their palace, as many structures inside the fort catch fire. Most of the Siddhi's small boats are destroyed. That night, when Sambhaji reaches mainland Konkan, he gets the news. Soira Ma Sahib has killed herself. All he can think of is Ram Raja. The Mughal cavalcade moves out of Ajmer in the direction of Gujarat, as the dust rises around the serpentine procession. Hundreds of labourers try to cut out a path using metal shovels ahead of the vanguard. Aurangzeb has opted to ride a horse instead of a palanquin. His face, like the others, is covered with a cloth to avoid sand in his mouth and his ears, and he is carrying his own water cask made of sheepskin. The Badshah is too preoccupied with his fears to notice the frenzied activity around him. He has been having terrifying dreams of one son or the other sitting on the peacock throne, and he, Aurangzeb, is nowhere to be seen. Where has he gone? Is he imprisoned or dead? A train of camels carrying supplies and artillery equipment follows the horses. The Mughal cavalcade tries to stay away from the mountains, despite the lure of their cool shade in the afternoon. The scouts on camels ride around the procession, moving northeast in the direction of Surat. Their eyes have been scanning the nearby terrain for any signs of danger, especially for Rajput contingents. The Sisodias of Mewar have made peace with the Mughals. Aurangzeb has had several meetings with the Ranas, whom he has bribed heavily. Only the Rathors of Marwar have not yielded. But now, it is futile to waste time in Rajasthan. Akbar has turned into a rebel. Since he has Mughal blood flowing in his veins, his rebellion must be taken seriously. When one has Mughal blood in them, people tend to cow down and listen. If Akbar is successful in gathering enough men of war, he can come marching to Delhi or Agra. Aurangzeb remembers his own war of succession. Men with Mughal blood have a natural urge to become the next Badshah, and they have to battle for the throne. Aurangzeb does not trust his sons. He is relieved that Muhammad Sultan, sired by his inferior Hindu wife Nawab Bai, is dead. Sultan's brother Muazzam is addicted to hashish. He needs to be continuously guided on the battlefield. Akbar's older brother Azam, sired by Aurangzeb's queen consort, the Persian Dilras Banu, is haughty and domineering because of his mother's royal ancestry. People hate him, especially the powerful Mansabdars. Kambaksh, sired by a concubine turned wife named Udaipuri, is the youngest of Aurangzeb's sons. He has grown up under the fierce protection of his mother and lacks decisiveness. Hence, other than Akbar, though weak-minded, no other sons of Aurangzeb are rebel material. They will remain loyal to their father, but loyalty is fickle, and nobody can be trusted. For now, the real threat is Akbar, who has already declared himself the Badshah. Part 4, 1682-89. Chapter 28. The city of Aurangabad has woken up with a jolt. Its tree-lined avenues, boasting of arched gateways, domed palaces, temples with rising spires and mosques with tall minarets have turned noisy. The Naukhanda Palace, built on an elevated level, is crowded with visitors who have come to meet the Badshah, who has finally arrived in the Deccan. The city is getting a new 3-course long wall. Thousands of masons are seen laying stones. At some places, the wall is complete with loophole battlements. At one place, semicircular bastions have suddenly appeared. At 13 places, there are gaps in the wall, planned for massive gateways, equipped with metal doors with spikes and small wicket windows. The Marathas need to be kept away from Aurangabad at any cost. Outside the half-built wall, the sound of countless stone cutters hammering away, shaping large pieces of rock, rends the peaceful air of the city. Beyond the stone cutters are the lime kilns to make limestone, which will be used as mortar. Beyond the kilns, the city is surrounded by the military encampment that has more than 10,000 Mansabdars, 2 lakh cavalrymen, 30,000 artillerymen, and about 1 lakh of infantrymen. The soldiers include Rajputs, Turks, Tajiks, Persians, Mongols, Afghans, Abyssinians, Deccan Muslims, and even Marathas. The sea of human habitat is punctured by makeshift stables and sheds, overflowing with war and cargo animals. It is estimated that there are 2 lakh war horses, 5,000 elephants, and 50,000 camels, other than countless donkeys, mules, and oxen. Their neighing, braying, trumpeting, and mooing add to the clamor of the wall construction. Animals used for food such as poultry, goats, and cattle have been kept separately. Horse traders have arrived from the distant lands of Persia and Arabia, as well as from nearby Gujarat. The outskirts of the encampment is a parking space for several hundred large cannons mounted on wheels. The 20-course periphery of the camp has rows of latrine pits, some open and some inside a cloth enclosure. The stench of human waste and animal droppings stings the nostrils of thousands of patrolmen guarding the camp boundary, who are looking out not just for any approaching enemy or infiltrator, but also for deserters. Between the city of Aurangabad and Daulatabad Fort, hundreds of weaponsmiths have set up their workshops with mounds of steel nuggets from Damascus, forges, anvils, and hammers. Badshah Aurangzeb has opened up his treasury for making the slightly curved Samsher swords, Jambiya and Katiyar daggers, arrows and javelins. A few courses away from Aurangabad, Daulatabad Fort, built on a massive rock with a circumference many courses long, stands mutely, looking down at the preparations for all-out war, which may last for decades. It has seen many invasions right from the time of Alauddin Khilji. That was the first vicious attack, when the fort's finely built escarpments were drenched in the blood of the Yadava rulers. Aurangzeb has been discussing war details with his sons, grandsons who are amirs with more than 10,000 cavalrymen under them, and high-ranking mansabdars. Targets, battlegrounds, the size of the cavalry contingents, the number of mercenaries and scouts per battle, geographical disadvantages and logistics. Initially, he wanted to annex the Deccan to acquire land so that he could increase the number of mansabdars. Now his primary aim is to destroy the Maratha nation and kill Sambhaji. To start with, Aurangzeb has secured all the empire's frontiers with strong garrisons and planned a multi-pronged attack on the Maratha nation that Sambhaji will struggle to deal with. And without Sambhaji, Akbar will not get the opportunity to plan an attack on Aurangzeb. Hussain Ali Khan is already on his way to the Konkan, plundering the region, while Shahabuddin is heading in the direction of Baglan. The Marathas remain undaunted. Sarnobat Mohite, along with Dhrupaji Bhosle, a 5,000 Maratha military commander, and their contingents of cavalrymen ride in the direction of northern Konkan. The Mughals are marching towards Kalyan and will surely want to destroy the shipbuilding facilities of the Marathas. But Hussain Ali Khan and other Mughal mansabdars such as Rahullah Khan and Rajput warriors such as Padam Singh, Ram Singh and Har Singh Bundela intercept the Marathas. The Marathas have to retreat and the Mughals advance, their archers shooting arrows. Mohite is hit on the shoulder. Rahullah Khan writes to the Badshah that the Maratha Sarnobat and a 5,000 have been killed. Aurangzeb gets the false news in Aurangabad. He is looking forward to winning the first strategic fort of the Marathas, the Ramsej fort. He has hopes that Shahabuddin will soon fulfill this wish. The summer sun is high up in the sky, and since there are not many trees to provide shade, there is no reprieve from the blazing heat, but that hardly bothers Shahabuddin, whose horse canters towards Ramsej fort. For the first time, he has been made the captain of an important battle, and has been given 20,000 cavalrymen and a few hundred European artillerymen to conquer the fort, which, unlike the other hill forts in the region, is not covered by a forest at its foothills. Shahabuddin is excited and looking forward to putting the Mughal banner on top of Ramsej. Behind him, the oxen carts are dragging 10 wrought iron cannons, each weighing more than 1,000 seir. He is in awe of these muzzle-loader cannons. Even the cannonballs are weighty orbs of iron. When they fly from the cannons and land on a structure, it is sure to collapse. Since it is not a hilly or wooded area, Shahabuddin can see the fort from a distance. The Ramsej hill looks ordinary, not like some of the forts Shahabuddin has seen while travelling through the Baglan region, especially those mountain forts on top of hills that hardly have any slopes, just plunging rocks. You need wings to get up there, he had thought, looking up at their ramparts rising above the escarpments. Ramsej looks ordinary. From a distance, this hill looks like a huge mound of mud with a bump on its head. Its citadel. Shahabuddin has been told that the citadel is about 300 gaz above the surrounding plains. Shahabuddin smiles to himself and narrows his eyes to see scaffoldings being built by his men at the foothills. There are oxen and camels to pull and ferry the materials needed to build the structures, on which the heavy cannons will be mounted. The scaffolding needs to be strong, since hundreds of artillerymen will hang on to those to ignite and fire the giant guns, keeping the angle right when ejecting the massive cannonballs towards the fort. How much is the collection? Sambhaji asks the 3 men sitting behind their desks. The question is about the agricultural revenue collection from the Maratha nation's 16 provinces, the major ones being Mawal, south of the Konkan, Satara, Panhala, Baglan, and the Carnatic country. The new Surnese is struggling with the numbers. For a moment, Sambhaji thinks that Datto would have done the calculations in a wink. But Datto is no longer there. Datto is dead. If only. Sambhaji thinks regretfully, but shakes himself out of those thoughts. That option is no longer there. We have managed to collect a little less than 1 crore of rupees in revenue last year from all our provinces. Sondev says, after calculating his ledger on the short wooden desk in the minister's office at Raigad Fort. Khando Ballal, the son of Balaji Avaji, is the new scribe. He looks into his book of accounts and nods. How much is left of that in our treasury and how long will it last? Sambhaji asks. Peshwa Nilkant feels the blood rush to his face. He is glaring down at his papers. There are so many people on the payroll. The infantrymen, the cavalrymen, the fort garrisons, the revenue collectors, the suppliers of animal food to feed the war and cargo animals. Some funds must be kept aside for the forts, for building, restoring and repairing them, for equipping them with ammunition and for administration. When 1 + 1 is not 2 anymore, one needs to do some clever maths, forecasting the collection and the expenses on multiple battle frontiers. Sambhaji says, with the Mughals invading our country from many directions, our agriculture revenue collection will be inversely proportional to our expenses, and we will also be recruiting a large number of infantrymen. The funds we have may last 4 to 6 months. Sondev is done with some calculations. Considering that the Mughals will not invade the Carnatic country immediately, agriculture will run normally. We must try and get revenue from those regions under control, says Kalash, who is standing behind Sambhaji, in Marathi. He has picked up the language. We are already receiving funds from those provinces from Raghu Pandit, Nilkant points out. Can we trust him? Kalash asks. Janardhanji and Raghuji have the same blood running in their veins. Sambhaji nods gravely. We need our trusted man in the south. Kalash is clear. Harji Rao will be an ideal person. Sambhaji is thinking aloud. The men agree. Sambhaji has 3 sisters. The youngest is married to Harji Rao, who has been loyal to Shivarai. If more revenue comes from the southern land, it will be a relief. The enemy is strong. Sambhaji and his men know that 22 Mughal provinces give them rupees 12 to 15 crore every year. With that kind of money, they could maintain a massive army, most of which is now in the Deccan. Sambhaji knows what his men are thinking. He shakes his head and says, they are big and strong, but they have come to our mountains. One man on a well-maintained hill fort is equal to hundreds of besiegers. The Sultani calamity is already at our doorstep. This war will be unlike any other war the Deccan has witnessed. Sambhaji adds. He remembers what Aba Sahib had said. Earlier, when Aurangzeb invaded the Deccan, he was just a Mughal prince and could not disregard his father, Badshah Shah Jahan's farmans. He could not do what he wanted to, which primarily included the total destruction and takeover of the Deccan. But when he comes to the Deccan as the Mughal Badshah, he will bring the all-destructive fire of jihad and hatred with him. You mean they will come with burning arrows and fire-spewing guns? Sambhaji had asked, eyes wide. When you learn about a battle tactic, always look at it in a metaphysical context. Knowing Aurangzeb and how he defeated his brother Dara Shikoh, he will come with the flame of jihad in his heart. He will also set the hearts of his troopers on the same fire. They will come spewing invisible and intangible fire which has far more destructive power than real fire. And the whole of the Deccan will be its target. Sambhaji had thought that he had understood Aba Sahib's words then. But only after his experience with Diler Khan does he truly understand. He has something else on his mind. Something exciting. The Queen's palace in Raigad Fort is bustling. Midwives are coming in and out of Yesu's bedchamber with pots of hot water. Yesu is trying to avoid screaming as she goes into labor. The chief midwife hovers over her, saying,
Push! Push!
The elderly midwife is worried. Yesu has gone through this once, but now she wants to present her husband with a boy, a son. The labor pains have intensified. The baby that was in her womb, kicking her from the inside from the past couple of months, is trying to come out into the world. The Maratha queen takes deep breaths, trying to calm her mind as every cramping pain gets more intense than the previous one. Finally, she feels the baby coming out. For a moment, there is total silence. Sambhaji cannot do anything but pace up and down in the court with worry. It has been 2 years since Abba Sahib died. Ram Raja, now 12 years old, hovers around his nervous older brother.
Dada Sahib,
Ram says.
do not worry. Everything will be fine.
Sambhaji looks at his brother, who is growing taller. The older brother bends down, kisses Ram Raja's head and whispers, I know, little one. Just then, a loud cry of a newborn echoes in the corridors of the Rajgarh citadel. Yesu is relieved when she hears the first cry of her baby. It is robust.
Is it a boy or a girl?
She asks before she closes her eyes from exhaustion.
Krishna has come home.
The elderly woman replies warmly, indicating it is a boy. When Sambhaji looks at his son for the first time, he thinks of Abba Sahib. The memory makes his eyes sting with tears. Now he knows what his father must have felt when he first saw him. Sambhaji, as a newborn. The feeling cannot be described in words. The baby's skin is alabaster. His nose is small and his eyes closed. Sambhaji is scared to even hold him. He looks so delicate. What kind of future lies ahead for my son? The thought makes him tremble. He carries the baby and enters Yesu's bedchamber. Covered in sheets, she looks tired, her eyes half closed. Sambhaji holds his baby high and says, We will name him after Abba Sahib. He will be known as Shivaji. Yesu smiles feebly and says, He will be Shahu to us. How can she take her father-in-law's name when she calls her son? The royal astrologer is already noting the place, the day, and the hour of Shahu's birth to draw a Jataka, a natal chart of the Bhosle prince. The astrologer is studying the newborn's ascendant sign and the houses in which the planets in his chart fall. At the end of the day, the astrologer stares at an unending gloom and does not know if there is light at the end of it all. He does not want to disclose what he has found in Shahu's Jataka. 70 kos north of Raigad, at the foothills of Ramsej Fort, Shahabuddin stands near his tent in the middle of the siege and looks up at the fort in envy. Ramsej looks victorious despite the hail of cannonballs fired by the Mughals. He has deployed thousands of laborers to dig trenches very close to the hill. The men have been braving the shower of pebbles being thrown down from the fort. Many have died and many are lying injured. There is no time for cremation or burial, and the air stinks of rotting human flesh. But that hardly bothers Shahabuddin, who plans to stuff the trenches with explosives. He has also thought of another strategy. He has spotted a hillock behind Ramsej Fort, over which he can build a scaffolding so tall that the cannons mounted on it will eject the cannonballs straight inside the fort. Suryaji, the fort commander of Ramsej, has been watching the goings-on at the foothills. He has also been thinking of survival along with battle plans. A few rainwater harvesting lakes on the fort will have enough water until the rains arrive in a month. Keso Trimal, is posted at Trimbak Fort as souvenirs and has supplied enough grains to last them a few months. What bothers Suryaji is that the Mughals seem to have started work on the hillock behind the Ramsage Hill and probably are building a scaffolding. He calls the garrison men on the fort for a meeting. It is noon, and the summer sun is blazing down on the land. The men look at him, some squinting in the sun, others shading their eyes with their hands. All of you can see what is happening at the foothills. The men nod. Their cannons on the plains below have failed to touch us, but now they have started building a higher scaffolding on the top of the Gorakh hillock behind this fort. If they succeed, they can raise their cannons so high that their cannonballs will land inside our citadel despite the outer wall. Suryaji announces, looking at his right-hand man, Asuji, who raises his hand to show that he agrees and says, "We have enough ammunition for explosives in our storehouse, but we do not have enough cannons." Asuji talks like a mathematics teacher. We are 275 gaz above the plains. The Gorakh Hill is about 175 gaz high. Consider this. The aerial distance between our citadel and the top of the Gorakh Hill is about 200 gaz. If they build 25 gaz high scaffoldings and mount the cannons at correct angles, the cannonballs or explosives will come flying at us, especially the citadel, where we have storehouses. The range of some of their guns is 300 gaz. There is silence among the men. The Mughals know the art of building strong scaffoldings on a foundation of stone and sand, strengthened with quicklime. The scaffoldings are built with iron rods or logs of wood. Sometimes even bamboos are used. The structure is held together either with iron chains or jute ropes. Can anyone give me a solution to this problem? Suryaji asks. A short and stocky man who is standing away from the group of men raises his hand. Suryaji signals to him to come forward. What do you suggest? Suryaji asks, looking at the man wearing a frayed dhoti and a soiled turban. I am a carpenter. I know how to make cannons out of hollowed tree trunks. Suryaji jumps. His tanned face breaks into a huge smile. And how do you fire explosives from them? By stuffing the explosives into stitched closed leather bags, comes the quick reply. How do you ignite the gunpowder so the cannons fire? Let me make one. I will show you how it works. The carpenter replies. The wooden cannons will explode too. Suryaji challenges. They can be used only once or twice. We will wrap iron rings around them to decrease the probability of the cannons exploding and getting destroyed. This way, they can be reused again and again. The carpenter says. Suryaji is impressed. He looks at Asuji and says, Keep the lime kilns running. We will need quicklime to make naphtha balls. We will also need plenty of castor oil. I want arrows lit on fire to set their scaffoldings ablaze. Suryaji relays his orders to his men. Get your axes and cut down the trees that have large trunks on the slopes of this hill. Something else is happening in Bombay. Henry Oxenden, now a deputy governor of Bombay, has left his meeting room in a hurry. He wants to see with his own eyes what he has been told by his manservant, a Konkani. He comes rushing into the courtyard and climbs the staircase that takes him to the ramparts of the outer wall of Mahim Fort in Bombay. Gerald Angier runs behind him to see what has excited the otherwise collected Oxenden, making him leave his official meeting midway. They were in the middle of discussing the exodus of Surat businessmen to Bombay. What is more important than the burning subject that is eating into their profits? The fort is close to the Arabian Sea. It is windy on the ramparts. The sea is turbulent, but Angier is sure that Oxenden has not come here to see the waves. The reason is something else. Within moments, he discovers the truth. a fleet of what looks like warships is sailing from the north to the south. There are large binoculars mounted on a pole near the battlements, rising above the ramparts. Oxenden looks through them and adjusts the direction and focus on something he has spotted on the western horizon. Looks like a fleet of galleys. The Arabian Sea off the Konkan coast has become everyone's property. Oxenden remarks, motioning to Angier to take a look. The fleet has flat-bottomed boats that have oars as well as sails. Galleys do not need deep waters and can sail close to the shores during battles. These boats are the best to intercept large, cumbersome vessels. They can also see green flags fluttering above the vessels. Our sea scouts had told me that they had seen a Mughal fleet leaving the port near Surat. This must be it. Oxenden says wearily. He is a worried man. There is a lot of pressure from his country's parliament to reach business targets set for the Indian subcontinent. They only know about the availability of merchandise and shipping facilities, but those men sitting in England have no idea about the problems Oxenden is facing. The tugs of Janjira come and anchor their ships near Bombay as if the port is their hive. Using Bombay as a base, they swarm into Maratha territory in mainland Konkan to plunder, kill and abduct, get women and children to feed their slave trade. Once, they had brought in hundreds of children and abandoned them in Bombay. The Marathas are angry with the English for sheltering the Siddhis. And if the English do not help the Siddhis, they attack the English merchant ships at sea. Oxenden admires the naval fleets of the Portuguese. They always sail from the south of Konkan. Their merchant ships are large and loaded with goods. Oxenden wants to do that kind of business. I wish King Charles too was a strong man, Oxenden says wistfully. We have a pretty witty king, whose word no man relies on. Angier sings light-heartedly. And he never said a foolish thing and never did a wise one. Oxenden finishes the verse. The men laugh, but Oxenden stops abruptly, remembering the coronation of the late Chhatrapati Shivaji a few years ago. The Maratha king was very clear about not allowing the whites to build forts and fortifications. Oxenden is sure about one thing though. When the Mughals and the Marathas start warring, he will side with the Mughals. It always pays to be with the most powerful. In Goa, Francesco Tavora, the Count of Alvor, the Viceroy of Goa, has also heard of the Mughal fleet entering the waters, where his armadas roam. Something is surely afoot. He raises the silver goblet filled with wine to say cheers to his quest captain, General Manuel Silvera, who is visiting him from the north of Hindustan. Shahjahanabad is a beautiful city. Silvera says in Portuguese. The men are sitting on a veranda on the third floor of Alvar's palace. From their easy chairs, they can see the azure waters ending at the western horizon. A salty breeze blows around them. Tavora smiles as he sips the wine. He loves Goa, their capital in this part of the world. People call it Rome of the Orient, with its golden sands and churches with figures of saints dotting the streets. The city is enclosed in a many course-long meandering wall, with ramparts and bastions. It is the most well-planned city in this part of the world, with wide avenues and pebbled lanes. His palace, like many other lavish villas, is painted with many colors and has large windows with oyster shell paints opening out to verandas. They sit in an overhanging balcony overlooking the sea. The Mughals are planning to bring their warships to these waters, Silvera says. Tavora keeps his face expressionless. There is no other naval force like the Portuguese, and he may have left Portugal 20 years ago, but he is still very proud of his country. His armadas have warships weighing 1,000 tons, with 60 cannons mounted on each deck. The Portuguese rule the seas, They have colonies from the Cape of Good Hope to Macau in China. Most of the important ports between Diu in the north of the Konkan and Kochi in the south belong to them, with Goa as their capital. Tavora considers himself the lord of the sea, with a monopoly over transporting spices, war horses, and saltpeter used in explosives. The Indian merchants have to buy cartazes, the sea passport for protection against pirates. They also have some of the best salt harvesting facilities from the huge ponds of seawater around Goa by means of evaporation. Their slave business is booming. There are problems though. The Marathas have many merchant ships and have taken a big slice of the trading pie. They have also been manufacturing their own salt in the Konkan and levied a heavy tax on any salt coming into their nation, cutting Tavora's profits by half. Do you have any trouble with the locals? Silvera is getting nosy. No, we have tamed the natives like domestic animals. They attend sermons in our churches. We have induced a collective amnesia in them, making them forget their religion, their culture, and even their language. They have been brainwashed to our advantage. Tavora says, smirking. He takes a large sip from his goblet. Silvera's face shows a hint of a sarcastic smile. For more than a century, his countrymen have set up inquisition committees. The locals from other religions have been persecuted on the slightest suspicion of even having followed their local religious practices. These locals were sent to torture chambers with machines that tore out their limbs, gouged their eyes, cut open their wombs, and hacked off their testicles. The locals have now forgotten their tongue, their customs, and even their attire. The Mughals can be our allies against the Marathas. A day will come when we will take the entire strip of coastal Konkan from the Marathas and destroy their navy. Tavora boasts, gritting his teeth. I have heard that the Mughal Badshah has reached Aurangabad with a massive military force. Silvera says as he bites into a succulent piece of pork pitched on his fork. Tavora has already taken a decision. This is an opportunity coming our way to teach the Marathas a lesson. That evening, he dictates a letter to his scribe. It is for Badshah Aurangzeb. It reads, I will be writing to the governors of Chaul and Basin. Your army can pass through our territory without any trouble. If you need to dock your ships at our port, you are welcome to. Your boats can use the rivers in our country. Your military men can buy whatever they need from our shops. We will help you and your men in whichever way possible, since both of us have the same enemy. Chapter 29. Suryaji has not been sleeping at night. When the world is in slumber, he is always on the ramparts of Ramsage Fort. He will never forget the day Shivaji made him fort commander. A fort is a nation's most vital line of defense, and the fort commander is the fort's protector. Shivaji had said, presenting Suryaji with a new dhop sword. I will die for my fort. Suryaji had promised. No, Shivaji had said, his brown eyes looking straight at Suryaji. Dying while protecting your nation's interests is certainly a great sacrifice, but I want my men to avoid unnecessary deaths. Brave men need to be alive to fight another battle, and then another. Suryaji wants to make Shivaji proud, who must be looking down at him from somewhere above the stars. Tonight, the first clouds of the monsoon have appeared overhead, making the night gloomier. Suryaji is in contingency mode. His heart tells him that something is amiss. He narrows his eyes to see better in the dark. Some clandestine activity is happening on the hillock behind his fort. He can see the faint light of torches moving from one direction to another. Some torches are going up, as if they are held by men climbing the scaffolding. Another torch seems to have reached so high that it is at Suryaji's eye level. He misses a heartbeat. He looks back and signals to his men who are waiting for his orders. The men start dragging the wooden cannons made of hollowed tree trunks, held together by iron rings. The monstrous trunks make a creaking sound as they are pushed. Finally, the wooden beasts are brought to the parapet of the ramparts. The carpenter is seen carrying leather bags stuffed with explosives, with extra saltpeter as well as large pebbles. There is a large metal pot containing castor oil. For some reason, someone has brought pieces of sheep's wool durries drenched in naphtha. Suryaji's eyes dart towards the hillock, where the Mughals have built scaffoldings, and notices the flickering flames of a few more torches. He thinks that he has seen something shining. Perhaps it is a cannon. He knows that the Mughals are trying to fire in the fort's direction. He feels panicky and runs along the ramparts, where his men are busy loading the wooden cannons with stuffed leather bags. The Maratha archers are ready with their bows and arrows. The time has come for action. Suryaji is excited. He is looking forward to the wooden cannons spewing fire. The carpenter and his friend, an ironsmith, living on the slopes of the Ramsage hill, have shown him how they can generate a spark in the cannon. They have fixed a tiny hammer and an anvil in the middle of the cannon barrels, where they have also kept an iron saucer full of gunpowder. One has to just pull the hammer back with a string and then release it. The hammer will hit the iron anvil, creating a tiny spark, thus igniting the gunpowder and causing the cannon to fire. Everyone is waiting for Suryaji's orders. Mostly hired Europeans have climbed the scaffoldings on the hillock. They have planned an early morning attack. The labourers have already carried the cannons, explosives and massive cannonballs to the top of the scaffoldings. The Mughals have allowed a minimum number of torchbearers to go up, as they do not want to alarm the fort garrison. In the pale light of a few torches, with their flames dancing in the monsoon wind, the European artillerymen carry out their jobs with remarkable efficiency. Suryaji is counting moments. He does not want to wait. He runs along the ramparts giving orders. The strings of the hammer are pulled. The wooden cannons start firing. The fort shudders with the sound that echoes around the ramparts after the explosives hit the hillock. The archers have wrapped their arrows with cloth bandages. They dip those in the pot of oil. A torchbearer lights them, and the archer fires it in the direction of the hillock. Some archers tie the pieces of cloth drenched in naphtha around their arrows, torch it and fire. The dark cloud sky is soon lit up in the light of burning embers, and the flaming arrows make crimson-yellow lines in the air. The unsuspecting Mughal artillerymen standing on the scaffolds are shocked. All they see is fire, and all they hear is the earth-shattering boom of the wooden cannons of the Marathas. Even before the Mughal artillerymen can use their scaffolding, the structure is already burning in places. One explosive hits one of the Mughal cannons perched on it, dislodging the massive metal monster. It comes crashing down, bringing down the scaffolding with it. The entire structure crumbles as hundreds of men and several heavy cannons, explosives and cannonballs perched on it fall to the rocky ground from a great height. The explosives catch fire, creating an inferno on the hillock. At the fort, 2 of the wooden cannons explode and hundreds of wood splinters fly in the air. Only one man loses his life, the carpenter who made the cannons. Suryaji does not know if he should celebrate the Mughal defeat or mourn the death of the man who gave them their victory. At the foothills, Shahabuddin has no idea how to react to what just happened. He has not slept for several nights, as he was busy supervising the scaffolding on the hillock. But that is now telling on his health. Now the hillock looks as if it is on fire. A few kos away from Ramsage, something else is happening. From Nashik, a procession carrying supplies is moving towards Ramsej Fort. Mughal Mansabdars, Zahir Khan, Faizullah Khan and Sharif Khan are guarding a large number of beasts used in the supply chain. They have 2,000 mules loaded with grains, spices and firewood. A few thousand cavalrymen guard the cargo as it moves. Cattle and goats, meant for meat, follow the cargo train. The air is filled with the sounds of mooing, braying, bleating and neighing. The goats and cattle stray away often, and a few infantrymen at the rear and at the flanks relentlessly try to herd the animals back into the march. Then, the cavalcade enters a slightly hilly area. 7,000 Maratha cavalrymen wait in ambush behind a small hill. As the supply train enters a shallow valley, Mohite and his men ride out from their positions and come face to face with Sharif Khan. The Marathas have already drawn their 1.5 gaz long thope swords.
Hara Hara Mahadev!
The air starts to tremble with the battle cry. The Marathas are in their element. Soon, the slightly pointed, double-edged blades of the thope swords start piercing the Mughals. The bent ends hook onto the enemy flesh and bones and make the thopes a deadly weapon. The Mughal cavalrymen tumble down from their horses and get dragged behind the Marathas. The winning Marathas divert the supply chain of the Mughals towards Trimbak, which is under Maratha control. From there, Keso-Trimal will take the supplies through the tunnel to Ramsej Fort. At Ramsej, the Mughal siege continues. Aurangzeb has sent another Mansabdar named Qasim Khan to help Shahabuddin. They try to attack the fort in whichever way they can think of, but the fort just keeps standing. Aurangzeb sends Bahadur Kokaltash, the erstwhile Deccan Subedar, along with a large cavalry contingent, but it is intercepted by another large cavalry contingent of the Marathas sent by Sambhaji. It has been months that the Mughals have been trying to capture the seemingly easy-to-conquer Ramsej. There are more than 300 Maratha forts yet to be won. Akbar still lives in the straw house between Pali village and Sudhagad fort, 25 kos north of Raigad. He is aware of the war taking place at the Mughal-Maratha borders, but still believes he is the Badshah of the Mughals. He has changed his home interiors, replacing the coarse sheep wool darris with Persian carpets. The white calico cloth covering the straw walls has vanished. In its place are embroidered satin panels. He has thrown away the old mattress and bought a new one stuffed with feathers and covered in silk. All the luxury items have been brought from Goa. He had sent his trusted men to sell some jewelry pieces or exchange them for what he needed. 2 mosaic shamdan lamps burn in 2 corners of the room. Their delicate light gives it a mysterious glow. A girl sits coyly on the new mattress, wearing a long skirt and a short blouse, her shapely waist left exposed for her lover's eyes. Her face is partially covered in a transparent veil, but it is evident she is young and pretty. Akbar sits near one of the shamdans and reads a letter he has just received from his father. I am so sad that you, whom I love with all my heart, have become so cruel that you have raised your sword against your own father. You are even ready to fight against me. You have strayed from the path of loyalty and responsibility. You are not even stopping to think. You are arrogantly going ahead with your plans of becoming the Badshah. It will be appropriate that you wage a war with our prime enemy, Shah Abbas of Iran. He has insulted us many times and has taken Kandahar from us. Destroy Iran, for that will make you a real warrior and a patriot. Badshahs and water are alike. If they remain stagnant in one place, they get rotten and are forgotten. In wanderings lie the splendor. Seeking comfort in one place is a big blunder. Akbar holds the paper in the flame of the shamdan. It catches fire and disintegrates into black ash in a second. He drops the last flaming corner on the floor, filling the air with a burning smell. Burn, O words of my father, Akbar utters. The girl smiles, but her blank eyes give away the fact that she has not understood the meaning. She is here with a dream, the daughter of a local trader with unusual beauty. She was told by her father that if she converts to Islam, she will become the Badshah's Begum. It is their first night together, and Akbar wants to make it special. He gets up and goes into the inner chamber, which has a vault. He takes out a necklace with strings of pearls and a diamond pendant, and hurriedly returns to the girl. He sits next to her and dangles the piece of jewelry in front of her face. She grabs it, giggling. Through the open door, a Maratha guard posted near the house sees what takes place. The pearl strings joined together with a diamond pendant embellished with precious stones was a gift from Chhatrapati Sambhaji to Akbar. A little distance away from the straw house, Durgadas feels worried. The behavior of Akbar has changed. He now seeks something else. Bahadur Kokaltash has arrived at the foothills of Ramsej with a large cavalry contingent. The Subedar of Burhanpur has been seething ever since Sambhaji plundered the markets in the suburbs outside Burhanpur and burnt down whatever the Marathas could not take with them. Shahabuddin has come to receive him. Bahadur Kokaltash remembers Shahabuddin as a meticulously dressed mansabdar in the Badshah's court. The man Bahadur Kokaltash sees is a shadow of his former self. Shahabuddin's kimosh turban looks faded. His jama is a soiled piece of cloth. The man himself is slouching on his mount, as if fed up with life. Would you like to go to your tent and freshen up? Shahabuddin asks, without getting down from his horse. No. We will inspect the siege first, and you will explain to me the history of this battle. Bahadur Kokaltash says authoritatively. Shahabuddin shrugs. He has orders to hand over the charge and report to the Badshah. Their horses start trotting between the siege and the deep trench, which looks like a moat dug around the fort. The siege is tight. The tents are pitched side by side, with poles behind them to tether horses. The soldiers are vigilant, armed, and in contingency mode. The stirrup artillery, or the lightweight brass cannons on wheels, is kept in a line, their mouths towards the Ramsej hill. Several European artillerymen are up and about, inspecting the cannons, their muzzles, and the bags of explosives, their strange language filling the air with incomprehensible words. The animal stables are in order. Some elephants are seen carrying logs of wood towards the scaffolding construction sites. There are hundreds of elephants and camels moving in the middle of the besiegers. The elephants are seen dragging heavy mortar cannons on wheels, and some of these massive beasts have Gajnal cannons mounted on them, along with mahouts, who are trained to fire those. The camels are seen carrying sheepskins swollen with water, and some of the war camels are seen with slim cannons called Shutranal mounted on them. At some places, Bahadur Kokaltash sees hundreds of oxen and camels loaded with bags, carrying sand and stones, he is informed, and several labourers are busy building the foundations for new scaffoldings. Bahadur Kokaltash is surprised. This is a waste of good money. The cannonballs fired from these scaffoldings can hit only the rock face of the Ramsej hill. As they approach the hillock, which looks so strategically close to the fort hill, Shahabuddin tells him how he lost hundreds of men, several cannons and drums full of explosives in one night. Bahadur Kokaltash notices the outer wall of the fort, its bastions and ramparts. On the ramparts, he sees small figures scurrying about as if readying to face an emergency any moment. These haramzadas need to be fooled. Bahadur Kokaltash thinks. A week goes by. Bahadur Kokaltash has been meeting other Mansabdars, laying siege around Ramsej. He also discusses various aspects of artillery warfare with the European gunmen as translators struggle to convey the meaning to their new siege general. One night, as he gazes at the fort under the moonlit sky, Bahadur Kokaltash gets a fantastic idea. He orders his guards to call all the important siegemen for a meeting. Bahadur Kokaltash unfolds his unique battle plan in detail. Early the next morning, before sunrise, Bahadur Kokaltash is riding towards the half-built scaffoldings on the south side of the fort. When he arrives at the site, the chief engineer of the project is already waiting for him. Use more bamboo and wood instead of iron, he tells the Uzbek engineer, with the help of the translator. A reed-thin man hovers around with a sheepskin bag hanging from his shoulders with leather straps. It is swollen with drinking water. His foxy face is covered in a white beard. His eyes have sunk deep into two pits on either side of his large nose. Who is he? Bahadur Kokaltash asks the mason who have gathered around him. We found him dying from hunger near Ramsej village. We picked him up for odd jobs. One of them says. Allah will have mercy on you, Bahadur Kokaltash says, and continues giving orders to the engineer, telling him specifications of the new scaffoldings. The engineer knows why this has to be done. A week goes by uneventfully. Bahadur Kokaltash goes every day to inspect the scaffolding. It is weak, built only with bamboos, with sawdust bags hanging on them, as if the structure is made to be made a bonfire of. All through the week, Bahadur Kokaltash sees the foxy man with the water bag. On the 8th day, when Bahadur Kokaltash goes to inspect the completed scaffolding, the man is nowhere to be seen. Where is the old man? Bahadur Kokaltash asks the masons. We have not seen him since last evening, they answer. A few nights after the hillock victory, as Suryaji roams along the ramparts of Ramsej fort, he hears cannon blasts from the southern side. He runs to the point looking out to the south. A lot is happening out there on the plains. Cannon blasts, drum beats, and a big fire. The entire scaffolding of the Mughals seem to have caught fire. In the bright light, Suryaji sees some Mughals trying to reach the foothills, as if wanting to climb the hill and be seen by their enemy. The Mughal fools. They think everyone else is stupid. Suryaji thinks as he claps his hands. As planned, within moments, Maratha drummers and buglemen gather on the southern ramparts and start a cacophony, as a few archers fire flaming arrows. On the northern side, the old man who had disappeared from the foothills where the Mughals worked is guiding 100 Maratha infantrymen and archers to hide in the natural trenches formed over Ramsej fort. Some of the men have gunny bags stuffed with sharp stones. Bahadur Kokaltash waits at the northern foothills of Ramsej, with his heart pounding in his ribcage. He has cheated the Marathas. They are all busy on the southern side. He watches as 200 Mughal men start climbing the slopes from the north. The monsoon season is over, and the slopes are not so slippery. If they can gain entry into the fort by scaling the walls with catapult and ropes, there is a hope to capture the fort. On the southern side, the Mughal scaffolding is still burning like an inferno, and the cannons are still blasting. The Marathas are still making cacophonous war music, and their archers are still lighting up the sky with their flaming arrows. On the northern slopes, the Maratha infantrymen and archers wait in the trenches as the Mughals start climbing the slopes in the dark. In total silence, and without torches. The Mughals are under severe stress, for there is a chance of something hitting them from above. The Marathas can see the heads of the Mughal climbers in the faint light of the waning moon. They wait for a few moments and then start throwing sharp stones down at them. And the archers begin firing their arrows with precision. All Bahadur Kokaltash sees is his men falling from the northern slope like toy soldiers. Some are grievously injured and some dead, with their skulls cracked open. Chapter 30. It has been more than a year that the Mughals have been trying to capture Ramsej, but nothing has happened so far. Nothing has happened at the other frontiers either. Hussain Ali Khan has successfully entered the Konkan and taken over the Kalyan. But that is all. He has done nothing after that. One Ranmast Khan also went to the Konkan but was attacked by the Marathas. He went back after losing a few hundred men. The moving columns of the Maratha cavalry are playing havoc on the Mughals by using tactics such as ambushes, quick sudden attacks, sabotaging the lines of communication, robbing supply chains, and attacking cavalcades and encampments. Aurangzeb is terribly upset. He wants answers. The Diwan-e-Khas of the Naukhanda Palace in Aurangabad is teeming with people who have come to meet him. Aurangzeb's sons, Muazzam, titled Shah Alam, the Shah of the world, and Azam, titled Shah-e-Alija, the Shah of God, as well as the empire's Wazir-e-Azam, Asad Khan, battle generals such as Shahabuddin Khan and Mir Bakshi Ruhullah Khan have been summoned. Asad Khan is already missing life in Delhi, but has decided to do whatever pleases the Badshah while he is still alive. The Badshah is aging fast and losing his temper often. How much money did we spend on the Ramsej campaign? Aurangzeb is in a hurry to discuss business. The question is to Shahabuddin. About rupees 35,000, comes a lame answer. Does that include supply chains captured and taken away by the Marathas? Aurangzeb asks sardonically, his pale grey eyes looking paler still in the light of a single chandelier burning in the court. His right hand is counting the beads of his tasbih. Then the figure may go higher up to 50,000. Shahabuddin lowers his gaze. Aurangzeb calculates. 50,000 1 rupee silver coins weighing 1 tola each means more than 500 seir of silver. It is a big amount to spend on one fort. If he wants to lay siege on 300 Maratha forts, it will cost him dearly. And even after spending so much, he might not be able to capture a single fort. Ramsej is still very much with the arrogant Marathas. The trouble is that the Maratha nation does not have cities such as Jodhpur, Ajmer or Amber. Most of them live in villages, and their military in the forts and hill forts. The target is elusive, says Azam. But the Adil Shahi and the Qutub Shahi have cities where the sultans live, Aurangzeb says sharply. Asad Khan stares at his master in shock. The Muslim sultanates are not supposed to be their targets. Aurangzeb turns his pale eyes to Asad, like a reptile that has sensed living presence around it. If they do not comply, we need to first weaken them and then break them, Aurangzeb announces without bothering to ensure his words make sense to those around him. Then the entire Deccan is our target. Aurangzeb continues coldly. What will then remain to be done is blind destruction. I thought we were supposed to destroy only Darul Harbs, the land of Kafirs, says Azam, ever so softly. Everyone looks at Azam in surprise. No one has dared to counter the Badshah in court. Even Aurangzeb glowers at his son for a while before whispering the kalma. La ilaha illallah, Muhammadur Rasulullah. For a while, he counts the beads of his tasbih and then says loudly, Even those who helped Sambha must be eliminated. I had asked Sikandar Adil Shah to attack the Marathas from the southeastern side, but they have done nothing. Aurangzeb's pale grey eyes stare into space as if he's searching for something in his past or future. No one says a word. It is as if the people in the court have stopped breathing lest they make some sound. Islam must be respected. Brothers such as Tara Shikoh and sons such as Akbar the rebel who do not respect Islam must die. Aurangzeb sounds bitter. He throws a glance at Azam and speaks each word clearly as if he is explaining Aristotle's philosophy to random idiots. I will not spare anyone. Akbar must be eliminated. Sambha's inauspicious blood must gurgle out of his body, and the sultanates who have not helped us annihilate the Marathas must be annexed. Muazzam looks at his half-brother, Azam, who is Akbar's blood brother. Azam is trying to keep his face expressionless. With the fire of jihad in everyone's hearts, everyone is a Ghazi, a holy warrior. Shahabuddin talks like a minion and gets an approving nod from the Badshah. We have a new strategy for the Konkan, Aurangzeb announces, looking at Asad Khan. The wazir clears his throat and starts talking as if he has learned the lines by heart. Muazzam will enter South Konkan from Belgaum with 40,000 cavalrymen, 16,000 infantrymen, 2,000 war elephants and 600 camels, carrying cannons and other artillery equipment, while Shahabuddin will enter North Konkan from Pune with an equally large army. We intend to capture the entire Konkan strip, which is with the Marathas, and destroy their naval bases. Asad stops to breathe. What will they do with so much army in the Konkan? Azam asks. Destroy Sambha's territory. Not only is he guilty for creating Darul Harb, but he is also guilty of giving refuge to Akbar the rebel. Asad replies rather too fast. Shah-e-Alija Shahzada Azam will take 30,000 troopers to Bijapur and lay siege to Bijapur, the capital of the Adil Shahi. This time, Azam keeps silent. It is hard for Azam to understand how his clever father has taken this foolish decision to send thousands of elephants and camels to the Konkan. Perhaps because this time, the Badshah does not have an intelligent man such as Mirza Raja Jai Singh to advise him. Azam has studied the geography of the Deccan and is aware that the Sahyadri hills that run from north to south form a formidable wall. Towards the east, the mountains taper gently, forming hundreds of coast-long plateaus, where cities such as Pune, Aurangabad, Bijapur and Hyderabad thrive. But on the western side, the mountains plunge suddenly into the Konkan. Going down to the Konkan and coming back to the cities is like entering a death trap twice for the Mughals. But what does Azam care? If his half-brother Muazzam perishes, it will be good for him. Muazzam laughs inwardly. He has spent many years in the Deccan and knows Bijapur is an invincible capital of the Adil Shahi. The massive moat infested with crocodiles cannot be crossed without drawbridges. The huge wall protecting the city is fortified with bastions, ramparts, and battlements. The ramparts of those walls are loaded with long-range cannons. Azam is bound to fail and may even get killed. The thought makes Muazzam happy. Why is Bahadur Kokal Tash not here? Aurangzeb demands to know from his wazir. He is trying something unusual at Ramsage. Asad replies with a straight face. Something snaps in Aurangzeb. He does what he or no other Badshah has ever done before. He gets up unsteadily from the throne as if shaking with rage, yanks out his kimouche turban from his head and throws it down on the floor with beastly force. Everyone is shocked. They lower their gazes as their Badshah looks pathetic with his bald head gleaming in the light of the chandelier. Asad Khan almost swoons, but the Badshah's word bring him back to his senses. In this court, with so many witnesses standing in front of me, I, the Badshah of Hindustan, make an announcement. Aurangzeb stops for a moment and looks from one face to another. Most of the men's eyes are glued to the floor. Allah be my witness.
I will not wear my turban until I bathe the Deccan in Sambhaji Bhosla's blood. I will prove with his death who the victor is and who the vanquished.
There are only 3 ways to conquer a hill fort. If the fort garrison is weak, one can take a large number of infantrymen and climb the hill, scale the outer walls and fight in the fort courtyard. The second is to bribe the fort commander and capture the fort without shedding a drop of blood. The third option is to besiege the fort until the enemy inside has no food and water left. All 3 possibilities have failed at Ramsage. It has been more than a year since the Mughals besieged the fort. But the people in the fort seem to have enough food and water. There must be a way that Ramsage fort is getting supplies that we are not aware of. Bahadur Kokaltash thinks, frantically puffing on his hookah. He has been discussing this with many of the besiegers. There is a 4th option to conquer a fort. One of the men sitting around Bahadur Kokaltash in his tent whispers. Bahadur Kokaltash raises his eyebrows. He is eager to know. You must meet one of our stable boys. Bahadur Kokaltash gets up immediately. He wants to meet the stable boy right away. The stable boy is actually a grown man from the northeast frontiers. He has long hair reaching below his waist, and his eyes are red. When he talks, he does not look at the person he is talking to. His eyes wander as if he is seeing something else that the other does not or cannot see. He speaks Hindustani with a northeastern accent. He tells Bahadur Kokaltash that he has made people disappear, turned men into animals, and tamed wild beasts in one night. He claims that his ancestor made Muhammad Shah's entire army of 1 lakh men disappear near Meong, his village. What can you do for us? Bahadur Kokaltash asks eagerly. The mysterious man closes his eyes. The moments tick away and the period feels like 1,000 years to Bahadur Kokaltash. All the while, the horses around him keep neighing frantically. The man finally opens his eyes and murmurs, Make a serpent of gold weighing 100 tolas. Let the hood of the serpent be in a striking position. Give that snake in my hands. I will lead the way and your army will follow me. The Marathas will be rendered helpless. They will not be able to use their weapons. The main door of the fort will be opened by spirits who will descend upon the earth. We can then simply enter the citadel. Bahadur Kokaltash is stupefied, but asks, when will this happen? When the snake is ready. The man looks beyond Bahadur Kokaltash. The goldsmiths are summoned and Bahadur Kokaltash gives his own jewelry pieces to make the snake that will weigh more than 1 seir. They work day and night, melting the jewelry in their forges. They do not have any mold of a snake that size. Bahadur Kokaltash searches for goldsmiths working in temples. He finds one who has made big metal snakes for Lord Shiva. The goldsmith has a mold that fits the size and the weight prescribed by the man from the northeast borders. Finally, in a week, the gold serpent, with its hood in striking position, is ready. Bahadur Kokaltash decides the time the snake magic will start, when Venus appears in the sky. After midnight, the man from the stable demands a large silver salver to keep the gold snake. As Bahadur Kokaltash and his infantrymen gather around to see the hooded snake, the man bathes the snake in milk, puts a fistful of vermilion and turmeric powder on the sparkling metal creature, and starts chanting something unfathomable. He picks up the salver and walks to the main steps of the hill and starts climbing. The armed column of infantrymen follow him, as if charmed by his magic. Bahadur Kokaltash is full of hope. Now he will show the Marathas what Mughal power is. The enemy will not be able to use their weapons under the spell of the snake. The main doors will be opened by the spirits beckoned by the snake. The fort will be in his hands and he will be promoted to a higher rank and showered with cash and gifts by the Badshah. Perhaps He may get a few caparisoned elephants as gifts too. It is morning now. Suryaji, his archers, and the men operating the catapults watch the drama from the ramparts. Even Asuji is trying to figure out how the Mughals have become so bold and fearless to climb the steps. Do they all want to die? The Maratha archers are ready with their arrows, their bowstrings stretched. The Mughal procession starts climbing the steps as the snake man's chants get louder and louder. The Maratha infantrymen move fast, hiding themselves in the natural trenches on the slopes near the main steps, waiting in ambush. As the Mughal procession draws near, the Marathas can see the snake man and his gold snake. Suryaji understands in a flash. The Mughals are trying black magic. He looks at his ace catapult expert and raises his thumb. The expert places a sharp stone in his catapult string, twists his taut and launches his projectile, targeting the snake man's forehead. The stone shoots through the air and hits the forehead of the snake man with expert precision. There is a cracking sound, and the snake man's forehead breaks open. Blood splatters out. He walks 2 steps unsteadily and then falls into the gorge, taking his expensive snake with him. The Marathas hiding in the trenches come out like hungry spirits and take on Bahadur Kokaltash's infantrymen, who are still under the spell of the magic, climbing confidently in their bubble of safety. They are caught unawares and killed, their bodies tumbling down the slopes. Only a few Marathas get hurt in the scuffle. Where the gold snake failed, a real one is at work. Diler Khan sits forlornly in his tent near a small hamlet on the Adil Shahi's western borders. His tent has frayed panels, and he has no money. His killings and plunderings of towns have stopped since most of his men from Afghanistan have gone. He is getting neither supplies nor funds, and soon he and the few people still loyal to him will starve to death. What hurts Diler is that he has fought wars for Badshah Aurangzeb all his life. First in Bengal, then near the Afghan borders, and then in the Deccan. What has he not done for the Badshah Aurangzeb? He had also once been successful in getting Shivaji's son Sambhaji on their side. Now the Badshah has come to the Deccan and has not even bothered to send him a letter. There is another problem. He cannot sleep at night. If he does fall asleep, he dreams of all those helpless people he and his men massacred in large numbers. Sometimes he sees the children he had beheaded for no reason, and sometimes he hears the screaming of girls he had raped. One day he even dreamt of Mirza Raja Jai Singh. The Rajput was asking him, "Why did you do this to me?" Life cannot go on this way for Diler, without funds, and with everyone deserting him. Only one lamp burns in his impoverished tent. The mattress is ridden with bedbugs and mice scuttle along the floor. There is a small jute basket in the corner. It is closed tight with a cloth. He stretches out his hand and pulls the basket onto the mattress where he is sitting cross-legged. He starts untying the rope that holds the cloth in place. His hands shake for just a moment. The ropes come away. He throws the cloth away and opens the basket. Something moves in there. He chooses the boya snake because it is easy to find around these parts and its bite is always full of venom. The snake is golden yellow with black markings on its skin. Diler Khan looks lovingly at his killer. He likes its flat and triangular head. The snake seems to be looking at him with curiosity. Diler offers the reptile his right hand. The snake doesn't move for a few seconds, then strikes hard, its fangs digging into Diler's flesh, its venom coursing through his veins. Shahabuddin gets the news of Diler Khan's suicide on his way to North Konkan. He has travelled with his sea of horsemen from Aurangabad to Pune and then towards Chaul in North Konkan through the Borghat mountain track. He has known Diler for many years. They have fought wars side by side near the Afghan borders. He knows that Diler had massacred thousands of helpless people living in the towns and villages on the Adil Shahi Maratha borders. Allah must have punished him for his sins. Shahabuddin thinks and shivers. Ironically, he has planned to do exactly the same thing in the Maratha terrain, in the Konkan, as per the Badshah's orders. As Shahabuddin enters the mountains to descend on North Konkan, Sambhaji is also on the move. He gets news of Diler Khan's death as he heads towards Chaul. The news does not bring him any joy. Instead, he focuses on what lies ahead. The Portuguese viceroy, Tavora, has agreed to give free passage to the Mughal army through the province of Daman to the Maratha territory in the north of the Konkan. They are willing to permit the Mughal supply ships to move from Surat to Kalyan by allowing them to pass unhindered up the Thana Creek, which is under the Portuguese. Tavora has already decided that the Marathas will be defeated. As Sambhaji's horse flies through the hilly region between Raigad Fort and the port city of Chaul, followed by a contingent of horsemen, he thinks of Korlai Fort. Khando Ballal rides behind him on his Kathiawadi mare. Korlai Fort is perched on a hillock rising on an island off the creek near Chaul, looking down at the vast Arabian Sea. It is enclosed in a meandering wall strengthened with more than 300 battlements, fitted with long-range guns. A few narrow steps skirting the hillock lead to the main fort. That night, the weather is stormy and it has been raining incessantly. The waves hitting the hillock are several guz high, and the roar of the sea and the rain has muffled all other sounds. Visibility is almost nil. Some lanterns burning inside a lighthouse at the fort give out bleak rays of light. The plan is that a few hundred Marathas will attack the lonely Korlai fort, while Sambhaji and his remaining contingent will lay siege to the nearby port city of Chaul. 6 of Sambhaji's master scouts have swum from the mainland of Konkan to arrive near the steps, which look like a small waterfall as rainwater cascades down each step. The sky lights up as lightning strikes, and the Maratha men can see the silhouettes of a few sentinels standing on the ramparts near the main gate. The Marathas climb the steps under the cover of darkness and rain. They soon arrive near the gate unnoticed. All 6 of them have hooks tied to long ropes, which they throw up at the ramparts. 3 of them succeed in getting their hooks attached to niches on the stone wall. They climb the wall expertly, but as they reach the ramparts, they are spotted and caught by the Portuguese sentinels. They are searched and are found carrying daggers and trumpets. The captain of the fort is called to investigate.
What was your plan?
He roars, his sword touching the jugular of one of the Maratha men, his voice rising above the sound of the sea and the rain. The Maratha doesn't utter a word, but the trumpets they are carrying give them away. The captain understands in a flash. He asks his sentinels to summon the gunmen and load the guns. It takes a while, but once done, he asks his men to blow the trumpets the Marathas are carrying. The sound of the trumpets is loud, cutting through the roar of the rain like a knife through butter. As the captain had expected, the sound is a signal to the rest of the Marathas that the Portuguese sentinels have been killed, and that the gate that was bolted from the inside is now open so that the rest can enter. He looks down to see hundreds of Marathas gathered at the foot of the hill, crowding around an open space near the steps. Just then, the Portuguese guns fixed near the battlements start firing. The Marathas scream, their bodies falling back into the sea water and drifting away with the current. Sambhaji hears the sound of the guns. He is guiding his men to laying a siege around Chaul. Some of the residents want to leave the city and the Marathas let them go. There is an exodus of people walking towards the forest, even as it pours relentlessly. As this unfolds in middle of Konkan, a large number of Maratha cavalrymen and infantrymen go to the northern border of the Konkan, laying siege to Bassein Fort. The Portuguese fort general, Domanial Lobut Silva, sees Marathas scaling the walls of his fort with bamboo ladders. He tries to fire the guns that have not been fired in years and light the explosives that have gone damp with age and disuse. The captain of the fort, Francisco Cast, directs his men on the ramparts to push the ladders away from the wall, and the Maratha attack is thwarted. But the Chaul siege continues. The Marathas have started building high scaffoldings around the port town. Within a few days, Chaul, a major sea-trading center of the Portuguese, falls into the hands of the Marathas. Tavora gets news of the multiple Maratha attacks on the Portuguese strongholds. He takes a quick military decision sitting in Goa. A large contingent of Portuguese cavalrymen with 800 white and 8,000 colored troopers leave Goa through the city's eastern gate. The military procession has 6 heavy-duty cannons dragged by hundreds of oxen. 1,000 trained gunmen carrying shoulder firearms are part of the cavalry. There are gunmen in the infantry too. They have guns with large barrels. Some even have pistols. All of them right in the direction of Fonda Fort, just 10 kos from Goa.
Chapter 31. When Shahzada Muazzam, now popularly known as Shah Alam, hears about Diler Khan's suicide, he laughs. He has hated Diler Khan all his life. It was he who had been successful in twisting his father's mind against Diler Khan. Muazzam wastes only a few moments thinking about Diler, as the massive Mughal cavalcade, led by him, moves languorously southwards like a satiated python. It starts from Aurangabad and crosses Pune, Satara, Kolhapur, and then Belgaum. The Deccan has not seen such a monstrous Mughal military cavalcade in years. 40,000 heavily armed and armoured cavalrymen move with discipline as the hooves of their horses make a rhythmic sound that can be heard from far. The van and rear guards are full of infantrymen. Thousands of labourers clear the way course ahead of the procession. 1,900 elephants are seen trundling along, some caparisoned, some with howdahs, and some carrying Gajnal cannons. There, Mahouts are busy controlling the large beasts with their ankush. On one of those elephants with a silver howdah sits Muazzam on a small Persian carpet, resting his back on soft cushions with silk covers. He loves the luxury and comfort that comes with his Mughal blood and is very righteous about his entitlements. His elephant sways under him like a boat on a calm sea, making him sleepy, but that is not the only reason for his drowsiness. He likes to sip wine and eat kebabs as he travels. There are many other things he loves. Several elephants following his mount have howdahs covered with panels that carry his wives and concubines. One of them is his principal wife. Their 20-year-old son, Moizuddin, is also in the cavalcade. The elephants carrying the women are surrounded by hundreds of eunuchs wearing long jamas. Some of the beardless boys are far more beautiful than any woman he has seen. High-ranking Mughal mansabdars such as artillery expert Atish Khan, Ikhlas Khan, Muazzam's right-hand man Khwaja Karam, and an expert navigator Nagoji, a Maratha who has joined the Mughals, are swaying on their own decorated elephants. The cavalcade also has hundreds of camels burdened with tent and artillery equipment. Thousands of traders and hangers-on have made the military cavalcade look like a moving township, with its head in one village and tail in another. The cavalcade's vanguard is protected by 2 men of battle, Ranmast Khan and Daud Khan. They plunder villages and towns, set fire to barns, and abduct women and children to sell them as slaves. Tavora has heard of the Mughal military procession rolling towards Belgaum. He is not overtly worried, since he has decided that the Mughals are his allies and the Marathas are their common enemy. He and his cavalcade move towards Fonda, the stronghold of the Marathas near the Portuguese territory, through hamlets without resistance.
It is just a land fort, Tavora says to himself, again and again as his horse trots on. It takes them only a day to reach their destination. Tavora has seen the fort before, but this time he looks at it from the point of view of a besieger. The outer wall is high and looks strong with its stone masonry. It has ramparts hidden behind the battlements and several bastions. He cannot see anyone on the ramparts because of the tall battlements. There may be another wall inside. A moat runs around the outer wall. It is full of water and there is a possibility that it has crocodiles too. He has an idea. The siege is laid from all sides, but all his big cannons are kept together, facing the main entrance with a drawbridge. Yesaji Kank and his son Krishnaji are inside the fort along with 400 men of the garrison. 60-year-old Yesaji, the Sarnobat of the Maratha infantry, has learnt from his many years of experience that an enemy besiegement must be kept under continuous watch. If the enemy makes any changes, those need to be analyzed. He has been told that the Portuguese have kept all their cannons facing the main entrance of the fort. What would Shivaji have done? Yesaji asks himself. Find all the hiding places inside the fort. We have 400 men. Find 400 hiding places, he tells his son. The fort courtyard is spacious with rain harvesting cisterns, a big storehouse for grains and another for explosives. There are barracks for the soldiers and adjacent to them is a large kitchen equipped with a massive chulha. In one corner of the courtyard is a small temple dedicated to an unknown goddess. Every place is a potential hideout. The outer wall has niches and corners where men can hide without being noticed. They may attack the main entrance with their cannons. We must deploy more men in the courtyard if they advance in large numbers. Krishnaji argues with his father. My hair has not turned white for nothing. The father smiles and says, Shivaji always wanted to surprise the opponent by doing something unexpected. As soon as Yesaji finishes his sentence, they hear the booming sound of cannon blasts. The wall of the fort seems to be shuddering. Get going, Yesaji says, and runs to the staircase that takes him to the ramparts a little distance away from the main entrance. What he sees hiding behind the battlements is expected. All the Portuguese cannons are spewing fire at the main gate. That gate will give way if this continues, Yesaji thinks. The cannon fire continues for 2 more days. On the 3rd day, a gaping hole appears on one of the bastions next to the gate. It is big enough for the Portuguese men to enter one at a time. The Portuguese break into their jubilant traditional ranchos dance. The otherwise conservative Tavora also does some finger snapping and hip movements. Thousands of Tavora's men pick up shovels and start filling up the moat to make way towards the gaping hole on the bastion with whatever they find: rocks, stones, soil, and rubbish. There is no resistance from the Marathas inside the fort, as if there is no one in there. Tavora decides to first send 50 people as the 600 gunmen wait and watch from the outside. The first 50 gain entry into the fort, armed with swords and shields. Some even have javelins. They step into the courtyard, but it looks deserted. Then, abruptly, armed Maratha men appear as if they have sprouted from the earth and start slaying the Portuguese. The Portuguese see the dead bodies of their men being flung out from the gaping hole. No one wants to enter the fort now, not even the gunmen. Meanwhile, it has started raining. It lashes at the fort and the besiegement. The cannon blasts continue, but the fort wall does not give way. The fire doesn't do much damage, thanks to the rains. Tavora has another idea. He wants hundreds of ladders for mass entry into the fort. He has a problem though. Half his people, drenched in rain, have fallen ill due to lung infections. After trying for weeks to capture Fonda and Fixing hundreds of ladders on the outer wall of the fort, the viceroy gets the bad news that Sambhaji is coming from Chaul with reinforcements. He decides to retreat in haste, leaving behind 300 sacks of rice and 200 oxen near the fort. Sambhaji's scouts tell him about the enemy's retreat. He diverts the reinforcements towards a hillock called Duhat, that the Portuguese army will have to cross to reach Goa. A few hundred of the Marathas are armed with matchlock guns that Sambhaji has bought from a European merchant. One of them, Sambhaji's ace shooter, has an 8-shot matchlock gun from Germany which can be fired 8 times without reloading. When the Portuguese reach the foothills of the hillock, they have no clue of what awaits them. As a precaution, Tavora asks his top gunman to guard his procession's van and rear guards before they start climbing the hillock. Sambhaji, hiding at the foothills on the other side, has briefed his men to lie flat on their horses, covering their bodies with their shields to avoid the Portuguese bullets. When the Marathas emerge from behind the hillock, the Portuguese gunmen are confused, for they do not see any men riding on the horses. Only when the armies come face to face do the Marathas rise on their saddles, with their dhop swords shining in the golden rays of the evening sun.
Hara Hara Mahadev!
The Maratha battle cry makes the air tremble with anticipation. The Marathas target the Portuguese infantrymen, skillfully avoiding the bullets fired from the wide-barrel enemy guns by bending on their horses and then rising up again to strike. Guns are fired and shots are heard on the eastern outskirts of Goa. The Marathas are undaunted and keep slaughtering the enemy men. Sambhaji's gunmen aim for the Portuguese cavalrymen. Sambhaji leads the charge. He has his gauntlet sword in one hand and an axe in the other. His shield is tied to his back, but he hates to use shields in battles. For him, it is rendering one of his arms useless, which can otherwise slay one enemy after another. An enemy bullet goes hissing past his right ear, but his eyes remain fixed on the battlefield. He can see hundreds of Portuguese gunmen fleeing. Tavora is hurt. A forward blow from a Maratha sword has injured his left shoulder. Sambhaji signals to his men to ride towards the enemy men trying to escape, trampling them under the hooves of their horses. The Portuguese men who have been lucky to avoid death run into a nearby river and jump into it to escape the wrath of the Marathas. They remain in the water through the night. Most of Tavora's infantrymen and gunmen are killed. Tavora and a few of his men reach Goa, drenched, sick and wounded, physically and mentally. Sambhaji goes back to console Yesaji. The Fonda fort is damaged, but remains with the Marathas. Yesaji is stoic. His son, Krishnaji, has been killed by a random gunshot fired by the retreating Portuguese, which hit him in the chest. Sambhaji announces a yearly pension of 400 horns, each made of 1/4 tola of pure gold, for Yesaji's family. Sambhaji also decides to build a new fort near the old Fonda fort, which is now damaged beyond repair. The young Chhatrapati is not yet done with the Viceroy of Goa. He calls Khando Ballal to Fonda to discuss further battles with the Portuguese. The young man is proving to be hands-on in the battlefield. Sambhaji has summoned him and Yesaji for a meeting. The officer at Fonda fort has escaped the massive damage caused by the Portuguese cannons. When the two arrive, they find Sambhaji sitting on a lone chair. Yesaji and Khando Ballal wonder what their Chhatrapati has on his mind. Sambhaji's lotus-shaped eyes dart from Yesaji's to Khando's face. North of Goa, the Mandavi River flows into 2 rivulets. Between those, there is an island of Santo Estevao, with a hillock in the middle. On top of this small hill is an old, neglected fort. This island is hardly a coast northeast of Goa. The fort was built to protect Goa city. and we need to capture it to try and take over the capital of the Portuguese in this part of the world." The men gasp. Everyone knows that a huge armada of warships, each carrying more than 30 cannons, is permanently parked at Goa port to protect Goa city. Even if we fail, the message will sink into the Viceroy's thick head that the Marathas are not a bunch of weaklings. He may understand that siding with the Mughals will not be a good decision. "When do we leave?" Khando asks with youthful eagerness. "Tomorrow," Sambhaji says, his face expressionless. "Are old men like me allowed to fight this battle?" Yesaji sounds more like a soldier than a grieving father. "You are one of our bravest," Sambhaji admits, and then says softly, "But we need you here to supervise the construction of the new Fonda fort. I called you so that you know what we are doing." "From where do we enter the island?" Khando wants to know. "From the ocean channel, where one part of the Mandavi River drains its waters into the sea. It can be done only when the tide is low," Sambhaji says. On the third day after his meeting with Yesaji and Khando, Sambhaji and 40 Marathas, most of them infantrymen, with a few artillerymen, enter the Santo Estevao island by crossing the channel in a small dinghy. The island, covered with coconut palms and jackfruit trees, is deserted. They climb the small hill under the bright morning sun, but no one comes to stop them. The fort has a strong outer wall with a few bastions, but its main gate is wide open. There are no sentinels. Sambhaji has not seen such a vulnerable fort. Aba Sahib would have sacked everyone for such negligence. He thinks and sends only a few men into the courtyard. They see a few Portuguese soldiers of the fort garrison singing and dancing in one corner. All of them are drunk. The Marathas march into the fort and slaughter all of them. The Maratha artillerymen run towards the cannons mounted on the bastions and fire just once to send a signal to their military men, who are waiting on the other side of the river. The high tide has not yet set in, and Khando leads 4,000 Maratha men across the river in dinghies to reach the island fort. Some of the Maratha cannon operators start loading the fort cannons with explosives. They fire at midnight to test the cannons and their range again and again. These blasts are heard in Goa. The city's residents are rudely awakened from their slumber. They run out of their bedchambers into the open to look at the sky to see if it is thundering. But the sky is laden with stars. Priests in churches start tolling the bells as if foretelling a calamity. Women try to calm their children down, and some of the younger ones scream and cry in fright as loudly as possible. Many gather around the Viceroy's palace. In their living memory, this has never happened. Tavora, with his left shoulder heavily bandaged, stands in the overhanging balcony of his palace and looks northwards. What must be happening out there on that island? He thinks out loud and looks down. His infantry captain is standing in the courtyard, waiting for his orders. Before Tavora can say anything, a large group of Jesuits barge into the palace courtyard with shoulder guns. "We are climbing the city wall to defend the city from the ramparts," one of them thunders. Tavora just nods. He does not want to argue with the arrogant Jesuits, who think they rule Goa. But the anger is setting in, and he orders his infantry captain to gather 400 men. "The high tide has started. Mandavi is now a swollen, angry river. We need to transport cannons on wheels to the island," he shouts. He is now raging with anger. The Marathas are playing havoc on the Portuguese territories from Bessin to Chaul. And now they have even dared to try and invade the island fort near Goa. At dawn, the infantry captain has 400 infantrymen lined up in front of Tavora's palace. But his wife and 3 daughters are worried. He was injured in the last battle with the Marathas, and now he is going again for another. "My left hand is injured. I still have my right one. He tells his wife scornfully. He is angry with the whole world. Get the dinghies ready, he orders as he buttons his shirt. Tell them to carry the explosives in leather bags to prevent dampening, lest I forget. He screams at his orderly as the man helps his master put on his shoes. Within hours, Tavora and his few hundred infantrymen, along with their cannons and explosives, are sitting in dinghies floating on the swollen Mandavi. The oarsmen have a tough time maneuvering the small boats in the direction of the Santo Estevao island. The river roars beneath them, making the dinghies rock wildly. A few of them capsize, and the men fall into the churning waters. They wildly beat their arms and legs to stay afloat, but fail to find leverage and get dragged with the forceful river current towards the sea. After a while, their limbs stop thrashing and they vanish from view. Almost 100 people are lost. Tavora and his remaining 300 infantrymen land on the island. The island looks quiet, almost airy. The only movement is of monkeys swinging from one tree to another, and the only sound is that of bird calls. They start climbing the hillock, and still there is no one to be seen. Tavora wonders about the Portuguese garrison stationed at the fort. When his contingent of men is halfway through the climb, the main gate of the fort is flung open. Hara Hara Mahadev, comes the battle cry of the Marathas. Tavora's blood freezes in his veins. He can see hundreds of them leaping down the steps with more agility than the monkeys. Tavora and his men turn around and start running down the hill. But a shower of sharp stones, arrows and bullets stop them. Many of them are injured. Many die on the steps. Tavora is alive. He and a few men run in the direction of the Mandavi river. Sambhaji has by now come down from the hillock along with Khando and a contingent of infantrymen. The Marathas have transported 2 horses to the island, which are tethered near a hut at the edge of the island, where an old couple from an ancient tribe has been staying for years. Sambhaji and Khando run towards the hut and get the horses. They ride towards the river. Sambhaji warns the viceroy. Tavora has somehow reached the river and jumped into a parked dinghy. Despite his heart pounding in his ribcage, he heaves a sigh of relief. Before he can exhale, a bullet hits his right shoulder. Sambhaji has seen someone important, perhaps the viceroy sitting in a dinghy, because people around him are giving him a lot of importance by forming a circle around him and trying to protect him. Sambhaji must kill Tavora, who had escaped the last time while returning to Goa from Fonda Fort. He kicks his horse to gallop faster. But by the time he reaches the bank, the viceroy's dinghy has left and is rocking mid-water. Sambhaji nudges his horse forward into the river. The loyal mount trots into the roaring waters. But the current is too strong, and Sambhaji's legs get entangled in the stirrups. Within moments, his horse loses its foothold and starts flailing. Sambhaji starts thrashing the water with his hands to keep afloat, but his legs are stuck, and he gets thrashed about like a rag doll. The water level rises as he sinks deeper into the river. Water now starts entering his lungs. He thinks his end has come. He closes his eyes and tries to bring up Abba Sahib's face as his vision blurs. But instead, he feels someone drag his horse towards the bank. His legs are still stuck in the stirrups, but he is pulled along. He is breathing and he is alive. Someone has saved his life. He opens his eyes and sees Khando's face hovering above his. The young Brahmin has brought him back from the jaws of death. Even the horse is alive. I will always be obliged to Balaji Avaji, who conspired to kill me, because his son has saved me from certain death. Sambhaji says and hugs Khando. Tavora returns home to his wife and daughters with his left hand in a bandage and right hand bleeding from a gunshot wound. That same night, he visits St. Xavier's Church in his city. He walks unsteadily on the marble floor inlaid with precious stones, as his guards walk with him with candles. The parades are waiting for him at an elaborately gilded altar. They open a wooden coffin kept at the center. Tavora looks down to see the remains of St. Xavier, who died more than a century ago in mainland China. A sobbing Tavora kneels at the coffin and says,
"Save us from the Marathas."
Azam and his 30,000 troopers have laid siege to Bijapur. They have travelled for weeks through desolate plains to reach the Adil Shahi capital. Their horses and elephants have trudged through the monotonous landscape of dust-coloured grass and rocks. Azam was informed that there were some hamlets and cultivated fields on the route, but his scouts had spotted none. As they had neared Bijapur, Azam was surprised to see a white dome so high it seemed to disappear into the sky in the horizon. That was Muhammad Adil Shah's tomb under the largest dome in the Deccan. It was as if civilization has risen from nowhere and crowded the sky with the rising minarets, lofty tombs, palace balconies, and temple shrines. As the Mughal cavalcade climbed down a gentle slope, they faced a 20-gaz-high wall made of stone. Between the Mughals and the wall, which had several bastions, was a moat 30 gaz wide. Azam had been told it was filled with crocodiles. Azam later learned that there were 96 bastions on the wall, which was about 8 gaz thick. He now sees that the ramparts are protected by battlement curtains from bastion to bastion. The loopholes on the battlements are for artillery and firearms. The wall meandered on for more than 2 kos. At the first sight, the capital looks so well protected that Azam thinks it is impossible to invade it. Sikandar has sent his envoy with a tribute containing gold, silver, and precious artifacts, but Azam has not accepted it. He wants Bijapur. But that is not acceptable to Sikandar, the teenage sultan of Bijapur. From Azam's pitched pavilion, he can see one of the largest bastions on the western side, which has the region's biggest cannon mounted on it, the Malik-e-Maidan, the master of the battlefield. The 55-ton monster can blast through anything within a kos. It has been 2 months since Azam had laid siege to the capital, but nothing has happened so far. Chapter 32. Muazzam's first major halt that lasted several weeks was near Belgaum. He sent out detachments, capturing 2 land forts of the Adil Shahi that had been seized by the Marathas. The cavalcade is again on the move. This time, it has turned west to take the Ramghat mountain track to enter Savantwadi near Goa in southern coastal Konkan. Thousands of labourers have gone on ahead to clear the track that can take only 1 small oxen cart at a time. They cut the trees, chop the scrubs, and try to hack the long-stemmed woody vines of liana. Many of the labourers have violent encounters with panthers, wild elephants, and boars. The valley seems to be infested with serpents. They are everywhere, hanging from trees, resting in bushes, and sunbathing on rocks, hidden or camouflaged. Hundreds of labourers have died from snake bites, especially from pit vipers. One man was almost killed when a 5-gaz-long python wrapped itself around him and started tightening its coils. Someone has given an idea to Muazzam. Keep his 1,900 elephants in the cavalcade's vanguard. The big fellows will clear the way better than thousands of labourers struggling with sickles, axes, shovels, and wooden sticks. So, the elephants lead the way. Hundreds of them either carry howdahs or gajnal cannons. The mighty animals are used to trundling on plains. The uneven tracks seem to unnerve them, and they start trumpeting in panic. They try to hold on to tree trunks as they climb steep ascents, many times uprooting the trees and falling. Some lumber on reluctantly, some try to walk through the narrow space between trees, scrape their hides and start bleeding. Some get violent and dislodge boulders that roll back and injure men and animals. The horsemen first try and stay put on the horses, but if they squirm or shift in their saddles, the horses seem to lose their footing. Some animals slip over the miry edges of the track and fall into the valley below with their mahouts or riders. Hussain Ali Khan will be waiting for them at the campsite in southern Konkan near Goa to help Muazzam. Finally, the cavalcade reaches Sawantwadi, a few kos north of Goa. Labourers and slaves have arrived much before, pitching the tents of high-ranking mansabdars. They have already finished pitching the palatial pavilions of Muazzam and his harem. He is relieved after entering the courtyard of his luxurious tent after the horrendous journey through the mountains to reach the Konkan. He does not understand his father. They have more than 20 provinces giving them yearly agricultural revenue of rupees 12 to 15 crore in hasil, without arrears. And royals like him can enjoy life flitting from one city to another, one palace to another, one garden to another, and one woman to another. Muazzam hates battles as much as he hates his half-brothers. The haughty and arrogant Azam thinks of him as an inferior royal, since his mother was a born Hindu, a kafir. Muazzam cannot stand Azam's brother Akbar either. Akbar always got special attention from their father. He always had better cavalry contingents under him and was also made the Subedar of the rich Mughal provinces, while Muazzam languished in the Deccan and then at the empire's northwestern borders. Thankfully, Akbar has turned a traitor and Muazzam wishes that Akbar is soon dead. He tries to take his thoughts away from his half-brothers, especially Azam and his contemptuous attitude. He must put his mind to the Konkan campaign. He has been told by his father to go northwards, rampaging through Ratnagiri district and tear apart the Maratha-occupied territory in the Konkan. He will meet Shahabuddin, who is working his way southwards from Kalyan in North Konkan. They will join at Mahad, near Raigad Fort, the heart of the Maratha nation. Their joint forces must besiege Raigad Fort and continue doing that until Sambhaji comes to them kneeling and begging. Thinking about Sambhaji, Muazzam remembers him as a 10-year-old youngster who used to come to Aurangabad to attend his court as the youngest Mansabdar. The boy had an enduring innocence and pride. Muazzam liked his sharp wit too. Once, Muazzam had taken him on a hunting expedition. It had ended successfully with the killing of 2 leopards and many deer. There was a bushmeat party in the forest after that. Sambhaji would not touch the food. Muazzam had asked him, "Does your father take you out on hunting expeditions?" "My father is against killing anything that does not harm him," the boy had replied. Muazzam smiles at the memory. Sambhaji has not harmed me in any way, he thinks. He grimaces at the ironic twist of fate. He has to destroy the enemy, whom he likes. For now, Muazzam is more bothered about his own comfort and admires his pavilion, which has satin panels embellished with precious stones. His slaves usher him in. He first inspects his chambers. The bedchamber has a large bed with a mosquito net hitched on its 4 poles. They have been warned about ailments associated with the insects. The divans for the Aam and Khas visitors, where he will conduct official meetings, have gilded sedan chairs with maroon satin cushions. The floor is hidden with fine Persian carpets. The prayer room, the kitchen, the meal rooms, the bath chamber and the latrine room are just about fine. When he comes to the backyard of his quarters, he hears women giggling from the tents pitched beyond a small hedge. He likes the sound of their laughter. A eunuch comes running from somewhere to inform him that Hussain Ali Khan wants to meet him urgently. Muazzam rushes back into his pavilion and heads for the Diwan-e-Khas. He sits in the sedan chair. It is getting dark, and someone has lit a few shamdans in the room. Hussain Ali Khan enters. The 40-year-old Muazzam is waiting for him. How many men and animals have we lost in the mountains? Muazzam wants to know. I guess a few hundred animals, elephants and horses, about 1,000 men, mostly laborers and slaves. But there is something else. Hussain trails off. Muazzam raises his eyebrows as Hussain bows deep and says as he straightens up, untimely rains in this region have washed away fields and they yield in Konkan. We will be facing acute famine. My father has already asked the Subedar of Surat to send us 4 lakh mounds of corn. The ships must have already left the port. Muazzam is not unduly concerned. Anything else? The Marathas who wanted to attack Goa have left. Their king Sambhaji has gone back to Raigad fort. Hussain replies. Muazzam suddenly gets an idea to make some money. The first thing Muazzam does after meeting Hussain is write a letter to Tavora, demanding a huge tribute for offering protection to Goa from Maratha attacks. He mentions that the Marathas have run away since the Mughals have arrived on the scene to protect Goa. The Maratha infantry and cavalry contingents are busy warding off the Mughals, who seem to be swarming the Deccan like locusts. The Maratha officials lead the army all over the nation. Kalash is fighting between Raigad and Panhala. Panch Hazaris, such as Sarjirao Jethe, is in and around Mawal. Naroji Bhosle is in Satara. Dadaji Narsa Prabhu is leading his men in the Konkan around Sangameshwar, and Rupaji Bhosle and his flying column of cavalry contingents, known for speed and mobility, are seen at various places, sometimes around Ramsej and sometimes near Kalyan. Sambhaji has reached Raigad fort. The first question Yesu asks him is why he has come back without invading Goa. He looks at his wife and wonders if she was a fierce Rajput woman in her last birth. The queen's palace is filled with the laughter of Ram Raja, Bhavani, and Shahu. They are playing hide-and-seek. Ram Raja's wife, 10-year-old Janaki, is quiet. She likes to be ladylike, with her 9-yard sari in place and nose hidden behind a pearl nathani. Ram Raja is a big boy now, Sambhaji says, though shaking his head as if at a little boy. He has been training with our best horse riders and sword fighters for long hours, Yesu says like a proud mother. Sambhaji bursts out laughing. You look far too young to be Ram Raja's mother. You must have been 9 when he was born. I was 10. Yesu retorts. Always remember that he will come first, even before my own children, when there is a question of life and death. Sambhaji knows his wife by now. She does what she says. He gets up. He needs to bathe, perform his morning prayers and thereafter meet his ministers. At the minister's office, Peshwa Nilkant, Sarnobat Mohite, Surnis Sondev, the scribe Khando, Justice Pralhad Niraji and Kalash are waiting for the Chhatrapati. First comes the announcement of his arrival, and then Sambhaji himself enters the courtyard, beaming. As people around bow to him, he sits on the gilded throne with his legs folded beneath him. The gathers of his long tunic made of fine chintz fall around him in a circle. When my horse was dragging me into the waters of the Mandavi, Khando Ballal put his life in jeopardy and dragged us, my mount and me, out of the dangerously swollen waters of the river. He saved us. Sambhaji has his father's habit of coming to the point. A ceremonially dressed man wearing a large turban steps forward with a salver containing a gilded bracelet, glittering with rubies. He approaches Khando. I can never repay you for what you have done for me. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation, Sambhaji says. The young Khando is overwhelmed. He takes the bracelet from the salver and bows to the Chhatrapati. Mohite has been waiting patiently. Muazzam starts his northward march tomorrow. Sambhaji taps the armrest of the throne with the fingers of his right hand. The 26-year-old Chhatrapati seems to be contemplating. Due to untimely rains, the Konkan is facing a famine. This is the wrong time to be there with such a huge number of men and beasts, Sambhaji says, as if thinking aloud. This is not just a casual conversation. The existence of the Maratha nation depends on what they talk about and decide today. Our sea scouts have told us that a fleet of Mughal cargo ships has left Surat loaded with food. Prahlad Neeraji informs. That food may not reach Muazzam's army. Sambhaji utters each word slowly, deliberately. Why? Mohite asks. Because by the time the large ships arrive at Goa port, the Portuguese and the Mughals might be enemies. They are friends at the moment, Mohite warns. All of you must be wondering why I retreated from Portuguese territory in such a hurry. Our presence there would have made them allies of convenience. They would have fought us together. There is a chance that our absence will make them go for each other's jugulars. And we have taken that chance. You mean the Goa Viceroy will go against the mighty Mughals? Mohite asks skeptically. As I said, there is a chance. The Portuguese may not be over-friendly with the Mughals. They do not want to anger us anymore. We have seen what we can do, Sambhaji says calmly. The men fall silent. Sarnobat Mohite says, the Mughals have made a mistake. To start with, Muazzam, titled Shah Alam, is bringing a huge army into the Konkan. The size of the Mughal army will be a liability. The rough terrain of the Konkan needs lightweight cavalry for speed or infantry trained in dealing with the mountains. Remember that the Mughals do not have tangible targets in our country. We do not live in cities such as Agra and Delhi, Jodhpur and Amber, Hyderabad and Bijapur, where Badshahs, kings and shahas live. In the Konkan, there are thousands of hamlets, each with not more than 100 families. Even if the Mughals attack, what will they plunder? We have informed the people that when the cavalcade approaches their area, they must flee to the forest. If the Mughals want victory over us, they will have to capture our forts. It may take years for them to do so. Kalashi will be our Chandogamatya. He will be at places where I will not be able to go. His first assignment will be Fonda. He will leave for Fonda Fort to help Yesaji uncle build a new one, Sambhaji announces. The men glance at Kalash, who will be Chandogamatya, next only to the Chhatrapati, with the power to take decisions when Sambhaji is not around. It is big news. Sambhaji senses the tension but ignores it. He wants to announce something else. I shall also let you know about his official seal. Sambhaji hands over a copper plate with inscriptions to Kalash, who starts reading what is written on the plate in fluent Sanskrit. The signet of Kalash fulfills the desires, opens golden opportunities and is the origin of great ideas. The men look at each other. Kalash, who is an outsider, will have more powers than any of them. Suryaji, the fort commander of Ramsej, has done a commendable job in protecting the fort. We will be sending him and his men robes, gold bracelets, and horns as rewards. Sambhaji's voice booms. The men smile. The tension seems to evaporate. What have we decided about Shehzada Akbar? Kalash asks. He has met Akbar a few times. They have mostly discussed how the Mughals live in the lap of luxury. We will let him stay in our territory as long as he wants to. Sambhaji says, his face expressionless. Akbar is the only worthy son of the Badshah, but his mind is fickle. He thinks he is the Badshah, but without the backing of the military, he is nothing. He is also arrogant. We had given him a gift, from a king to a king. He gave it to a woman he fancies. When Sambhaji returns to the queen's palace, he sees Mohite's wife chatting with Yesu. Janaki is sitting between the two women like a grown-up. Seeing Sambhaji, Mohite's wife, Rakhmabai, covers her head with her pallu, gets up and bows. Sambhaji bends down to touch her feet. You are the Chhatrapati. You need not touch anyone's feet anymore, says Rakhmabai, mother of 4 sons and a young daughter. You are my Mama Sahib's wife. You are my mommy. Sambhaji says politely. The palace is quiet. Where are the children? He asks Yesu. Even before Yesu can open her mouth, the 12-year-old Ram Raja storms into the room, fuming, his face flushed with anger. The 6-year-old Bhavani and the 2-year-old Shahu follow him, as if they are his tails. The maids hover around Shahu, but he stumbles and falls as he runs to keep up with Ram Raja. The mini procession halts in front of Yesu.
Tell that girl not to fight with me.
Ram Raja is almost shouting, looking at the 2 older women. Why don't you tell her yourself? Yesu asks. It's evident to Sambhaji she is trying hard not to laugh.
She says she can handle a sword better than me.
Ram Raja adds. Just then, a little girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, walks in. She is wearing a long skirt with zari work and a short choli embellished with pearls. Her big eyes are spewing anger as she marches past Sambhaji and stops in front of Rakhmabai.
He started the fight.
The little girl says, controlling her anger.
He says that girls must not play with swords.
She touches the wooden sword tucked into the waist belt of her skirt. Sambhaji is watching the fight with amusement. He holds the girl's shoulders and turns her around so she faces him. He kneels, so he is eye level with the girl. She has large eyes filled with angry tears and a pretty nose that has gone red with rage. Her small mouth is trembling, and he can tell she is about to start sobbing. Who are you? Sambhaji asks.
I am Tarabai Mohite.
The girl says, looking straight into the Chhatrapati's eyes. What does Tara mean? Sambhaji feigns innocence.
A star.
The girl replies quickly, proudly. Sambhaji tries to hide his smile and asks with a serious face, Do you play with swords?
No, I am not a small girl that I will play.
She replies.
I am training in sword fighting.
Sambhaji looks at Tara's mother. Rakhmabai shakes her head helplessly and admits. Blame her father for that. He thinks she is his 5th son. Sambhaji looks back at Tara and asks. What is the first rule when fighting with swords?
A sword is to cut your enemy. The basic rule is to deliver a blow without taking one yourself.
And who is your enemy? Sambhaji wants to know.
Badshah Aurangzeb.
Tara replies, as if she is surprised the Chhatrapati doesn't know. She shrugs, almost as if indicating that she finds the question childish. The answer is so obvious. Sambhaji is impressed. He picks up the little girl in his arms and throws her up in the air only to catch her again. The girl laughs merrily. A thought has entered Sambhaji's mind, and he must talk to his Sarnobat about it. Just then, a maid comes in to inform him that Mohite is waiting at the entrance of the Queen's palace. He may come in. Sambhaji tells the maid. They have a meal planned together. As soon as Mohite walks in, Sambhaji says,
"We want your daughter."
Mohite says light-heartedly, "The entire Maratha nation belongs to you. We want her as Ram Raja's bride." Sambhaji says softly, "The children have no idea that their destinies are being decided. And the Maratha nation has no clue that their future defender has arrived." Chapter 33. Tavora has reached the point where the Mandovi River pours its water into the Arabian Sea. He narrows his eyes to see the imperial fleet of 10 large galivats. A letter has reached him from Surat port that these ships contain corn and nothing else. But Tavora is not so sure, especially after he had received an order from Shehzada Muazzam to pay heavy protection tribute, stating that it was because of the Mughal presence in the South Konkan that the Marathas had decided to flee the region, leaving Goa untouched. When Tavora had refused to pay the large amount, Muazzam had retaliated by burning villages in the Portuguese territory near Bardesh, north of Goa. Now, the Mughals want the Portuguese to permit their ships to enter the Mandovi River so that food can reach their encampment on its northern banks. Tavora is doubtful, since part of the river touches his city. What if the ships carrying food, as the Mughals claim, suddenly bring out cannons and start blasting the city? Tavora calls his port guards and relays orders, shouting that Mughal ships must not be allowed to enter the Mandovi River, and the ships must go back to the sea. Muazzam's northward journey has begun through the strip of coastal Konkan without enough food grains. The Portuguese have not allowed the ships carrying food for Muazzam's cavalcade to enter the Mandovi River to anchor. The ships had to sail backwards towards Surat. Meanwhile, the Siddhis of Janjira have assured him that the Mughal ships carrying food need not go all the way back to Surat. Instead, the ships can anchor at their port, Danda Rajapuri, in the Konkan. Shehzada Muazzam can send his men to the port and collect his consignment of grains. Winter is upon them, but the breeze is salty and humid. From his howdah, mounted on a caparisoned tusker, going northwards, hoping to reach Raigad, Muazzam can see the lush green canopies of trees, palms and shrubs under the mild winter sun. It is deceptive, as too much rain has destroyed the crops and a wet famine is raging in the Konkan. There are other problems. He had thought the travel through coastal Konkan would be relatively easy, but with his cumbersome army, they can just about manage to crawl through the hilly regions and dense forests. Then, there are the rivers plunging from the mountains rising in the east and emptying themselves in the Arabian Sea in the west. Most of them swell during high tide at sea, and the Mughals need to wait for low tide to cross the waters. Sometimes, Muazzam spots mud houses hiding in the nearby forests. He sends his scouts to see if there is a big town they can plunder, but mostly the habitats turn out to be hamlets with just a few shanties. Most of the hamlets are empty, without people or cattle. Muazzam is told that the people are hiding in the forest. It is not even worth engaging the army to reach them. Weeks pass as the Mughal cavalcade trudges on, laying waste to random villages on the way. The Mughals pay ₹20 as monthly salary to their cavalrymen, and Muazzam has 40,000 cavalrymen with him. He spends ₹8 lakh a month only on his horsemen. He has nearly the same number of infantrymen, 2,000 elephants, and 2,000 of cargo animals. his daily expenses not less than rupees 50,000, if not more. And this huge amount is spent for what? Destroying a few villages in the Konkan. One evening, as he is drinking his favorite wine in the encampment somewhere in the Ratnagiri district, Muazzam is told that their food will last only a week more. Have you sent our men to the Siddhi's port, Danda Rajapuri, to collect our consignment of food? Muazzam asks.
The Siddhis are thieves. They kept the major part for themselves and gave us only about 40% of the grains.
The man responsible for supplies answers. Any other ships sent for us? Muazzam asks, acid from his stomach rising into his mouth from anxiety.
Yes.
The man lowers his gaze and answers.
But they have vanished in the sea. Some say they were attacked by Maratha warships and some say it was the work of Siddhis.
What about the animal feed? Muazzam is alarmed by now.
Enough only for a few days.
The man replies, almost apologetically. How many days? Muazzam insists.
4 to 8 days.
The man replies. The Mughal war animals' feed is rich, containing high-quality soaked horse gram, dried grass, and even large amounts of butter. Muazzam thinks hard. They have not even covered half the distance. Raigad fort is still more than 100 kos away. He will need a month at their speed to reach the capital fort of the Marathas. The Mughal Shehzada is not sure if they will survive the long journey without food. Muazzam makes a decision. They will abort the campaign and not go northwards towards Raigad. Instead, they will turn back. Muazzam gives his orders. It takes a day for the massive cavalcade just to change direction. They will next camp at Sawantwadi and then head to Ramghat, the same treacherous mountain track to reach Belgaum. Allah alone knows how long I have to languish here in this strange land. And it's even stranger people worshipping weird gods, chanting bizarre mantras and eating inedible food. I need to get back to civilization. Akbar rattles off as he takes a stroll near his abode. Durgadas frowns at the fickle mind of the Mughal Shehzada, who has just told him he misses the rich red meat cooked by the Mughals and the milk sweets, which he used to wash down with wine or sharbat. He is also disenchanted with the girl he so fancied a few weeks ago. He has angered his host by giving away the Chhatrapati's gifted necklace to the same girl. When Sambhaji asked him for an explanation, Akbar replied saying he was Badshah of Hindustan and would do what pleased him. The Chhatrapati is not pleased. Durgadas says cautiously, as more than 100 Maratha and Rajput guards walk behind them. I am not here to please anyone. Akbar retorts, walking faster. Durgadas keeps pace with the Shehzada, wondering whether they would be able to overpower the imperial forces and march into Agra. Akbar has a goal but no means, which makes his dream defunct. Akbar turns around and waves his hands, telling the guards to go away. These Marathas see everything and hear every word. The snooping haramzadas. Akbar curses. The evening is melting into darkness. The two men walk on, taking a lonely path at the edge of the forest. Akbar has his gaze fixed on the faraway hills that are waiting to vanish into the night. There is a long silence. Sambhaji was just an instrument to give us money and men. Akbar quips. What do you think we should do? Durgadas thinks he sounds like a lost child. The older man does not answer. Sambhaji had sent Kalash to meet Akbar, but that meeting had yielded nothing substantial. We sought help from the Rathors and the Sisodias of Rajasthan, but nothing came out of it. Akbar says. Durgadas nods. He had almost made it happen until the cunning letter from Aurangzeb had arrived that night, forcing Durgadas and all the Rajput cavalrymen to desert Akbar's camp. I shall send some of my jewelry to the Portuguese viceroy in exchange for a ship. Akbar tells Durgadas, who is thinking of going back to Rajasthan and defending his country, which is still occupied by Mughal forces. What have you planned? Durgadas asks as politely as possible. I shall sail to Persia and ask Emperor Shah Abbas for help in attacking my father's empire. Akbar drops the cannonball. The men stop walking and face each other. Durgadas wants to say so many things, but it is too late now. He stares into the darkness behind Akbar and sighs. Let us go back to our base. Winter is over. It is hot and humid on the plains of coastal Konkan, but that doesn't bother Shahabuddin. There is something else that worries him. Did you see them? He asks the scouts, his eyes fixed on the Raigad hill, with its enormous base and rocky precipice, which rises above the meandering wall strengthened by the monstrous bastions. We saw the cavalcade heading southwards towards Goa. One of the scouts answers. Shahabuddin frowns. That is not right, he thinks. He was told that Muazzam's forces would be joining him near Raigad to lay siege to the Maratha capital. This is not feasible now, since his own forces are not adequate even to cover a quarter of the girth of the mountain. He has done whatever the Badshah had ordered. Despite the food scarcity, he had marched to Mahad, a sleepy hamlet about 10 kos from the fort. Shahabuddin is wise. He decides to turn back, plundering villages that lie on his path. He and his men first burn down Nizampur, a small habitat at the foothills of Raigad Fort, before they start their return journey. He also wonders about where Shehzada Muazzam is. The great Shah Alam. Muazzam, who has reached Sawantwadi, does not think about Shahabuddin. All he wants now is to get out of the Konkan. He stares at the mountains rising more than 1,000 gaz from sea level on the coast's eastern horizon. Their slopes look velvety green from afar, but Muazzam has seen them at close quarters. Those green patches are infested with venomous snakes and carnivorous beasts. From his position, he can see the deceptive slopes peppered with barren rocks, where even the hardiest of shrubs have failed to take root. At places where the track looks down at those precipices, even the bravest can go weak with fear if they look down. And then there is the danger of the Marathas waiting in ambush. But despite all the perils, Muazzam must move on. Food scarcity is the most serious issue at present. The men and the animals are starving. Most of the horses have lost weight. In some, their rib cages are clearly visible. Their otherwise shining coats have turned dull, and their usually alert eyes have become glassy. Muazzam's elephants have somehow managed by eating foliage and tree bark. The main problem is that the men who should be fit to fight have become skin and bones. Since there is no stock of corn, most of the animals used for food have been consumed. There is nothing left to eat. Muazzam is forced to buy a large quantity of kulit, a locally grown pulse to keep his troopers alive, but many have not been able to digest it and have fallen ill. Death by starvation is the biggest danger they face now. They must reach Belgaum as soon as possible. Unknown to Muazzam, something else awaits them in those mysterious hills. Something invisible, something intangible, waiting in ambush. The Mughal cavalcade finally reaches the foothills of the mountains, from where the Ramghat track starts going up and reaches Belgaum. First, the labourers start climbing to clear the way. They have also been asked to search for grassy glades in the nooks of the hills, so the animals can feed. It takes more than a day and a night for the entire procession to get up on the narrow winding mountain track. The coast had untimely storms and rains, bringing wet famine. But in the mountains there is at least some food available. As they start their climb, the hungry animals are taken to eat the grass growing in the glades, and the elephants feast on bamboo and jackfruit. On the seventh day, a few animals and horses suddenly get excited, trumpeting, neighing, and even getting aggressive. The animals refuse to follow their masters, and some even start moving backwards, walking into climbers. But even that is not the real problem. Within 3 days, thousands of animals start getting shivering bouts and gasp for air. Many of them bleed through their mouths, noses, and anuses. But all of them die, and their carcasses block the track. Most of the men and women decide to walk, leaving their mounts behind. They climb over elephant carcasses to move ahead. Within a few days, hundreds of men and women develop black scars, surrounded by red skin. Muazzam, his women, and his top mansabdars have also been climbing the mountain on foot. There is a lone European medic in the procession. A panicked Muazzam summons him as he sits down at a point along the track, in the middle of the dead and dying animals. "What are those black scars?" Muazzam asks anxiously. The old medic's blue eyes look up at the sun disappearing into the western horizon, as he says in Farsi, "People call it anthrax. In Greek, it means coal because the scars are grey-black like charcoal." "Is it a disease?" "Yes. It is as dangerous as plague. First the contagion enters the animals, and then the humans." "From where does this contagion come? From thin air?" Muazzam asks, now clearly panicking. "Some old medics suspect it comes from the grass they feed on." The medic replies, "Does it also kill humans?" "Like flies." The medic whispers as the sun goes down. Chhatrapati Sambhaji and Yesu Rani Sahib welcome their guests, who have come from far and wide to attend Ram Raja's second marriage. Sarnobat Mohite has come with his family, wife, 4 sons, and 8-year-old Tara, the bride. The main guests are Shivarai's daughters and their families. All the structures inside the citadel are decorated with buntings made of colorful cloth and strings of jasmine and marigold. Musicians have gathered at the fort with shehnais, double-reeded wind instruments, and dholaks. The little bride is ready, in a green sari, gold and glass bangles reaching till her elbows. Her small nose is covered with a large nathani, and her thin neck has countless traditional gold necklaces around it. She has also worn anklets, a waistband, and several gold flowers in her hair. She is almost stooping under the weight of gold and silver on her. Yesu has made sure that Soira Rani Sahib's jewelry has been distributed equally among Ram Raja's 2 wives. The bride and groom have worn the mundavalya, pearl strings tied to their foreheads that loosely fall on either sides of their faces. Ram Raja is wearing a turban embellished with pearls and other precious stones. His tunic is made of silk, and his sash is full of zari work. A large makeshift kitchen has been set up, where firewood burns in earthen chulhas. The cooks are busy cutting vegetables, washing pulses in rice and water, and keeping massive brass vessels on the chulhas so cooking can start. The wedding will start on the Muhuratam, the auspicious moment decided by the royal astrologer. 120 coast northeast. The 68-year-old Aurangzeb, sitting in a gilded howdah on the back of a caparisoned tusker, is making his way out of the southern gate of the newly walled city of Aurangabad. He is not wearing his headgear, not to show his gleaming skull to the world, but to remind himself that he has to bathe the Deccan in Sambha's blood. There is a massive cavalcade waiting for him outside the city. It has been 3 years since he shifted to the Deccan, and they have still not conquered a single Maratha fort. The stratagem needs a drastic change. Ram Sage is still with the Marathas. Wazim has lost most of his army in the mountains to anthrax, and Azam's besiegement of Bijapur has been an utter failure. 125 kos south of Aurangabad, 17-year-old Sikandar Adil Shah sits on his throne in Bijapur's court. A strange fear is nibbling at him. Only one man, Sharzah Khan, stands in front of the throne. The rest of the court is empty. Adjacent to the throne, behind the silk curtain, Shahar Banu sits on a chair, enveloped in dread and anxiety. We can never understand the Badshah's mind. He sent his son Azam to besiege Bijapur. That besiegement languished for 1 year. Then, the siege was dissolved. Azam tried multiple invasions but failed. Now, Aurangzeb is shifting his base to Ahmednagar. Sharzah Khan says, looking at the paper in his hand, as huge chandeliers dressed with rock crystals cast a depressing yellow light in the court. Its massive windows fitted with carved wooden panels are closed shut. The Sultanate's Wazir, Masood, has resigned from his post and gone back to his Jagir, to live a life of retirement. Sikandar now has only one man he can trust, Sharzah Khan, who is from a famous family of warriors and martial arts experts. That is not all, Sikandar says in a trembling voice. I have received the Badshah's farman. What does it say? Sharzah Khan asks, his jaw tightened in terror. He is concerned about the Adil Shahi Sultanate. Unlike the other nobles of the court, he is not power-hungry. He is, perhaps, the only worthy general Sikandar has. He tells us that we are already his vassals. He wants us to supply provisions for his army with immediate effect and provide him with 10,000 cavalrymen to fight against the Marathas. He is firm that we not help Sambhaji in any way, and... Sikandar's voice trails off and he shakes his head in dismay. And? Sharzah Khan is intrigued. He says that you are to be expelled from the Sultanate if we fail to attack the Maratha terrain and hand Sambhaji over to Aurangzeb. That will never happen. Shahar Banu's musical voice echoes in the empty courtyard. We will never expel a loyal man like you, and we cannot forget that the late Chhatrapati had saved Bijapur from Dilir Khan. But he took the Carnatic country from us, Sharzah Khan says, looking at the curtain. That is because we could not manage our own territory. We all know that we were being torn apart by internal strife. Our Abyssinian nobles wanted to murder Afghan nobles for power, and the Deccan nobles had joined the Abyssinians to assassinate the Afghans. Everyone wanted to rule with Sikandar, who was and still is so young. Sharzah Khan cannot deny the princess's reasons. After destroying us, the Mughals will go for the Qutub Shahi, Sikandar says sadly, his eyes distant as if looking into the disastrous future. He was just 4 when his father died of a heart ailment. He does not even remember his father's face, but Shahar Banu knows that her brother is born with their mother's beautiful features and her mother's gentle soul. Shahar Banu shudders. She knows what will happen to her if the Mughals capture her city. More than 100 kos east of Bijapur, Hyderabad, the capital of the Qutub Shahi, looks vulnerable to enemy invasions. It sits on open plains without inaccessible mountains or barren belts to protect it. The Qutub Shah, Abul Hasan, is not worried about the vulnerability of his capital. He is busy enjoying life. When invaders do arrive, he always has his invincible Golconda fort near Hyderabad to hide in. Everyone knows about Hasan's love for music. He has 20,000 female singers and dancers inside the walled city. He and his select nobles gather on every Jummah and have parties, where more than 1,000 bottles of wine are consumed. However, some news has disturbed the otherwise fun-loving Hasan. He is having a meeting with his trusted men. 2 of his Hindu ministers, Madan and Akan, as well as 3 of his Muslim warriors, Sheikh Nizam, who is sharp and decisive, Abdul Razak, loyal and ready to die for his king, and Abdullah Pani, who first served Ali Adil Shah, then the Mughals, and now serves the Qutub Shahi, gather around him. These 5 men have so far managed the affairs of the Sultanate while Hassan lived a life of opulence and ignorance. Hassan is an obese man with a waist that has seen better days. He is over-anxious today and pants as he speaks. He has received a farman from Badshah Aurangzeb. It says that Madan and Deccan are to be expelled from the country. The Badshah wants parts of the Qutub Shahi Sultanate and desires the biggest diamond Hassan has in his possession as tribute. He threatens that if Hassan helps Sikandar Adil Shah in any way, nothing will remain of the Qutub Shahi. At the end, the Badshah makes it clear that if Hassan and his men help the Mughals capture Sambhaji, he will treat the Sultanate leniently and may even leave them alone. In the Farman, the Badshah has used words such as Rafizi, a non-believer, and Ghule Biabani, a corpse-eating monster for Hassan, a Shia. Everyone stares at Madan, the Wazir of the Qutub Shahi. Perhaps he may have answers. If my master wishes, I will leave my wazirship and take sannyas to live like a hermit in the forest on the banks of either the Krishna or the Godavari river. Madan says politely, "You are not going anywhere. Answer me like a wazir." Hassan says irritatedly, "In that case, I feel we must not agree with anything. The 3 powers of the Deccan must unite to fight this evil from the north." Madan minces no words. Sheikh Nizam stares at Madan. This intelligent infidel has grabbed all administrative power and put many of his relatives in high offices all across the Sultanate. Their entire clan is pro-Maratha. Sometimes, Nizam suspects that because of them, Shivaji Bhosle spared the Qutub Shahi. He believes that slowly the Hindu brothers will take over the Qutub Shahi and join the Marathas. "We can give the Badshah the diamond he wants, but nothing else. We will also prepare for war," says Hassan with conviction, as if he has fought many of them. "Stuff the storehouses of the fort with food, explosives, and cannonballs. Get the cannons serviced," he orders. Sheikh Nizam looks at his sultan in dismay. Hundreds of Mughals have come to Hyderabad as envoys, never to go back again. They walk the streets of the capital as if they are the sultans of the Qutub Shahi, issuing commands and treating the real Hyderabadis like dirt. These Mughal Hyderabadis misbehave even in the presence of Hassan. But Hassan ignores their behavior. The envoys are meant to provoke Hassan so that he retaliates, giving the Badshah a reason to exterminate him. Or so Hassan thinks. Hassan looks at Sheikh Nizam and says, "You will stay outside Golconda Fort for the time being and manage 40,000 cavalrymen along with our other war generals. Your main aim will be to disrupt the siege preparations of Badshah Aurangzeb, if and when it happens." Hassan does not wait for Sheikh Nizam's reaction. He looks at Abdul Razak and says, "The rest of you will be with me inside Golconda Fort." Chapter 34. Sambhaji is feeling the heat even though cool winds are blowing through the citadel of Raigad Fort. The Mughals under Shahabuddin had reached the foothills of his capital fort, plundering and destroying towns and villages. It is becoming difficult to face the Mughals on so many frontiers. Because of the multiple Mughal invasions, it is becoming impossible for the cultivators to harvest, and now they have no revenue to offer their Chhatrapati. With war raging and Maratha columns spread all over, even the revenue coming in from the south is not enough. It is time to tell his men the truth. What is the news from Bijapur? Sambhaji asks Bahirchi Nayak, the master spy of the Maratha intelligence, who has been called in from the south. Nayak is an old man now. His slight body is bent with age, and his beard is completely white. The ministers, Peshwa Nilkant, Sarnobat Mohite, Justice Pralhad Niraji, Surnees Sondev and Chandogamatya Kalash, and the scribe Khando Ballal are also present in the court. Nayak bows to his Chhatrapati, who sits on the shrine-like throne. The spy's heart pains as he remembers Shivarai sitting in the same place, looking radiant. He remembers the concern in his brown eyes for every person who worked for the Maratha nation as if they were his own children, to be cherished and cared for.
The Mughals want to march through the Adil Shahi to invade us from the east and the southeast. According to the latest news, Sikandar has refused to help the Mughals, saying that if they want to attack Maratha terrain, they should march through their own territory.
Nayak murmurs. He refused? Kalash exclaims. He cannot believe that Sikandar has the gumption. It's not him. It is Shahar Banu, his sister. Sambhaji explains. Nayak nods. Sikandar has also refused to banish his most loyal Sharzah Khan. Without him, the Adil Shahi will collapse. He is the last pillar holding the Sultanate up. Khando chips in. This time, the Adil Shahi and the Qutub Shahi will not become Mughal allies, signing treaties to jointly fight against us. They know that Aurangzeb will never leave them alone either as friends or foes. Prahlad Niraji states. He was a Maratha diplomat in Hyderabad during Shivarai's southern expedition. Aurangzeb seems to have changed his stratagem. He is now more interested in annexing the sultanates. Kalash adds. We will help the Adil Shahi and the Qutub Shahi sultanates fight the Mughals. Sambhaji announces, his dark eyes shining with an unknown anticipation. Make no mistake, the Badshah has not lost interest in us. We are his final and most coveted prize in the Deccan. It all started with Akbar coming to us for help. Kalash has a point. The Deccan, especially us, are part of Aurangzeb's plan. Akbar or not, he would have descended upon us sooner or later. Sambhaji says, his tone serious. Where is Akbar now? Khando inquires. He has been selling his precious jewelry to the Portuguese viceroy to buy a ship to sail to Persia. Mohite informs. But they gave him a small boat and now he is disheartened. He is where he was, in the straw house. Sambhaji says in a way that shows he is done with Akbar.
Shehzada Azam is again on his way to Bijapur, this time with 1 lakh troopers.
Nayak drops a cannonball. It is wartime in the Deccan. We do need the funds to keep our forts and troopers fighting fit, especially when we also want to help the sultanates. Peshwa Nilkant says each word slowly and deliberately. Is it feasible to attack Chikkadevaraya, the king of Mysore? Sambhaji shakes his head. He has heard from his sources what had happened to the Maratha contingent when they tried to attack Mysore after capturing Jinji Fort. A regiment of Marathas led by a Hazari and his 10 Jumledars, with their 10 squadrons of 125 cavalrymen each, had entered the forests that were part of the kingdom of Mysore. They were riding towards the city where the Mysore Maharaja had built palaces and filled them with gold and silver artifacts. The forest was dense and the trees entwined in serpentine vines. The path was narrow, barely 1 horse wide, reducing the speed of the military procession. The sun was about to set, and the twilight would last for barely an hour. The Hazari was contemplating camping, his eyes looking for a source of water. It was then that he noticed some movement in the nearby shrubs, which increased his heartbeat. Hundreds of men armed with iron instruments jumped down on the Maratha cavalrymen from the tree branches. They were swift and decisive, but they did not kill the enemy by beheading them or plunging their swords through them. They were ripping off the upper lips and noses of the Marathas with the help of the instrument, which was twisted in strange ways and had sharp edges. The most gruesome part was that they were putting those body parts in a sling bag thrown over their shoulders, perhaps as trophies. Within moments they had disappeared, leaving hundreds of Maratha cavalrymen without their upper lips and noses. The gaping wounds had started bleeding profusely, leaving the Hazari in a quandary. He had decided to retreat. Hundreds of his men had died of pain and loss of blood. This was the savagery of their native warfare. The men who had so gruesomely killed the Marathas were rewarded by their jagirdars, who worked for the king, according to the number of lips and noses they had each gathered. "No," Mohite exclaims. "We are already in the grip of a powerful enemy. We cannot afford to subject our precious troopers to the savagery of some primitive warfare. We need lightweight cannons we can carry on horses and gunpowder and smaller cannonballs to be used to face the Mughal cavalry contingents." Mohite puts forth his military requirement. Sambhaji looks at Kalash, since he has been visiting the European diplomats for the same. "Only the French traders settled near the Cholamandalam coast are ready to supply. But their manufacturing units are not as big as those of the English. And the English want to sell their other goods in our territory without us imposing any taxes on them. They think all the people darker than them are idiots," Kalash says. Sambhaji is silent for a long time. What would Aba Sahib have done in a situation like this? How would he have faced Aurangzeb and his vast army, perhaps the largest and strongest in the world? Perhaps Aba Sahib would have tried to save Bijapur by cutting off supplies coming from the north to feed the besiegers. "My goal is to do what my father might have done in similar circumstances," he thinks. Whatever the cost. Fear gnaws at every resident of Bijapur. They feel like they are imprisoned in a cell with walls made of Mughal troopers. The Mughals have started their siege operations a few months ago. The rich suburb of Shahapur outside the city walls is already surrounded by trenches dug by the Mughal labourers. Despite the presence of rocks just a half cast below the hard soil, the trenches are deep and wide. The Mughals have been hammering away at the rocks day and night. Tents have been pitched for important Mughal war generals inside the large trenches to protect them from the fire-spewing cannons mounted on the ramparts and bastions of the city walls. Azam, the Shah-e-Alija, is heading the siege for the second time in 2 years. He is determined to be successful, for that will prove him a better crown prince than his half-brother Muazzam, whose failure in the Konkan has become a laughingstock among the Mughal troopers. To show his determination, Azam has brought along his wife Jahanazeb Begum, his late uncle Dara Shiko's daughter, to the dangerous battlefield. From his pavilion-like tent pitched inside a wide trench facing Bijapur, Azam stares at the invincible outer wall, made inaccessible by the moat filled with crocodiles. From behind those walls, Bijapur troopers, led by Sharzah Khan, had sailed forth the previous night and thrown burning naphtha in places where Azam's artillerymen had stored magazine powder in large quantities. There were several infernos, and more than 500 Mughal infantrymen were burnt alive. He looks at his war advisor, Ali Khan, and says, "Your advice on war and peace, haste and delay, and defense and offense will play a major role in this siege. Remember that the Badshah wants Bijapur." Ali Khan nods politely. He is aware that Aurangzeb has reached Ahmednagar and may at any time march towards Bijapur. "I will either capture Bijapur or die," Azam says decisively. Azam's message to Ali Khan is clear. He has to go ahead with the siege, but Bijapur's Sharzah Khan is not the only problem. The desolate plains around Bijapur make it imperative for them to depend on food supplies coming from the north. The Marathas have already cut off 3 of their supply chains and taken away the food and fodder. It is a famine-like situation in the siege camp. Ali Khan shudders thinking about the tough days ahead, but doesn't show it to the Shehzada. "Our opinion will be the same as yours, Shehzade," he says. The news of Azam's death resolution reaches Aurangzeb, who is camping at Ahmednagar 90 kos northwest of Bijapur. He calls all the grain traders to the massive courtyard of Ahmednagar fort. Its enormous stone wall strengthened with 34 bastions. Just one round on the ramparts can take a soldier an hour. Pack 5,000 oxen with food and dispatch the train to Bijapur. He orders. His 2 mansabdars with large cavalry contingents will guard the supply convoy. This time, Sharzah Khan and his cavalry contingents intercept the Mughal supply chains. In the battle for food and fodder, thousands are slain. Sharzah Khan retreats and goes back to Bijapur. Qutub Shah Hassan, sitting in the courtyard of his plush palace in Hyderabad, has announced that he will be sending 40,000 cavalrymen to save Bijapur from the clutches of the Mughals. This news too reaches Aurangzeb's ears. He simmers with rage. This pleasure-loving obese man had welcomed Shiva 9 years ago and given funds to the Marathas to win over the Carnatic country and their forts from the Adil Shahi, just to get the means to fight the Mughals. The time has come to annihilate the Maratha sympathizers. Sambhaji, Kalash and Mahadev walk behind the minister's office at Raigad Fort. They enter the antechamber and climb down a staircase that goes down to a tiny vault, lit by a few oil lamps. The men stand facing each other. Muazzam is back again. He and his army has marched through Gulbarga and are now camping on the banks of the Kagina river. Mahadev, who has worked under Bahirji Naik all his life, says in a low tone. They are heading towards Hyderabad. Sambhaji murmurs as heavy rain falls on the sloping roof above them. It is raining heavily in that region too. But the Mughals are braving it. Their vanguard is led by Khan-e-Jahan, who can hack his way through the busy battlefields. Mahadev whispers. They were intercepted? Kalash asks. One Bari Khan was sent with a large cavalry contingent by Abul Hasan. He was their best catapult man, but he was shot dead by Khan-e-Jahan's ace archer. How pitched was the battle? Sambhaji asks, knowing it is difficult to face the Mughals on the plains because of their sheer numbers. The Rajputs in the Mughal cavalry had their trained war elephants. They were let loose on the enemy with massive iron chains swinging from their tusks. The infuriated monsters went berserk and cut through enemy ranks, scaring the Hyderabadi horses. Several men fell off their mounts and were crushed under the feet of the rampaging tuskers. What is the latest news? Sambhaji wants to know. The battles have become a daily affair. No one knows who is winning or losing. But the Mughals are forging ahead towards Hyderabad, Mahadev confirms. That evening, a worried Sambhaji rushes to the minister's office to meet Peshwa Nilkant and Surnis Sondev. Bijapur is surrounded by the Mughals. Hyderabad will soon be invaded by them. His revenue collection has been drastically reduced and the new Surnis is struggling to send salaries to the Maratha troopers and military officials. Yesu is sitting in the bethak of her quarters, staring at her older brother, Ganuji. She is trying to understand her brother's demands. Her father-in-law had taken away the rights of hereditary revenue collectors, the Watandars, who considered themselves the kings of their terrain. All of them have now been reduced to ordinary citizens. Many of them secretly hate the new order, and Ganuji, her Dada Sahib, is one of them. To people like her brother, to be a fief or a king, to be the master of his watan and to behave like a ruler with the cultivators living on his lands is their goal, their ambition. Her father-in-law had abolished that very system and created a nation. He wanted to convert the hunger for fiefdom into patriotism. He wanted to make warriors out of petty fighters. Shivarai Maharaj had promised us that when my wife, who is his daughter, gets a son, he will give us back our Watandari rights of Dabhol port. She hears her brother say. Yesu can see the shadow of an insane hunger for power in her brother's yellow-green eyes and knows that his humble smile belies what lies in his heart, to get back the Watandari. The thought makes her nervous. This loose cannon can be dangerous to someone she loves more than her life. Her husband.
Dada Sahib, I will not be able to ask my husband for such favors,
Yesu says politely. Despite being the crowned queen of the nation, she does not feel comfortable sitting in her elder brother's presence. She stands and talks, without forgetting to cover her head with her pallu and lowering her gaze. You will convey my message to him, little sister, Kanoji says, firmly. We will protect Dabhol better than any of your paid soldiers. In any case, the Mughals are all over the Konkan. Yesu does not look up. I shall leave now, sister. Tell the Chhatrapati that he trusts the wrong people. One day, he will be in big trouble. Yesu keeps her face expressionless as Kanoji leaves the baitak in a huff. She knows Kanoji was referring to Kalash when he said that the Chhatrapati trusts the wrong people. She decides not to bother her husband with her brother's demands. She cannot help but think how petty he is. Kanoji should have thought of the Deccan, which has started burning, and there are bigger calamities coming their way. Muazzam and his 30,000 cavalrymen have entered Hyderabad. Abul Hasan has hastily left his palace and has run away to hide in Golconda Fort. The situation is chaotic. People are scrambling to find their way to the fort. The plundering has begun. The Mughals have already entered Abul Hasan's palaces and seized property worth crores. Every street is flooded with Mughal looters. Each residential area and marketplace is being levelled. Doors are being kicked open, windows are being broken, and cash, jewellery, artifacts, carpets, and chinaware are being taken away and loaded on horses and mules. Expensive elephants used by the wealthy to ride are whisked away in the midst of the uproar. Heavy carpets are being slashed with swords, and the pieces carried away as trophies. Even doors embellished with silver and gold are being ripped apart from their hinges. Many of the city's poor have joined the Mughals in the looting. Some ruffians set houses and markets on fire, destroying everything that has escaped the plunder. The Mughal troopers are seen dragging hundreds of women artisans towards the edge of the city. A messenger walks in gingerly and whispers something in the ear of Jani Sahiba, the widow of Muhammad Qutub Shah and mother-in-law of Abul Hasan. She nods. Madan, who is waiting near the steps of Bala Hisar Bardari, is summoned. The wazir of the Qutub Shahi descends the stairs, crosses the gardens and climbs down another 300 steps, arriving at the alabaster buildings that house the royal harem. At the entrance, he sees the woman who rules the harem, wearing a long gown and a hijab. You have been loyal to us from the time of my husband, she says. Jani Sahiba has a stratagem in mind. Her son-in-law has no brains, only loins. Madan lowers his gaze and bows. I have left my signet ring in the vault of our palace in Hyderabad. Only you know where the vault is. I want you to go in disguise and retrieve it for me. Madan nods. The palace must be swarming with the marauding Mughals. He thinks of something to say, but words evade him. When night falls, Madan, his brother Akan and Akan's son Rustam Rao exit the Fateh Darwaza, the gate of victory at Golconda Fort, disguised as mullahs with long beards, prayer caps and ankle-length tunics. They ride over the drawbridge, especially opened for them, and head towards Hyderabad. Madan suddenly sees shadows. He is immediately alert. Turn back, he shouts to warn his brother and nephew. The shadows fall on them savagely. Within moments, the heads of the slain Kafirs are hacked away from their bodies. These will be stuffed with sawdust and sent to Aurangzeb as a piece of offering. Jani Sahiba had convinced Hasan and had conspired with her personal guards to get rid of their Hindu wazir and his brother, just to please the Mughals so they refrain from inflicting more damage on the Qutub Shahi Sultanate. That night, the properties of Madan and his brothers and sons are plundered and taken away. It has been more than 1.5 years that Shehzada Azam has laid siege to Bijapur. But nothing significant has happened. Azam has failed to capture Bijapur again. I had hoped that one of my sons would take Bijapur fort. But that has not been the case. I want to see for myself what kind of invincibility Bijapur holds. Aurangzeb says to one of the holy men travelling with the Mughal cavalcade, which has already covered 70 kos from Ahmednagar and reached Solapur. All through the journey, the summer sun has been spewing fire. But that has not bothered Aurangzeb, who is now almost 70. At Bijapur, the Mughals have only managed to capture a raised platform built for cannons near the city and dug out trenches near the city wall. Azam has not been stern with the Mansabdars under him, and there is a lot of disorder, jealousy and bickering in his siege encampment. This has given the residents of Bijapur an upper hand, despite Sikandar having only Sharza Khan as his loyal general. They are always guarding the ramparts with guns, javelins and arrows to push the Mughal men away from the city wall, month after month. They also fire cannons mounted on the ramparts with precision, destroying the siege trenches of the Mughals. Aurangzeb suspects that Muazzam, who was once the Subedar of the Deccan and a friend of Sikandar's father Ali Adil Shah, is trying to win Sikandar's heart through clandestine negotiations. Azam and Muazzam, the half-brothers, are trying to outwit each other, hoping to gain favour with their father. Muazzam's officials who had visited Bijapur were arrested by Azam's men and kept in trenches as baits for the fire coming from the ramparts, just to teach Muazzam a lesson. Aurangzeb is fed up with the jealousy and hatred his sons feel for each other and wants to shake the status quo. As his cavalcade moves in the direction of Bijapur, Aurangzeb studies the lines of defense around the city. He sits in his gilded howdah, mounted on his favorite tusker, and peers into the drawings of city maps with the help of a magnifying glass. The line of defense starts with the moat infested with crocodiles. Then comes the outer wall, 15 men high and 3 men wide. Then there are ramparts, bastions with mounted cannons, and the battlements that hide gunmen and archers. The Mughal besiegers reach the edge of the moat and get shot by the bullets or the arrows flying from the ramparts. He has to think of a way to break Bijapur's defense. On the 4th day of the journey, Aurangzeb finds the answer. When he reaches the Bijapur besiegement, the monsoons have arrived in the Deccan. When he has his first meeting with Azam and his officials, Aurangzeb puts forth his proposal. We shall offer 1/4 of a rupee to anyone who takes a basket full of mud and dumps it in the ditch. Just then Motamad comes to them with the news that 2 clergymen from Pir Amin's tomb on the outskirts of Bijapur have come to visit Aurangzeb. Usher them in, Aurangzeb tells Motamad. The clergymen are 2 old men with white beards falling over their chests. They wear skull caps and frayed tunics reaching down to their ankles.
Badshah, we have come with a humble request,
one of them says softly, almost whispering. Aurangzeb raises his eyebrows and starts counting the beads of his tasbih.
You are the Badshah of our world. We praise your power. You are an orthodox believer, versed in Islamic law, and we bow to you. Our request is that you spare the Bijapur rulers. They too are your Muslim brothers.
A hint of a smile appears on Aurangzeb's face. He says, What you say is true. Sikandar Adil Shah is not an infidel, but he certainly is a heretic. They help infidels such as Sambhaji and create terrible trouble for Islam. They should have killed Shiva's father when he surrendered to them many moons ago. They, the forefathers of Sikandar Adil Shah, not only let him live, but made him a powerful landholder in the Carnatic country.
That happened in the distant past, my Badshah Salamat,
one of them says. Then the Adil Shahi's erstwhile Wazir, Masood, helped Sambhaji escape to Panhala from our camp. Aurangzeb counters. The speed with which he counts the beads increases.
Wazir Masood has retired, my Badshah.
One of the clergymen reminds Aurangzeb. Then let us come to the present. If Sikandar Adil Shah promises me that he will turn against Sambha, I will spare Bijapur. Sharzah Khan must also be eliminated. The clergymen are silenced. I will give you a glimpse into the future, Aurangzeb says, unfathomable shadows floating in his pale eyes. Bijapur will soon eat dust. Sikandar will soon be our slave.
Chapter 35. The Mughal cavalry contingents are spread out across the regions surrounding Panhala fort. The Maratha contingents are busy warding off Mughal attacks at their forts. As the Mughals start deploying more and more forces around Bijapur, Sambhaji sends more and more Maratha contingents towards Aurangabad and Burhanpur to plunder. At the Mughal besiegement around Bijapur, there is an exciting announcement. For every basket of mud thrown into the moat, the Badshah is offering 1/4 of a rupee. Slaves and labourers calculate. For 4 buckets, they will get 1 rupee made of 1 tola of pure silver. It is equal to a month's earning for them. Thousands start digging the earth with axes until their arms ache and bodies are drenched in sweat. Men and even some women brave the arrows and the bullets coming from the ramparts and reach the edge of the moat to throw in buckets of mud. Thousands die within a few days. The initial excitement wanes. People do not want to die for 1/4 of a rupee anymore. Aurangzeb raises the amount to half a rupee per bucket. 3 months goes by, and very few slaves and labourers venture to do the job. The moat is still full of water infested with crocodiles. Aurangzeb raises the returns. It is now 1 asharfi made of 1 tola of gold per bucket of mud. Azam objects. You will soon see the outcome of this plan. Aurangzeb tells his son calmly. The glitter of gold makes the slaves and the labourers go crazy, and work starts at a relentless pace. This amount is worth dying for, and even killing for. Mud and clay start pouring into the moat. The people who die from the arrows and the bullets from the ramparts of Bijapur wall are also thrown into the moat. The Badshah has promised a gold coin per corpse. Some slaves and labourers have turned murderers, killing their own women and children and throwing the bodies in to collect the asharfis. The moat's western side is filling up fast. Aurangzeb deploys archers to run behind the bucket holders to target the archers and gunmen of Bijapur. The ramparts of the city wall start turning crimson. The Mughals have started digging a trench leading to the part of the moat that is now almost filled to the brim with mud and bodies. The stench has reached the city of Bijapur and also the luxurious Gagan Mahal of Sikandar Adil Shah. The grim determination of Aurangzeb shocks him more than the food's scarcity. The time has come to surrender to avoid further bloodshed or death due to starvation. Sikandar has only 2,000 garrison men left to defend the capital. A message is sent to Aurangzeb through the scribes of Sharzah Khan and the other nobles. Within a few days, Sharzah Khan comes in person to meet Aurangzeb. The loyal warrior of the Adil Shahi is absorbed in the Mughal cavalry as a high-ranking mansabdar. After a fortnight, the Diwani arm created in Aurangzeb's pavilion, pitched in a large trench near the city wall, is prepared to receive the vanquished royal. All the high-ranking Mughal mansabdars spread across the Deccan have been invited to witness the surrender, not just of Sikandar, but of centuries-old sultanate. They come dressed for the occasion, fully armed and armoured. The surrender is a formal affair, and the Mughal nobles stand according to rank. One, Behramand Khan, is made the organizer of the event. When Sikandar, a strikingly good-looking man barely in his 20s, walks in, everyone sighs with grief, including Aurangzeb's own sons. The empire's Wazir-e-Azam, Asad Khan, Paymaster General Ruhullah Khan, and many others go to the entrance to welcome the defeated. Sikandar is brought to the altar and made to bow deep so that his head touches Aurangzeb's feet.
A turbanless Aurangzeb, too, seems touched by the youth's innocence and humility. He says, "Allah's grace be upon you. You have acted with wisdom for your own good. I shall favor you with many gifts and titles." Mutamad brings a big salver containing gifts. The eunuch can barely hold it up. It is so heavy. Someone behind the eunuch announces, "Robes of honor made of silk, a dagger set with jewels worth rupees 7,000, pearl necklaces with emerald pendants worth rupees 13,000, and a costly mace." The words pierce Sikandar's heart. The Badshah had, in the past, called his father and him Rafizgi and Khuli Biyabani. It is because of this monster that his father died at such a young age due to a heart ailment. Sikandar's beloved Bijapur will no longer be the capital of the Adil Shahi, because from today it will cease to exist. Bijapur may become the seat of a Mughal Subedar and his country a Mughal province. From tonight, you will be given a pavilion in the besiegement camp. I am also announcing the marriage of Shehzada Azam with your sister, Shahar Banu. Aurangzeb speaks as if he is doing a favor to Sikandar and his sister. After demolishing the Adil Shahi and capturing Bijapur, Aurangzeb and his cavalcade are on their way to Hyderabad. The Badshah leaves nothing behind that has not been captured. He is the victor, and the whole world is the vanquished. There are acres of rice fields irrigated by the waters of the Musi between the northern suburbs of Hyderabad and Golconda Fort. Further north are hills made of naturally piled-up stones. It is at the foothills of these hills that Aurangzeb orders his quarters to be built. From here, he will make siege plans to take over the hitherto impregnable Golconda. He starts studying Golconda's lines of defense. But his son Muazzam has different ideas. He comes to meet his father. "Abbajan," Muazzam says, his gaze lowered. "Abul Hasan is a man without any gumption. He will give us a rich tribute year after year and serve us like the independent Rajput kings do. This is a Muslim nation." Aurangzeb lifts his eyes from the papers he's studying and looks at Muazzam, who is fidgeting nervously. There are shadows of scorn and pity in Aurangzeb's eyes. They are all fools. He thinks, to be opposing this war against other Muslim nations. The Mughal Chief Justice, Sheikh Islam, has already resigned in anger and left for Mecca. His successor, Qazi Abdullah, is also protesting, saying the war between two Muslim nations is sinful. What Aurangzeb knows is that Abul Hasan is sinful. He has inherited a rich nation from his father-in-law and has lived in luxury, with more than 20,000 women artisans for himself and his nobles to enjoy on Jummah, during which they consume wine. Such a man is not worthy to be the Shah of the Qutub Shahi Sultanate. Aurangzeb suspects that even though they had sent him the stuffed heads of their Wazir, Madan, and 2 others, the Qutub Shahi ruler is secretly helping Sambha with funds. Being an infidel is a sin, but helping an infidel is a bigger sin. And helping the son of Shiva is sheer depravity. Are you in touch with Abul Hasan? Aurangzeb is still looking at Muazzam, who is now the eldest of his surviving sons. The Adil Shahi, the Qutub Shahi, and the Maratha nation was the love triangle of the Deccan. Perhaps Muazzam thinks they will help him in his war of succession against his father, just as the brainless Akbar thought with the Rajputs. Muazzam shakes his head. You may keep your opinions to yourself, son, because the Deputy General of this war in the Deccan is Shehzada Azam. Aurangzeb does not mince words. Aurangzeb has no time for Muazzam, who in many ways is like Abul Hasan, a lover of pleasure and hater of battlefields. Aurangzeb has also learnt from reliable sources that Abul Hasan has approached Muazzam and is trying to forge a friendship with him. Aurangzeb is now staring at the entrance of the pavilion. Several armed guards enter the courtroom and surround Muazzam and his son Moizuddin, who had come with him. One of the guards politely says, Shehzada, Kindly consider yourself and your family the prisoner of the empire and surrender your weapons. Muizuddin, barely out of his teens, puts his hand on the hilt of his sword and looks at his father for guidance. But Muazzam's angry stare tells his son to do otherwise. However, within a week, Muazzam and his entire family are thrown into the dungeons made for war prisoners, in trenches dug around Golconda. Orders are sent to confiscate his properties in Agra, Delhi, Gwalior, Burhanpur, and Aurangabad. His contingents are distributed among high-ranking Mughal mansabdars. A few days later, in another meeting where Aurangzeb invites only his Sunni mansabdars, he releases a farman. All high-ranking Shia mansabdars should be removed from strategic positions in this war because most of them are sympathetic towards the last Shia Sultanate in the Deccan. Aurangzeb knows that the farman will create chaos in the Mughal besiegement, but he is not bothered. It does happen, and in the confusion, scaffolding construction and trenches dug by the Mughals are demolished by the continuous firing from cannons mounted on the ramparts of the Golconda fort wall. More than 6 months pass in filling up the army ranks after the removal of several Shia officials. The Qutub Shahi general Sheikh Nizam and his 40,000 cavalrymen continue attacking the Mughal besiegement, but nothing significant happens over the next few months. Artillery crossfire between the Mughal besiegement and Golconda fort kills thousands. Bodies that fall into the moat are quickly ripped apart by the crocodiles, which have become fat from the continuous supply of meat. Stray dogs hover around at night to feast on the dead bodies on land. Their barking keeps the Qutub Shahi archers guarding the ramparts awake and alert. The stench of rotting flesh stings the nostrils of the Mughal besiegers. The rice fields have not been sown due to the siege, and there is now scarcity of food in Golconda fort, as well as in the Mughal besiegement. Standing at the edge of a cliff, Sambhaji looks at the valley that unfolds before him at Sangameshwar, a temple town at the confluence of the Alaknanda and Varuna rivers. The name of the town means the god of confluence. Passing through this place, which is 45 kos northwest of Panhala and an equal distance to Raigad Fort, is the shortest and safest route from Panhala to Raigad Fort. Till now, the armies of the empire and the sultanates have not touched this region. Only the Marathas, used to the mountains and the dangers lurking on the slopes, can deal with this terrain. Sambhaji's eyes dart from one hill to another, so high that their peaks seem to be piercing the sky. The slopes are densely wooded, and several waterfalls plunge down the cliffs. From where Sambhaji stands, they appear like thin white lines between the greenery of the woods. He can see the mountain goats grazing on the cliffs, and the faint sound of bells around their necks reaches him. Isn't the beauty of Sangameshwar deceptive? Sambhaji asks Kalash, who is standing behind him. Yes, says Kalash. The lush green wooded slopes, where 1,000 different flowers and orchids bloom, are also infested with venomous snakes, some several gaz long. Walking or riding through these woods is like riding through death. Kalash has chosen this place to build an ethnic wada for himself. There is a small garden around it. He plans to retire here and cut off the rest of the world. Sambhaji has childhood memories of this world. Haba Sahib used to bring me to Devruk, a small village close to this town. It has a temple dedicated to goddess Soljai, the protector of this region. Sambhaji says nostalgically, I have visited the temple. The deity has very large eyes. Kalash comments. Sometimes her eyes look full of love and sometimes full of fire. Sambhaji continues as if he has not heard Kalash. I used to ask Aba Sahib about it. What did Shivarai say? He said it depends on how you look at the energy that lives in the deity. When Aba Sahib was there, it was another world, another time. Sambhaji's voice quivers. Are we sending our cavalry contingents to attack the Mughal besiegement of Golconda? Kalash asks, drawing Sambhaji's attention back to the present. Yes, I have asked the Sarnobat to send contingents under Rupaji Bhosle to help Abul Hasan. They have assassinated their Hindu ministers just because they were our allies. Kalash's statement is more a question. Sambhaji turns to look at the Kannauji Brahmin, whose forehead is smeared with sandalwood paste and whose eyes are full of worry. This is part of bigger politics. Wonder what is happening around Golconda. Kalash murmurs. Aurangzeb is set to burn down the world. He has lit the fire of jihad in his men's hearts. Together they are creating infernos of hatred and vitriol. Sambhaji says, looking at the valley again. The sun is about to set beyond the mountains rising on the western side. Perhaps God will show us how we can light a bigger fire in the hearts of our men. Kalash says earnestly, to create a bigger fire than what Aurangzeb has lit. How? Sambhaji asks, thinking about the battle taking place near Hyderabad and around Golconda Fort. Feroz Jung, a Mughal Mansabdar, has taken on the responsibility of blasting down Golconda Fort's walls with explosives. The Mughal besiegers continue digging trenches up to the moat and then stuffing them with explosives. The Qutub Shahi men are trying to retaliate. Abdul Razak digs trenches from the opposite direction and pushes explosives planted by the Mughals in the direction of the besiegement. When they explode, they do more damage to the Mughals, killing thousands of besiegers. Screams can be heard from the besiegement, as some men are charred to death. The Mughal besiegers need supplies of food, animal feed, and ammunition. The Adil Shahi is now a Mughal province, and Azam has shifted to Gagan Mahal in Bijapur, and Sikandar has been shifted out into a palatial tent in the Mughal encampment on the outskirts of the erstwhile Adil Shahi capital. Shahar Banu is now a part of Azam's harem. Azam is busy sending supplies to his father, who is camping near Hyderabad, but his cavalrymen and oxen carrying food and other supplies have been intercepted by Sheikh Nizam, the general of the Qutub Shahi, who is guarding Golconda Fort with his 40,000 cavalrymen. Sambhaji has sent a few Maratha cavalry contingents headed by Rupaji Bhosle to help Sheikh Nizam, and these too are busy intercepting the Mughal supply chains. But a bigger calamity is about to befall the Mughals. The monsoons have been raging in the Deccan with a vengeance, as if the sky wants to avenge the death of so many people. The Musi River, flowing between Hyderabad and Golconda Fort, swells, bursting at the banks, submerging the grand stone bridge over it. The Mughal scaffoldings and raised gun platforms built by the besiegers collapse. The guns are lost and the explosives drenched and rendered useless in the deluge. The walls of the trenches slide down in heaps of mud, destroying the Mughal tents built in the trenches. The panel and the canopies of the pavilions are torn away by the violent winds, and Mughals shiver in the rain and their bellies burn with hunger. They soon start stealing from each other. The rain continues for months without any signs of abating. The barren fields are filled up with water. Even the horses can barely keep their heads above it. The battlefield has become a sea of muddy water on which corpses of humans and animals float like macabre sailing boats. Crows alight on the very bodies they tear the flesh away from. Crocodiles from the moat have crawled out and are all over the place, catching many people unawares and dragging them away to an excruciating death. The Qutub Shahi archers and gunmen remain relatively safe in the fort and continue to fire from the ramparts. Aurangzeb's tusker, which was bought for ₹500,000, has also died due to enemy arrows. Aurangzeb himself has been forced to come out of the safety of his pavilion pitched in the trenches. But he leaves his son Muazzam and his family in the muddy trenches to suffer in hell. A massive cannonball falls just a few gaz from the Badshah's new tent. Once, he tries to climb the scaffolding in anger. But the 70-year-old Badshah is not what he used to be. He loses his balance and falls to the ground, hurting a tendon in his right leg. He now needs a stick to walk. People around him call him Taimur Lang behind his back. Asad Khan, Ruhullah Khan and Shehzadas Azam and Kambakhsh bring reinforcements to salvage the situation, but they only increase the number of mouths to feed. It is a common sight to see men driven crazy with hunger, trying to rip away at the dead men and animals. There is an outbreak of stomach ailments in Hyderabad, as well as in the Mughal encampment. After a few months, the water starts receding, leaving behind mounds of skeletons and half-rotten and eaten bodies. The Mughal troops start deserting the besiegement and join Abul Hasan in the hopes of a meal. Only one man remains determined: Badshah Aurangzeb. He has to capture Golconda. His prestige depends on it. The Mughals have already taken over Hyderabad, and Aurangzeb has relayed orders to his military generals to capture other towns and forts in the Qutub Shahi, appointing his men as sarkars and revenue collectors. He also orders a wall of wood to be built around Golconda to prevent the desertion of his men and stop them from joining the Qutub Shahi. The wall will also stop all supplies going into the fort through any secret routes that may exist. As Abdullah Pani stands in front of Abul Hasan, he thinks, the Qutub Shah looks as lost as a baby sparrow that has fallen out of its nest. Bala Hisar Bardari, the court of the Qutub Shah, which stands on solid granite, is filled with grief. The rains have finally abated and the Mughals have managed to get some supplies. Aurangzeb has appointed Azam, who has arrived from Bijapur, as the war general, and one can see a lot of activity in the besiegement from the fort ramparts. Pani has informed Sultan that the Mughals have started deploying more and more men to make the besiegement stronger. The wooden wall built by Aurangzeb around the fort is almost complete. Hyderabad and other cities of the Sultanate have Mughal sarkars and revenue collectors. The gold mines have also been taken over. We still have Golconda. Abdul Razak, who stands beside Pani, says, perhaps to cheer his Sultan up. We are imprisoned here. Pani reminds Razak. And with the wooden wall built by the Mughals, getting supplies is not possible anymore. We sent the Badshah our Wazir's stuffed head. We offered tribute of rupees 1 crore per year. Negotiated with Muazzam, but nothing worked. Hasan mutters. Muazzam is still imprisoned in the dungeons. Pani reminds his Sultan. What can we say about the Badshah who does not spare his own blood? Hasan nods. Pani stares at the man who did not think twice about sacrificing his own Wazir for politics. Politics that didn't even work. While going down the stairs of the upper fort, Pani thinks about his tenure as a Mughal Mansabdar. But when Hasan offered him 3 times the money and a better position, he deserted the empire. He had then become one of the 5 men that Hasan trusted. The Wazir Madan, his brother Akan, Abdul Razak, Sheikh Nizam, and him. He had considered his trust the achievement of his lifetime. But things have changed now. That night, Pani goes to the ramparts, as he does every night. But that night is different. He enters a secret tunnel that takes him to one of the wicket windows opening out to the moat, where the water is relatively shallow. Only 6 people in the fort know about this. 2 of them, Madan and Akan, are dead. Pani takes out a large iron key tucked into his belt and opens the wicket gate. It makes a soft creaking sound. Cold breeze enters the tunnel, making Pani shiver. He takes the key out and turns back, leaving the wicket gate open. Soon, he will be a Mughal Mansabdar of 7,000 horse. But, unknown to him, at this very moment, Sheikh Nizam is having a secret meeting with Aurangzeb. We will soon take over Golconda, a turbanless Aurangzeb says to the sharp-featured Sheikh Nizam, one of the Qutub Shah's most trusted men, who has come to see him in the dead of night. They are meeting for the first time. Aurangzeb's grey eyes bore into him. The Badshah is trying to measure Nizam's character, who has fought battles his entire life. Nizam wonders where the Badshah's confidence springs from. He compares Aurangzeb with Hassan. Even at 70, Aurangzeb is lean and sits straight on his throne as if age has no effect on him. His eyes, set deep in his face, have dark circles around them, but are still sharp, with a fire burning in them. While the obese Hassan, who is half Aurangzeb's age, has already started drooping at the shoulders and protruding at the waist. Nizam has heard about Aurangzeb's Spartan lifestyle, and when he compares it to Hassan's, he shudders in disgust. After the fall of the Qutub Shahi, the entire Deccan will be annexed to the empire. Nizam comments, as his face breaks into a polite smile. I have heard your Sultan is a great patron of art, Aurangzeb says, with a hint of sarcasm as he counts the beads of his tasbih. Huh, Nizam exclaims. His artisans are mostly singers and dancers. Some 20,000 women are parked in Hyderabad. Their survival depends on their patron, so there is a lot of flattery and exaggeration in their songs. Aurangzeb's face is serious. This kind of behavior is against Islam. That is what makes the Qutub Shahi Darul Harb, the warfields where true believers must fight against the rulers. And that goes for the entire Deccan. Whoever fights with me is a Ghazi, a holy warrior. His death on the battlefield makes him a Shaheed. The words echo in the calm of the night. I have heard that you do not wear a turban for a reason. Nizam ventures awkwardly, hoping he will not offend the Badshah, his new master. Aurangzeb smiles as if he is hiding a secret worth a mountain of gold. Then he clears his throat deliberately, taking some time to show that, to know such things, one needs patience. He speaks slowly, as if each word is to be accounted for. I shall not wear a turban until I bathe the Deccan in the unholy blood of the Kafir Sambha, the son of an infernal Kafir. You mean Chhatrapati Sambhaji Bhosle? Nizam blurts out. Sambhaji has recently sent Maratha cavalry contingents to help Sheikh Nizam block Mughal supplies from Bijapur. What Chhatrapati? Aurangzeb asks, his voice dripping with scorn. There is only one Badshah in Hindustan, and that now includes the Deccan. Nizam understands in a flash. The Marathas are elusive. It is difficult to catch Sambhaji because he can take refuge in any of the hundreds of hill forts. The forts are surrounded by mountains and valleys covered in dense forest. The Mughals haven't won a single fort yet. This is the time Nizam must act. This is an opportunity he will never get again. I will hunt him down, Nizam says, his eyes shining with fervor. Aurangzeb stares at Nizam for a long time. He has not seen such passion in the eyes of his men. He lets the silence grow between them, and then says, You will be our Sat Hazari Mansabdar. Your sons will also be our Mansabdars. Together you will have 25,000 imperial cavalrymen in your family. You will be given large pieces of land as Jagir to maintain horses and horsemen. As a special case, we will deploy 10,000 scouts under you, who will bring all the news from the Deccan on an hourly basis. Nizam nods and bows deep. Aurangzeb claps and Mutamad comes in. Aurangzeb whispers something in the eunuch's ear. After Mutamad leaves, the conversation revolves around the Marathas. After a while, a few men enter, carrying large salvers covered in silk. These are rupees 1 lakh as bakshish for the challenge you have taken, Aurangzeb says. Nizam calculates. He is richer by 1,000 seir of pure silver. From today, you will be known as Muqarrab Khan, the one who is closest to Allah, because you will be hunting down a sinful kafir. Aurangzeb concludes, pointing the index finger of his left hand towards the sky while counting beads with the right one. Nizam goes back thinking how just the promise of bringing a shackled Sambhaji to Aurangzeb has earned him a Jagir, a high-ranking Mansabdari, 25,000 cavalrymen, and 1,000 seir of silver. What will the Badshah give him when it actually happens? The Deccan is in ruins. The Adil Shahi has been wiped out. The Qutub Shahi has disappeared from the map. Golconda has fallen despite Abdul Razak fighting until the last slivers of skin hung from his body like banners. He never stood a chance against the large number of Mughals who entered through the wicket gate left open by Pani. Hassan meekly surrendered the throne, saying, Allah has punished me for my sins, and is now doing me a favor by placing me in the hands of a pious Badshah. Aurangzeb has collected rupees 7 crore as spoils of war, other than thousands of carts full of jewels and gold and silver jewellery. The yearly revenue of the conquered Sultanate is almost rupees 3 crore. Now, Aurangzeb has enough money and land to entice the Maratha fort commanders by offering them large jagirs and the lure of high-ranking mansabdaris. The Marathas now know they are the next target. Sarnobat Mohite looks at the Krishna River flowing through the Maratha nation, through the Adil Shahi and the Qutub Shahi. Now, the Adil Shahi and the Qutub Shahi sultanates do not exist. This river has recently seen the most vicious battles in the history of the Deccan. The low-hanging moon is broken into 1,000 pieces on the waves of the river, just like the stability of the region. This year has been difficult for Mohite. His cavalry contingents have been busy in the Konkan in the west, in the mountainous Baglan in the north, and between Gulbarga and Hyderabad in the east, to ward off Mughal invaders. For the first time in many years, the salaries of his troops have been delayed. He and his contingents have been plundering the territory around. Why? So he can pay some money to his military men. What is in store for the Maratha nation? He thinks, and turns around to walk back to his encampment. There are no other tents or pavilions like in the Mughal encampment. Men are sleeping on bare earth, using their hands as pillows. Their horses are tethered near them to a small pole hammered into the ground. His scouts have gone to patrol the area. Mohite lets his eyes wander over the area. He can see an old man standing at the edge of the camp. A beggar perhaps, he thinks, but walks towards the lone figure to inquire. It is Bahirji Nayak, the old Maratha faithful, bent with age. Nayak, how did you know we are camping here? Mohite asks, surprised. That is not important. Nayak seems to be in a hurry. Sharzah Khan, the former Bijapur noble, has joined the Mughals. He has now been given the title of Rustam Khan by Aurangzeb. I know, Mohite replies. He has vowed to kill Sambhaji Maharaj. Mohite does not say a word. Politics is changing colors in the Deccan. The Qutub Shahi has fallen. Hassan has surrendered. Nayak says softly. Mohite shudders. That is not all. Sheikh Nizam Hyderabadi, the former noble in the court of Abul Hassan, has also joined Aurangzeb. He is now called Muqarrab Khan. He too has promised the Badshah that he will capture Sambhaji Maharaj. The Badshah has given him 25,000 cavalrymen and 10,000 scouts. This must be conveyed to Maharaj at any cost. What about your men? Mohite asks. I have been roaming the area alone and have ridden all the way from the battlefield of Golconda. There were floods and chaos due to heavy rains in that region, and I lost all my men. I found a lone horse lost in the commotion. It was a friendly animal and let me ride on it. I galloped in the western direction and crossed Solapur and Pandharpur, reaching the Satara district. But then my horse was too exhausted, so I walked a few kos to reach you. Sharzah Khan knows you are camping here. I have come to tell you that you and your men must leave immediately. How do you know this? Mohite asks. I have been to Sharzah Khan's encampment as a beggar, Nayak says. Before Mohite can open his mouth, they hear the sound of hoofs. Horses are galloping in their direction. There is commotion in the camp as troops get up and start tying shields to their backs and scabbards to their belts. The horses start neighing in nervousness. What happened to our scouts keeping watch? Mohite wonders. Then, the sound abruptly stops. The enemy is not coming at them. Mohite guesses that they are perhaps preparing to launch an artillery attack with lightweight cannons mounted on horses. The Mughals had acquired them several years ago. Mohite wanted this kind of artillery for his army, but that dream never materialized. He relays orders to move, without specifying any direction. The order is re-relayed by several men. 20,000 Maratha cavalrymen start moving in several directions. Within moments, the enemy cannons start blasting. Cannonballs rain on Mohite's encampment. One comes straight towards the Maratha Sarnobat and hits him on his face. Another follows and crushes Nayak. The news of the Maratha Sarnobat's death spreads in the camp and across the country. But no one knows the old man whose crushed body lies near the dead Maratha general. Sambhaji knows about his Sarnobat's demise on the battlefield near Vai, when he is on his way to Panhala. His Abba Sahib has died once again. But he has no time to mourn. He must appoint a new Sarnobat. He can think of only one name, Malhoji Ghorpade, the fort commander of Panhala. Sambhaji will now never know that the Nizam Sheikh of the Qutub Shahi and Sharza Khan of the Adil Shahi have promised Aurangzeb that they will capture Sambhaji alive. Chapter 36. Aurangzeb is truly a victor. He has turned the flame of jihad into infernos in the Deccan. All the heretics and deserters have eaten dust. The Adil Shahi and the Qutub Shahi are history. Sikandar and Abul Hasan are now imprisoned at Daulatabad fort in cave-like cells overhanging a plunging precipice, despite Aurangzeb's initial promise to have Sikandar in the Mughal army as a high-ranking mansabdar. His sister Shahar Banu is in the Mughal camp as Azam's bride. She has already tried to commit suicide. Nothing has worked out for Akbar either. The Marathas are trying to cope with the Mughal invasions at multiple frontiers. The Portuguese have cheated him, taking most of his expensive jewelry in exchange for a small, dilapidated boat. He could not even sail to Surat in it, leave alone Persia or Arab lands. Finally, the English gave him a ship and he is now sailing towards Persia. Durga Das Rathod has gone back to Jodhpur. The real game is about to begin for Aurangzeb. His most hated enemy, the Kafir Sambha, is yet to be captured. The stratagem is already planned. Sharza Khan, now Rustam Khan, and Sheikh Nizam, now titled Mukarrab Khan, will compete with each other to trap Sambha and bring him to Aurangzeb. Not dead to just be cremated, but alive to be tortured. After more than a year, Aurangzeb returns to Bijapur via Gulbarga. It has been 6 years since Aurangzeb and his imperial army have descended upon the Deccan. He reaches Bijapur and holds court for the first time as he sits on the gilded throne of the Adil Shah, with its 2 crouching lions on either side. The air is filled with melancholy as the Bijapur nobles bow to their new master one after another. Perhaps the spirits of the dead Ali Adil Shah and his mother Badi Sahiba hover in the air, shedding invisible tears, while their heir Sikandar languishes in the prison at Daulatabad fort. Aurangzeb is in a hurry to start his campaign against the Marathas. He has sent hundreds of mansabdars with large cavalry contingents to important forts. These Mughal generals are loaded with funds to bribe the fort commanders. However, before he can take any further decisions, Bijapur is hit by the bubonic plague. Dead rats start appearing on the streets of the glorious city. After a few days, people start discovering lumps in their armpits or in their groin. Most get high fever and lose consciousness. A large number of people die, and there are not enough people to carry the dead. Those who have survived have either gone blind or insane. Aurangzeb loses his 4th wife, Aurangabadi Mahal, whom he had married after Dilras passed away. But He remains undaunted and calls his men for another meeting, including Rustam and Mukarrab. The Bijapur court is now filled with Mughals. Shehzada Azam, Kambaksh, Asad Khan, Ruhollah Khan, Bahadur Kokultash, and many others. Feroz Jung, who has shown boundless courage in the Qutub Shahi war, is absent. He has been blinded by the plague. Asad Khan announces that the Badshah has opened his treasury so the Maratha military officials can be bribed, and the strategy has paid off. Mughal rule has been established in Pune, Shivapur, Purandar Fort, Salher Fort, Miraj, Satara, Kolhapur, Karad, and even Ramsej Fort. Aurangzeb wants to laugh loudly, but maintains a sullen face. One must always show dissatisfaction even in victory. So the achievers do not get overconfident. He wants to laugh because 10 years ago, Shiva had visited Hyderabad to get funds to win the Carnatic country to create a new line of defense against the Mughals. Today, Aurangzeb is using the rupees 7 crores collected from the treasury of Abul Hasan to bribe the Marathas, who are confused about their future. Aurangzeb knows that taking over the hill forts by besieging them is almost impossible. He has learnt that lesson when they besieged Ramsej. Suryaji, who has defended the fort for years, has been transferred to another strategic fort that does not have a strong fort commander. The new fort commander, Asuji, has been bought with robes of honor, musical instruments, a war horse, a parade elephant with a silver howdah, and rupees 20,000. He meekly surrendered the fort. Bribery is easier and safer than bravery, Aurangzeb thinks. Catching Sambha will not be as easy as catching Sikandar or Abul Hasan, who lived in the capitals where they kept all their wealth. Aurangzeb says, Sambha can go from one hill fort to another. He stares at Rustam and Mukarrab and hopes they have understood. He explains every word carefully. If Sikandar was a domesticated calf and Abul Hasan a decorative elephant, Sambha is a wild leopard who is not just dangerous but can also climb mountains and the trees growing on them. There is a wave of soft laughter in the court. Aurangzeb keeps his expression blank and continues. If you want to get hold of the Kafir Sambha, you must catch him when he is on the plains. You must urge your scouts to keep vigil. When and where are the most important words in this pursuit. Rustam and Mukarrab nod. It is not all that easy. Aurangzeb retorts. Sambha will not venture out into coastal Konkan since our contingents are roaming the coast. He will not go to Baglan now, and all the forts there will be soon in our hands. He will move between Raigad Fort, Rajgarh Fort and Panhala. If you take Raigad as ground zero, Rajgarh is 40 course west and Panhala is 50 course southeast. This is our golden triangle. He will be in this region or move towards the mountainous Konkan. Remember that the region is hilly with valleys covered in dense forest, and you are on the hunt for a leopard that has human brains. He looks around for effect. Also find out about the troubles at his home front. His relatives, the Shirkis, are not happy about Sambha being close to Kalash. Aurangzeb has done his homework. We can bribe the Shirkis then. Rustam blurts out. If only it were so easy. Sambha's wife is from the Shirki clan. They will not want to harm him, but they will surely gun for Kalash, who is Sambha's weakness. Aurangzeb says patiently, The enemy's weakness is our strength. Asad Khan announces. Aurangzeb looks at his Wazir-e-Azam with irritation in his eyes. He hates clichés. Only idiots who have no original thought use them. Unless you do not underestimate your enemy's weakness and overestimate your own strength. Aurangzeb quips. Sambha's brother and son must also be eliminated. Not a single Bhosle man from that family should survive. Mukarrab Khan Sahib. Aurangzeb looks at Sheikh Nizam and says, "You take your cavalrymen and scouts and be stationed at Kolhapur. If the game wanders near Panhala or Vishalgarh, it will be easy for you to hunt." Outside the Gagan Mahal in the city of Bijapur, the bubonic plague is at its deadliest. In every house there are deaths. The roads are covered with dead bandicoots, but Aurangzeb couldn't care less. He is obsessed with an elusive mountain rat. "We will be shifting our base to Ahmednagar." Asad Khan makes the last announcement. The Queen's palace at Raigad is covered in gloom. Little Tara has been crying for her father. Sambhaji has called Ram Raja to Yesu's privy chambers to discuss the situation at home and at the nation's forefront. Ram Raja, now a 17-year-old, is disturbed. The Mughals are all over their nation, including the foothills of Raigad. Yesu, Ram Raja, Bhavani, Shahu, Janaki and Tara gather around Sambhaji, who is seated on the divan in the Baitak of Yesu's quarters. 31-year-old Sambhaji looks from one face to another. These are his loved ones. And then there are lakhs of his subjects out there in the grip of marauding invaders. He feels a lump in his throat. He clears his throat before saying, "As all of you know, the Mughals have taken many of our strategic posts. They seem to be winning." Yesu's eyes fill with tears. She says, "Even in such a situation, my brother is asking for his Dabhol Watan, which is now in the hands of the Mughals. I feel like a traitor." If I remember right, Abba Sahib did promise him his Watan if he and my sister have a son. Sambhaji whispers, "But this is not the time." Yesu can barely contain a sob. "Listen carefully," Sambhaji says. "I had sent Kalashji to the Konkan to negotiate with the Portuguese and the English to help us fight the Mughals. But they have turned us down, despite knowing that the Mughals will also go for them." "Hope my brother did not harm Kalashji," Yesu says worriedly. They tried. Kanoji had sent a cavalry contingent to kill Kalashji, so instead of coming to Raigad, he and his cavalrymen have gone to Vishalgarh. Now the Shirkis and their contingents are riding towards the fort. "What do you plan to do, Dada Sahib?" Ram Raja asks. "I intend to go to Panhala with a few hundred horsemen. A large contingent will be noticed." Sambhaji drops a cannonball on his family. "Aurangzeb wants you. He has spread his net. These are dangerous times." Yesu gets serious. "You are taking a risk." Abba Sahib took risks too. While meeting Afzal Khan, while entering the bedchamber of Shaista Khan. Sambhaji defends himself. "Those were well prepared for, calculated risks." She reminds her husband. Her father-in-law has never ridden on a horse bareback or galloped into a swollen river. Prahlad Neeraji and Khando Balal are here. We have a few hundred men belonging to the Raigad fort garrison. 10,000 infantrymen are guarding the foothills. I will try and be in the mountains when I travel or camp. I will be relatively safe. Sambhaji says, trying to pacify her. "Okay then. We will hold the fort here." Yesu responds with steely resolve. The previous statement was a momentary lapse on her part. "I shall come with you, Dada Sahib." Ram Raja insists. "No, you will stay here," Sambhaji says firmly. "That is what Abba Sahib would have done." "We will all turn into weapons," Yesu says, remembering Shivrai. It has been 9 years since he died. The next morning, as Yesu puts a tilak on Sambhaji's forehead, her hands tremble for a moment. When she sees him going down the steps of Raigad Fort, her heart pounds in her ribcage. When she can no longer see him, she consoles herself. When you are part of a warrior family, there are no boundaries between life and death. There are only frontiers waiting in ambush. Sambhaji and Yesu are oblivious to the fact that Mukarrab Khan has reached Kolhapur. His scouts are roaming the terrain between Raigad Fort and Panhala. Some of his scouts are around Rajgarh and Torana. He has also planted some of them on the southeastern border of the new broken Maratha nation, lest Sambhaji try to escape to Jinji or Vellore. Sambhaji's journey to Vishalgarh is uneventful. He meets Kalash, who is hiding in the fort. When Ganuji knows that Sambhaji has come to rescue Kalash, he retreats to Shringarpur. Kalash is overwhelmed. His Chhatrapati has taken a huge risk and come to rescue him despite all the ministers considering him an outsider. Kalash wants to repay the favor. I have a request, he says, when they are going down from Vishalgarh on foot. I need to perform special rituals and pray to Kalima for powers to defeat the Mughals at Sangameshwar. Sambhaji nods. He knows that Kalash also performs tantric pujas, evoking the primal energy residing in Aditi, the origin of Shakti. People say these rituals bring quicker results than the usual Vedic pujas. And Sambhaji is desperate. In any case, the shortest route to Raigad is via Sangameshwar, and Sambhaji also wants to visit the temple of Soljai in Devaruk. His nation is crumbling. Aurangzeb has been giving cash, horses, elephants, ranks and jagirs as bribes to the Maratha fort commanders and the erstwhile Vatandars. The Vatandars, who had been made redundant by Shivarai, are springing back and fighting with the legitimate revenue collectors of the Maratha nation. Added to that, to fight the war on multiple frontiers, Sambhaji has to recruit thousands of new infantrymen and cavalrymen. The expenses have increased manifold, and the land revenue has decreased drastically. The Samants of Konkan have become Mughal slaves. The Portuguese and the Siddhis of Janjira are licking Aurangzeb's feet. The English have gone back to acting as if they are apolitical traders. They have started paying taxes to the Mughals instead of to the Marathas. Some of Sambhaji's revenue collectors have joined Aurangzeb and are fleecing the peasants to pay large tributes to Aurangzeb. Sambhaji wants some answers from Soljai. What would Aba Sahib have done in such a situation? If he was alive, would the Maratha nation have been in such a situation? Hard questions and difficult answers. We will camp there for a few days, Sambhaji says as they keep climbing down the Vishalgarh hill fort. He calls his scouts and sends a few messengers to several people. Sarnobat Malhoji Ghorpade and his son Santaji Ghorpade will join them from Panhala. Peshwa Neelkant, Justice Prahlad Niraji and the scribe Khando Ballal will join them from Raigad Fort. Sangameshwar is a convenient meeting place for them to discuss their battle stratagems. Sambhaji and his men reach the foothills. Their horses are ready, brought down from the main entrance facing the southeast. The cavalrymen are waiting at the northwest side of the fort's foothills. The trail is narrow and steep, but hidden under canopies of trees growing at odd angles on the slopes. The mountain path will take them down to the Konkan, and they will head to Sangameshwar. Several kos away, somewhere between Vishalgarh and Kolhapur town, Mukarrab Khan arrives with thousands of cavalrymen and scouts. He is a determined warrior. He has decided that he will do what he has promised the Badshah. As soon as the encampment is ready, he goes to work. He first meets the captains of the scouts in his tent. He takes out a few maps drawn on copper plates, each 1 gaz long and 1 gaz wide. The maps have minute information such as hills and valleys, rivers and ponds, forests and habitats. He tells them that they have to first cover the triangle between Raigad Fort, Rajgarh Fort and Panhala and look for the Maratha king. He shows them the hand-drawn pictures of Sambhaji. He warns them that if they have any information, it should reach him at the earliest. By now, the men under him know that Mukarrab Khan is strict and will not tolerate anyone getting high on wine or hashish when on duty. As they leave, Mukarrab Khan gives them a final instruction. Remove all the scouts who are known to tell lies or exaggerate the truth. I want serious and straightforward men out there in those deceptive forests to search for a leopard that is even more elusive. The Maratha spies too notice the Mughal camp between Kolhapur and Panhala fort, but it is not uncommon for the Mughals to camp in this region. The Mughals usually do not venture into the hilly regions from this direction because the mountains between Panhala and Raigad are too steep and perilous. Mukarrab has heard about Muazzam's battle fiasco in the mountains between the Konkan and Belgaum. Taking elephants or heavy cavalry in the mountains is utter foolishness. The next thing Mukarrab does is select 2,000 agile horsemen from his cavalrymen. These have fought battles in the Hindu Kush mountains at the Afghan borders. He tells them they will not be using heavy armor in the hills. He also tells them to study the fauna of the Sahyadri hills and the types of snakes that infest the forests there. He does not want to lose horse to snake bites. He asks them to ride through the nearby mountains just to get a feel of the terrain. It is an assignment that will change his life. He must catch Sambhaji before Sharzah Khan, now titled Rustam Khan, does. Sambhaji and Kalash have travelled 45 kos northwest to reach the town of Confluence, Sangameshwar, nestled in the lap of the Sahyadris. Sambhaji feels relaxed. He need not worry about surprise attacks from the Mughals anymore. The paths through the hills are narrow and steep. Horses, not used to the terrain, slip and fall in the abyss, sometimes along with their riders. Sardesai, the Maratha revenue collector of Sangameshwar, welcomes Sambhaji and takes him to his house. Kalash goes to his vada, while the others, the 400 cavalrymen, camp near the town. Sarnobad Ghorpade and his son Santaji prefer to live in the camp, while the ministers from Raigad go to stay with the Brahmin residents. The weather is cool and the hills heavenly. Kalash has already chosen a spot on a cliff where he will worship Kali. He gets busy collecting the flowers and leaves he will need to purify the place of worship by driving away the evil spirits. Sambhaji is on his way to Devruk. Mukarrab has received a message from a reliable scout that he has spotted a small contingent moving from Panhala towards Sangameshwar through narrow mountain trails plunging into the Konkan. Mukarrab thinks there is a high probability that the game is at Sangameshwar. Mukarrab gets another piece of news, that a few hundred Maratha militarymen have camped near Sangameshwar. Mukarrab orders his scouts to travel through all the routes to the place to find out if any Maratha reinforcements are waiting in ambush. The answer from various sources is in the negative. He does not wait any longer and starts with his 2,000 agile cavalrymen trained to ride their horses through steep trails and cross perilous cliffs. Sambhaji has reached Devruk for an early morning puja. He sits in front of Soljai. The goddess is carved out of dark stone. Her eyes are large and stare at him as several oil lamps burn peacefully. Her eyes look neither filled with love nor fire, but they seem to be trying to tell Sambhaji something. Give me a chance to protect the nation. He prays, closing his eyes as bells start tolling in the ancient temple. He opens his eyes and looks at Soljai. Her eyes are fixed on him. In an instant, he knows what she wants to convey. She wants a sacrifice. Mukarrab and his 2,000 horsemen have entered the hills around Sangameshwar. He is trying a tactic usually used by the Marathas so that the man he wants does not escape. The forest is thick. There are overgrown wood vines that block the path. The twisted branches of the ancient trees make his horsemen bend or lie flat on their horses to protect their heads. The snakes hanging from branches are disturbed. They hiss and strike in anger. Some of his men are covered with leeches. Some have fallen from cliffs. But Mukarrab is undaunted. He has only one aim in mind. It is still early morning when Sambhaji leaves Devruk after performing a grand puja and offering a fire sacrifice to Soljai. As he rides towards Sangameshwar, the hills piercing the sky look down at him in anticipation. Sambhaji stares back at the hills, their cliffs, their steep trails and the waterfalls plunging from great heights, and wonders how God created such a safe place on earth. The roar of waterfalls has filled the air, blocking out other sounds that may have been heard otherwise. When the sun has not yet reached the middle of the sky, Sambhaji reaches the outskirts of Sangameshwar as his 100 guards follow him on horseback. They can see a few men waiting near the small Maratha encampment. The men are waving at Sambhaji, urging him to stop. Sambhaji pulls the reins of his horse, making it stop.
We have spotted some riders from the direction of Panhala,
they inform him breathlessly. Who will come here? Sambhaji wonders aloud and rides towards the camp to meet Sarnobad Ghorpade. The Sarnobat has taken this seriously. You must leave at once, he tells Sambhaji. Neelkant Pingle, Pralhad Neeraji and Khandoba Lal are summoned at once. They also must go with the Chhatrapati, along with 200 men. The Sarnobat and his son Santaji decide to stay back to tackle the situation. There is a way, a narrow path through the hills, that will take them in the direction of Raigad Fort. The horses are quickly saddled. The men mount in a hurry, barely having the time to tie their shields on their backs and attach their swords to their belts. The horses take off. It is then that Sambhaji shouts,
Where is Kalashji? He has gone to the hill near the town to perform the puja.
Someone yells back,
All of you carry on. I will be back with Kalashji.
Sambhaji relays orders and turns around. Before anyone can act, he is gone. Kalash has been in meditation in front of Kali when a shepherd shakes him out of his trance-like state. Swamiji, the man tells him, something is happening in Sangameshwar. Kalash gets up at once, bows to the deity and asks her to pardon him. It is not a good omen that he has to leave the puja and rituals midway. He looks down at the town and sees that it is surrounded by horsemen. There is a fight going on near the encampment. He cannot hear anything due to the roar of the waterfalls. He picks up his sword, kept in front of him for Shastra Puja.
Sambhaji Raja,
he thinks, as he runs down the trail that enters the town. Mukarrab Khan has 2,000 troopers. They have already massacred the Maratha soldiers in the camp. Sarnobad Ghorpade has fallen, but Santaji has managed to escape. Kalash enters the town, searching for Sambhaji like a madman, wielding a naked sword in his hand. Before he knows it, an arrow pierces his shoulder.
Maharaj!
He yells and falls to the ground. After turning around, Sambhaji has noticed a large number of horsemen forming a circle around the tiny town of Sangameshwar, which barely has 100 houses and a few temples. He enters Sardesai's house, dismounts, and runs to his bedchamber, but when he hears Kalash's scream, he comes out of the house and runs towards the direction of the sound. He soon gets surrounded by several Mughal men. Mukarrab Khan's men are searching every house, every courtyard, every room, and even the cattle shed and horse stables. All the people are being dragged out by their hair and chained. Mukarrab is studying the faces of the men among them, trying to match them with the portrait Aurangzeb had showed him before leaving. Then he spots a tall man wearing a well-made chintz tunic surrounded by his men. He has striking features, lotus-shaped eyes, and an unusual swagger. The man is wearing a string of cowries around his neck. Mukarrab feels elated. This is it. The operation has been far easier than he had anticipated. But he has to be absolutely sure. He takes out the folded portrait from under his belt. The nose, eyes, chin, and jaw all match perfectly. This is the man Mukarrab wants. Kalash, now shackled and bleeding from the shoulder, is presented to Mukarrab. He recognizes Kalash. He has heard of the man who is so close to the Maratha king. When this man yelled Maharaj, this man came running out of a big house to help. He tried to fight 10 of us. We might have killed him, but since you wanted everyone alive, we spared him. One of Mukarrab's men comes forward to inform him, first pointing at Kalash and then at Sambhaji. Tie every man. We need to take all of them along. He yells at his men. I will personally take these 2 to the Badshah. Mukarrab tells his personal guards. Sambhaji is heavily shackled and mounted on one of the horses. The Mughals start disappearing into the forest one by one, along with their prisoners. The prisoners are shackled and their mouths stuffed with cloths, so they can't shout and send an alarm to the Maratha contingents they may encounter on the way. Aurangzeb has come to Bahadurgarh, named after Bahadur Kokultash, when Kokultash was the Subedar of the Deccan. The Badshah has travelled all the way from Akluz, which is more than 50 kos south of Bahadurgarh fort. The sprawling land fort sits on the banks of the Bhima river in the province of Ahmednagar. Winter is still not over and there is a lingering cold in the air. The Bhima's emerald waters flow calmly, as if the river has no inkling of the tragedy that is about to unfold. Inside the meandering walls of the fort, something smoulders in Aurangzeb's mind. He is unable to deal with the vitriol that has accumulated in his mind over the years. He has an idea how to welcome Sambha and Kalash, who will soon be presented to him as captives. He must publicly ridicule them before he decides what to do with their bodies, minds, and souls. 2 kos away from the fort, the captives are dragged into a tent. Their clothes are torn from their bodies. Colourful gowns worn by buffoons and jokers in the Persian courts are pushed down their heads, pulled over their bodies, and their hands are yanked through the funny, misshapen sleeves. Triangular wooden caps with bells are fixed on their heads. Cowbells are tied around their necks. The chained captives are then mounted on camels and paraded on the road to the fort, with kettle drummers making cacophonic noise. Sambhaji is humiliated even more as someone has put a wooden plank across his shoulders, and his hands have been tied to it. The road is cordoned off by troopers. People from the nearby Mughal encampments have gathered to see their most prized captives. They exult, dance, hoot, and make faces at the prisoners. For them, Sambhaji is a monster from another planet, and they have been staying away from home to free the earth from this alien demon. For them, the Deccan War is over, The time has come to go home, to Agra or Delhi. They scream, raising slogans.
Ghanim! Murdabad!
They shout. But the captives keep their expression stoic, much to the disappointment of the onlookers. Some want more fun. They twist the tails of the camels and the frightened animals stumble and wobble, violently shaking their riders. This makes the iron shackles lacerate the skin of the captives. They bleed, their bodies streaked with red. Seeing them suffer, the mischief makers giggle and clap. Some in the crowd throw dung balls in their direction. The unusual procession finally enters the courtyard of the fort. Many moons ago, Shivaji had entered this very gate and plundered the fort, taking away 600 Arabian war horses brought by Bahadur Kokultaj, after whom the fort is named. The canopy of the gate seems to remember this. The stone masonry of the walls looks on mutely as the kettle drummers make an ear-splitting racket as they enter the fort. During the procession, Aurangzeb has ordered that the camels be garlanded with strings of saffron buntings. This is the way Aurangzeb wants to make a mockery of Shivaji and his son, who have dared to establish a Darul Harb, declaring themselves as Maratha kings. The fort has a huge Diwane arm. It is packed with people. Even Muazzam has been set free to witness the occasion. The captives walk in and everyone goes silent. Thousands of eyes watch the two with interest. Shackles hide their bodies and blood still oozes from their skin. They walk laboriously, dragging the heavy iron chains and leaving a trail of blood on the polished floor of the court behind them. Sambhaji's eyes are fixed on Aurangzeb. He is coming face to face with the Mughal Badshah after 23 years. Aurangzeb has lost a lot of weight. His beard has gone white, and he looks slightly bent, but his eyes are still the same, pale grey with something sinister glinting in them. Sambhaji wants to shout at him, retaliating to the humiliation. But he remembers Samarth Ramdas's last message. Leave some rage, keep some calm. Seeing the bleeding captives, Aurangzeb simply gets down from his gilded throne, kneels on the floor, raises his hands skywards and starts praying, thanking Allah for giving him what he so desired. The court is silent, as if everyone has stopped breathing. Just then, Kalash's words reverberate through the room.
Rajan, you are a crimson deity. Seeing you, the Badshah has abdicated his throne and is kneeling. Consider it as a respect he has shown.
Aurangzeb stops his prayer. He looks at Kalash and understands the meaning of the poem he has just recited. It refers to Sambhaji as a divine deity. It talks about how he, the Badshah, has gone down from the throne to show respect to Sambha. Rage makes Aurangzeb tremble. He shouts,
Take the infernal Kafirs away!
After the captives are taken away, Aurangzeb summons Mukarrab Khan. He is showered with gifts including Arabian horses, war elephants, 50,000 asharfis, bejeweled swords, and several robes of honor. He has been promoted as a Sapt Hazari Mansabdar, and his son, Ikhlas Khan, has been given a 5 Hazari Mansabdari. Several of his new titles are announced: Khan Zaman, Khan of the World, Bahadur Patchang, the Brave Victor, and more. That night, people celebrate in the courtyard of Bahadurgarh. Royal cooks are busy cooking meat and rice. It is dark in the dungeons of the fort. But in that darkness, Sambhaji finds the thunderous answer he has been searching for. The only difference is that the light after the thunder lasts only for a few moments, but the light that appears in Sambhaji's mind will last forever. Aurangzeb had come like a marching fire into the Deccan, with each of his men carrying the flame of jihad in their hearts. Sambhaji now knows how he can light the fire of freedom in his men's heart and create an inferno of his own to counter Aurangzeb's fire. This is what his Abba Sahib would have done. That is what Soljai asked for. The tunnel that leads to the tiny cells is lit only by a lantern. Sambhaji can barely see anything. He groans in agony. His limbs and his ribs are reeling from yesterday's ordeal. He can hear someone talking in muffled tones. He gets up with difficulty and walks towards the source of the sound, dragging several seir of iron shackles behind him. For the first time in several hours, he has seen a flicker of light. He approaches the bars and holds them tight to support his body. He notices two shadows moving in what looks like a tunnel, and then he hears a commotion. Suddenly, the tunnel is bright with several burning torches. A group of people appear before him, on the other side of the iron bars. For a moment, Sambhaji's heart stops. He is looking into Aurangzeb's eyes. Sambhaji's eyes bore into Aurangzeb's pale grey ones. He knows that whatever he does, laugh, cry, beg, plead, or lick Aurangzeb's feet, the man with the reptile eyes is going to kill him. So Sambhaji, still covered in dried blood, still wearing the clown's gown, smiles and stares back. The smile stings Aurangzeb and he trembles with rage. More than 20 years ago, this kafir had escaped from Agra. His infernal father was bent on creating Darul Harb. Sambha, who had given refuge to Akbar, is finally here, shackled and helpless. This day has come after Aurangzeb has spent more than 10 crores and 7 years in the battlefields of the Deccan. The Deccan is part of our empire now, Aurangzeb says. The others stand like minions behind their Badshah, who is glowering at the prisoner. Not until our last fort falls. Sambhaji replies calmly. Aurangzeb's aging skin trembles under his chin. He says, I have heard that Shiva suffered at the end. People say that you poisoned your own father for power. Sambhaji wonders how this old man who massacred his own family can say such things. He also knows that Aurangzeb is provoking him. Sambhaji is used to people provoking him since he was a child. He refrains from saying anything. Your end will not come so quickly. Aurangzeb's words carry a terrible threat. Your limited intelligence will take you only as far as a slow and painful death. Sambhaji whispers.
Khamosh!
A minion of Aurangzeb screams at Sambhaji. Sambhaji ignores it and continues. Oh, Badshah, you have done it to Fakir Sarmat, Guru Tegh Bahadur and so many others. You have skinned them alive, gouged out their eyes and later hacked their limbs off. You have dropped some in boiling oil. You can only go that far. You can only do that much. Aurangzeb listens. He wants to know how far Sambha can go. My death will be very slow. It will linger on for years. Sambhaji concludes. The kafir has gone insane. Aurangzeb hisses. He looks at his men and barks.
Let's get out of here!
Sambhaji feels an excruciating pain in his stomach. Someone kicks him there. He moves awkwardly and his chains rattle. He opens his eyes and sees people hovering over him, but shuts them again. He feels pain all over. The people are kicking him wherever they can, with footwear on. Zulfikar, the son of the empire's Wazir-e-Azam Asad Khan, has been entrusted with the responsibility of dealing with Sambhaji.
Zulfikar Khan Sahib, this kafir has insulted our Badshah,
someone says angrily. Zulfikar smiles, his coal-lined eyes fixed on Sambhaji. He says, "Open your eyes, Sambha. The empire's Mir Bakshi, Ruhullah Khan Sahib, wants to have a word with you." Sambhaji opens his eyes. He can see a young man whom people call Zulfikar. Sambhaji wonders what the Paymaster General of the empire wants with him. He can see an elderly man with a long beard standing beside Zulfikar.
He must be Ruhullah.
Sambhaji thinks, "I have pleaded with the Badshah to spare your life." Ruhullah sounds kind. Sambhaji's face, still covered in dried blood, is impassive. "Look, who has come to see you?" Ruhullah whispers. Sambhaji looks at another face. It is Maharaj Nayak, the husband of one of his half-sisters. He had deserted the Maratha nation long ago and had been a 5,000 Mughal mansabdar. Sambhaji can see tears in Maharaj's eyes.
"Why did you plead with Aurangzeb?"
Sambhaji asks. He wants to know the reason behind the Paymaster General's sudden kindness towards an infernal kafir.
"Maharaj."
Maharaj's voice sounds muffled, as if a sob is stuck in his throat.
"You must save yourself. Even Shivarai was of the opinion that needless dying is not needed."
Sambhaji guffaws. He asks with scorn,
"What do the Mughals want in return?"
"You must give your juban." The Paymaster General, Ruhullah's Deccani peppered with Farsi words, is businesslike. He wants a promise. "Ask your fort commanders to hand over the keys to us. No struggle, no bloodshed." Ruhullah talks clearly, slowly. "You tell us where you have hidden the plundered treasures of your army's hideouts. You must also name our army officials who are in contact with you and are helping you. In case some refuse to hand over the forts, we must know the secret ways to enter. Remember that if you agree, you live. Your family will be spared. But if you refuse, the Badshah will pull out your tongue, physically." The Marathas still have more than 250 forts with them. The fort commanders are fired by the dream of Swaraj and will fight for the forts for years. They have refused Aurangzeb's bribes and titles. The Mughals do not have the capacity to besiege each of them and fight. Sambhaji's eyes dart towards Maharaj. This is the time to say and do the right things. What he does now will change the destiny of his nation. He says in Marathi,
"Maharaj, Abba Sahib respected each soldier's life. You wanted us to avoid needless martyrdom, to be alive to fight another battle for Swaraj, for the Maratha nation. But he never would have embraced life in exchange for the Maratha nation. You know why he had given me the string of cowries I still wear?"
Maharaj lowers his gaze.
"Then listen. Cowries are the lowest denomination of our currency.
When poor people do not have even copper coins, cowries are exchanged. Sambhaji wants to take a few breaths. The pain in his body is almost intolerable. He touches the string of cowries through the shackles and continues. This reminds me that my life is the value of a cowrie, insignificant as the lowest denomination when it comes to my nation. Maharaj is sobbing. Sambhaji looks at Ruhullah Khan and says in chaste Farsi, Sepas Kozaram. Thank you very much, Mir Pakshi of the Empire. I am honored by your offer. Tell your clever Badshah that he has no brains. Aurangzeb thinks he is born to do Allah's bidding, but convey to him that he has not understood the meaning of dharma or religion. Ruhullah Khan shudders. Tell him the war is not over yet. He has a long way to go. Tell him that he will be in his grave before the Deccan war ends. The Maratha king has sinned beyond any hope of pardon. A week goes by. Sambhaji remains in his cell and is given only water and lentil soup. The chief Qazi of the empire, Khwaja Abdullah, has been consulted, and he has pronounced that Sambhaji, along with Kalash, has slain and captured Muslims, plundered cities that are part of Darul Islam, have disrespected the Badshah and hence must be put to death. Aurangzeb knows that Sambha is of no use to him now. He publicly announces 15 days of torture and insult before his prisoners are to be killed. Prisoners languish in the dungeons. Someone pushes Sambhaji towards a dais specially made for public punishments, so that the people can have a better view. The entire area is cordoned off by armed guards. Zulfikar appears with 2 men, one holding a huge pair of tongs and the other an earthen pot containing red-hot embers. The crowd cheers wildly as they look at the shackled, bloody captive kneeling on the platform. Even his tresses have become stiff with dried blood. Aurangzeb sits inside a makeshift tent. His eyes are fixed on Sambhaji, his white beard blowing in the breeze. He is wearing a new turban embellished with emeralds. An unknown primal fear grips Sambhaji. He starts sweating, and the drops fall from his forehead. He licks his lips. They taste salty. This must be the last time I will taste anything. Sambhaji thinks and braces himself for the assault. One of the 2 men who accompany Zulfikar heats the tongs in the burning coal. From somewhere beyond the fort walls, the sound of temple bells come riding on the breeze. First, the bells toll gently, and then it begins a crescendo as if bringing a spiritual message. The muscular man who is carrying the earthen container has kept the pot on the ground. The coals looked like huge rubies. The muscular man approaches Sambhaji and shouts, "Muh kholo! Open your mouth!" Zulfikar yells, looking down at Sambhaji with contempt. The second man with the now red-hot tongs waits impatiently as the crowd hoots in ecstasy. Sambhaji remembers his grandmother, Jijau Bai Sahib. She used to ask him to open his mouth when she fed him his favorite milk mixed with rice. When he wouldn't budge, she would gently press his cheeks, and his mouth would open in the shape of an O. She would then quickly push a handful of food into his mouth before he defiantly closed it again. She would then kiss him gently and laugh as he sulked in his defeat. The old memories bring a smile to Sambhaji's face. The man with the tongs looks visibly puzzled. Zulfikar steps forward and presses Sambhaji's cheeks roughly. Sambhaji's mouth opens in the shape of an O. The man with the tongs leaps forward with lightning speed. He shoves his hand into Sambhaji's mouth, squeezing his tongue between the tongs and yanks it out. The tongs make a spine-chilling charring sound. The man with the tongs gives out an animalistic cry of jubilation.
Oh ho! Arey! Oh ho!
The tongs holding Sambhaji's limp tongue are held in front of him. He hardly looks at it as he is reeling from the pain, as if gunpowder has exploded in his mouth. But he holds on, without lying on the floor and writhing in pain. The audience is now quiet, silenced in horror. Aurangzeb screams,
Bring that Kannauji Haramzada! It is time to pull his tongue out. The tongue that sings for the Kafirs.
These are the last words Sambhaji hears before he swoons. When he regains consciousness, he is back in his cell. He feels that the whole world's pain has accumulated in his mouth and throat. It is dark, but soon the tunnel lights up. Sambhaji hears footsteps. He knows that he has visitors. Aurangzeb is standing on the other side of the iron bars. Sambhaji gets up with a lot of effort and drags himself towards the bars. He is unsteady but holds on. In the light of a few burning torches, Aurangzeb's eyes shine like a predator. Sambhaji looks into those eyes without fear. Nobody has locked eyes with Aurangzeb so arrogantly. He still has me jaws, Aurangzeb says, and the others nod in agreement. Sambhaji smiles. Yes, he still has spirit. He has anger, feelings, some strength, and some arrogance left. The time has come to gouge out his eyes. Aurangzeb whispers as if he has suddenly had a prophetic vision. Sambhaji is silent. After they have gone, it is dark again. Sambhaji collapses in a heap on the floor. He knows that within a few days his eyes will be gone. He will then be skinned and hacked into pieces. But that is all the Badshah can do. Sambhaji will light a fire in the hearts of the Marathas, and they will turn into infernos that will burn down Aurangzeb's dream. The war will go on, and Aurangzeb will never win the Deccan. Epilogue. A devastated Maharani Yesu gets all the news at Raigad Fort. The Mughals had first pulled out her husband's tongue and then gouged out his eyes. Even Kalashji had been subjected to the same cruel treatment. Thereafter, the bleeding prisoners were shifted to an encampment near Koregaon, on the banks of Bhima River, where the Mughals hacked off her husband's limbs one by one. Her beloved husband is no more. His 9 years of rule as the Chhatrapati of the Maratha nation are over. Her tears have vanished. She has no more left. Her sobs have gone as if she has gulped them all down. She has decided to become a weapon for her nation that is numbed by the sacrifice of her husband. Unknown to her, a silent revolution is taking place in the mountains of the Deccan. Every Maratha, Be he a Brahmin, a Prabhu, a peasant, a carpenter, a goldsmith, or a blacksmith, a weapon maker, a woodcutter, a shepherd, a milkman, a sailor, a boat builder, a soil carrier, or a tribal living in a forest, or from Marvel, Konkan, Pune, Chakan, Baglan, Karad, or even the Carnatic country is feeling an inferno of rage inside, a fire that wants to defeat Aurangzeb. Even those who have gone over to the Mughal side want to come back and fight for the Maratha nation. Their eyes too burn to see the Badshah vanquished. They know how differently their Chhatrapati faced his death. He was so very different from Sikandar Adil Shah or Abul Hasan Qutub Shah, both of them who surrendered meekly just to save their lives. A fire burns in Yesu's heart too. She has declared the 18-year-old Ram Raja the next Chhatrapati. Within months, the Mughal contingents are all over the Deccan, and a large Mughal force has besieged Raigad Fort. One evening, Yesu summons the young Chhatrapati and his wives, Janaki and Tara, to her privy quarters. As the cold mountain winds blow around them and the flames of the oil lamps quiver, casting long flickering shadows on the polished floor, she tells Ram Raja, "The Mughals besieging the fort will soon come up. Their strength is 100 times more than we have at the fort. I want you and your wives to leave immediately and go to Jinji and save yourself. The nation needs its Chhatrapati."
What about you, Rani Sahib?
Tara asks, as tears glisten in her eyes. "My children and I will go to the ramparts every day, showing the Mughals that the family is still here, so they do not look for you." A month later, when the Mughals break open the Mahadarwaza and enter the fort, they find Yesubai, Bhavani, and Shahu. The Chhatrapati has escaped. When the Mughals take the captives, the widowed Maratha Maharani and her 2 small children to the same Mughal camp where her husband was killed, even the sky hovering over Raigad Fort seems to shed tears. It is drizzling in winter. Yesubai takes one last look at Raigad Fort and braces herself for the unknown future in the Mughal camp. She is oblivious to the fact that her sacrifice will add fuel to the fire raging in the hearts of the Marathas, a fire that is destined to turn into an all-consuming blaze that will burn down Aurangzeb and his empire to ashes. But that is another story. Author's note: after authoring the historical fiction Frontiers, which shows the relentless battle between Chhatrapati Shivaji and Badshah Aurangzeb, published by Penguin Random House India, I wanted to take the story further. I was born in Ahmednagar, where Badshah Aurangzeb breathed his last. Mughal Maratha history is part of everyone's life born in Maharashtra. My ancestors were the Watandars, called the Deshmukhs, and we still have land that was given to us by kings in the bygone era. So, it was natural that Sambhaji would be my next protagonist. Sambhaji stands in the long shadow of his illustrious father, Chhatrapati Shivaji, who is almost a mythical and revered figure in Maharashtrian history. Sambhaji waged a titanic lifelong struggle to forge his identity. His virtues and vices changed the destiny of the nascent Maratha nation, and the primal ferocity of his self magnified the effect of his choices in history. The complexity of his character can be seen from his varied portrayals by historians and non-historians alike, mostly in Marathi, the language of Maharashtra. Was Sambhaji a womanizer or a warrior? Was he a traitor who joined the Mughals or the protector of the Maratha nation, Swaraj? Was he the assassin of his father's ministers, or was he a seeker of justice? Was he an uncouth son of Chhatrapati Shivaji, or was he a scholar of languages and a poet? Was he a follower of tantric rituals, that is black magic, or a military strategist? What Sambhaji was has not been defined in history books, and the answers to deeper questions around his life are notoriously difficult. Sambhaji always existed in the twilight zone of our history, a shadowy figure defying scrutiny. Sambhaji inspires fierce emotions in his followers and detractors alike. To truly evaluate him is a daunting task. Consider this book as a first draft. Fortunately, my task has been made easier by the three historians, V.C. Bendre, Kamal Gokhale, and Sadashiv Shivade, who have written historical reference books after studying the old correspondence, Bakhars, that is handwritten history in the Modi script, travel logs, history written on copper plates, and many other such documents. These provide an incisive analysis of the times Sambhaji ruled in and an insight into his decisions. One of the most difficult questions to answer is why Sambhaji joined the Mughals for a brief period and raised his sword against the nation his father was trying to create. Dr. Jaisingh Rao Pawar's work provides some clues. He collected all the material on Sambhaji like other historians, but did further research by studying 17th century biographers of Aurangzeb such as Saqe Mustaid Khan and Kafi Khan, and created a reference book called Sambhaji Smarak Granth, which was published in 1990. Later, he wrote a book, Chhatrapati Shivaji, Ek Chikitsa. These books are the foundations of my historical novel. At Penguin Random House India, I thank Vaishali Mathur for all the support she has lent me, even though I bothered her with countless WhatsApp messages and telephone calls, some utterly unnecessary, while we worked on the book and its cover. My sincere thanks to Vijesh Kumar, the General Manager of Penguin Random House India, Local Sales and Products. He had suggested that I write more books based on history when we met at the Raymond Crossword Book Awards ceremony in Mumbai in early 2018. This book is the product of that conversation. That year, my book Challenging Destiny was nominated in 2 categories, non-fiction and biography. My most sincere thanks to Ujjaini Dasgupta, the copy editor appointed by Penguin Random House India, who converted the raw manuscript into a proper book. I must mention some of my friends who helped me get through this uphill task. An ardent reader of my book and a family friend, Dr. Kiran Kattishetru from Bengaluru, gave me some great suggestions while writing this book. Other people I would like to mention are Varsha Mule, head of the history department at SIAS College, Mumbai, and the author of a Marathi fiction written on Chhatrapati Shivaji's wife, Putala. The professor provided me with the above-mentioned books written by Bendre and Shivade, which were not easily available. Manjari Marathi, the daughter of the late Dr. Kamal Gokhale, whom I met in Mumbai, presented me with her mother's research book on Sambhaji. Dr. Satalkar, who is looking after Ahmednagar's Historical Museum and Research Centre, allowed me to borrow Dr. Jaisingh Rao Pawar's Sambhaji Smarak Granth for a few days. After reading the fat research book, I called Dr. Jaisingh Rao Pawar a few times for more information, and he was always helpful. While writing this book, my mother, the late Leela Deshmukh, a voracious reader of Marathi books, was always with me, giving me priceless suggestions. Thank you for listening to this production, Life and Death of Sambhaji, by Medha Bhaskaran. Production copyright, Penguin Random House India, 2022. Text copyright, Medha Bhaskaran, 2021.